everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Good. My name is Nick Fagan. I'm the Planning Inspector appointed by Secretary of State to determine this appeal. In this appeal is at land at Birdin-Eye Farm, south of Birdin-Eye Hill, between Framfield and Uckfield. And the appeal is by Crowdace Homes Limited against the failure of the council to determine the application, which is for, it's an outline application with all matters reserved except means of access to the site for up to 190 dwellings with associated works, parking, landscaping, publicly accessible open space, and a SANG, a suitable alternative natural green space, with access from the B2102. So I'm planning, this inquiry is likely, as I understand it, from the two sides, to last for 4 days. Is that accurate, Mr. Tabachnik?
Yes, sir, and indeed, Ms. Hutton and I have discussed progress through the next couple of days this morning, and I think we think that we'll probably go to about lunchtime on day 4 and aim to finish it about then. Okay, great. So just in terms of the programme and what we're going to discuss when, just for the members of the public, as usual in inquiries, we had a pre-conference meeting. In fact, we had 2, one in February and one at the end of May, just to update on where we are with the issues. Now, I'll just run through what I think is going to likely to happen on each day. So today, this morning, there's going to be the openings from the appellant and from the council, which will set out their case, their respective cases. And then I'm happy to hear from any member of the public who has anything they'd like to say. So the witnesses, I presume this is the witness table in the middle, is it, or is it that one?
So I think it could be either. I think for the formal witnesses, probably
yes.
there, and then
maybe the members of the public. If you want to speak, and you're very welcome to speak, everyone who's here is welcome to speak. You don't have to speak, but if you want to, you're very welcome. And so you'll come and sit here and say what you want. And then if you speak, then you may be cross-examined by the appellant's barrister, Mr. Tabachnik. So that's likely to happen this morning, and if it runs on maybe into the afternoon. Then this afternoon, I'm hoping to have the round table discussion about the highways issues. Yes, is that what?
So yes, I made sure that the County Council's officers are here. I think both be here by 11, just in case we start before lunchtime. Okay, fine, yeah. So, although the highways issue, between the first and second case management conferences, the two sides, the Highway Authority, East Sussex County Council, and the appellants went away and redesigned the access to the site in the form of 2 mini roundabouts. That's been consulted on, so all the members of the public should have been able to view all of that. There's no disagreement between the 2 main parties that highways is now resolved, but that doesn't mean that the public may not have comments on the highway issues, including highway safety. So that's why we're having a roundtable discussion on the highways. On Friday, we'll have the roundtable session on the heritage issue, which is the main
unresolved issue between the main parties. The heritage issue being the impact on the setting of the Grade 2 listed bird in eye oast house, which is in the middle of the site on the farm complex, and how. So what we'll be discussing is how the proposed development will affect the setting of that heritage asset, and whether the effect on the setting will harm its significance to such an extent that the application should be refused, the appeal should be dismissed. So that is the only main issue between the parties. That's my understanding. Is that correct, Ms. Hutton?
So yes, that's correct.
Yeah. But of course there's planning evidence as well. And so on Tuesday, so the heritage issue will also be a round-table discussion tomorrow, but the planning evidence will be via the normal evidence in chief and cross-examination by the other side's barrister, and that will take place on Tuesday. So on Wednesday, as you said, Mr. Tomachnik, you're hoping that by Wednesday lunchtime, the two sides will have been able to give their closing statements, and we should be finished by then. That's right. So we'll probably be dealing with the discussion on the 106 agreement and the conditions on Tuesday afternoon then. Yeah.
I would certainly encourage everyone to be in a position to have that discussion Tuesday afternoon.
Okay. So just on the issue to do with the site visit, yesterday I visited the site. So, some of the members of the public were there. Had a good walk around the site and had a good look at the listed oast house inside and outside, and we had a good look to see exactly where the houses were going in relation to where the oast house is, and where the houses on the northwest side are going in relation to the oast house as well. So I feel that I probably don't need to go back to the site again, but if there's anything that comes up in discussion, including by third parties, that lead me to think I should revisit the site, then I will do so. And if anyone thinks that I've missed something following the discussion, then I will go back to the site and have another look at it. Yeah.
May I just on that flag that we may well invite you to do that tomorrow after the heritage roundtables discussion, because obviously it's very sensible to see the site and look in as much detail as you had the opportunity to do yesterday. Subsequently, there'll be the full discussion with both heritage witnesses. Obviously, as you know, Dr. Mealy wasn't able to be present yesterday, and it may be that one or two points will emerge which justify a return visit. The site's only 5 minutes drive or so from here, so I'm certainly not insisting on it at the moment, but can I just flag that we think that there may well be circumstances that justify a short return visit.
Of course, yes, sure. Right. Yes, so that's the programme. The list of conditions, I did briefly have a chat with Mr. Brown about this on the site yesterday, but as I understand it, the conditions that I've been given in hard copy are agreed between the parties. Is that right?
So yes, I believe so.
And they incorporate all the highway conditions? Yeah.
So
as far as we know.
So that's correct, and the agreed draft conditions are at CD 4.5. They were prepared and informed by the Wheatcroft proposal. So yes, they're the latest set. Mr. Edmund and I have discussed, and we're comfortable with those as it stands. If anything comes out of the discussions on the various sessions, they could be tweaked, but we're comfortable that they represent the agreed draft position for you, sir.
Okay, great. And the 106 agreement, where are we with that?
We are nearly there.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of intense discussion over the last few weeks, and as I say, I think we are very, very nearly there. There's just a few wording issues. I don't believe there are any issues of principle still outstanding between the parties, but it has gone close to the wire in terms of the start of the inquiry, so I haven't got a document that I could usefully give you. I would certainly hope that by the end of this week, sir, I'll be able to give you what we envisage is the final version with plans and the rest of it all signed off by both parties, obviously not executed prior to the discussion next week. But as I say, a lot of progress has recently been made and we are very, very nearly there.
Okay. I can't recall whether I've looked at an earlier version, but...
I think that it wouldn't be a good use of your time from now on if you haven't looked at an earlier version to look at one now.
Okay.
That's not to say that the matters of substance to be covered have fundamentally changed. I don't think they have, but how they're covered has changed.
Yeah.
So if you're happy to await, as I say, hopefully the proposed final version tomorrow in hard copy, probably wouldn't be sensible to have a look at that and not spend time on an earlier draft.
So maybe if I had a hard copy of it by the close of tomorrow, then I can look at it between then and
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be my aim, sir, to furnish you with a hard copy before we all break from this room tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yes, just in terms of the documents that I've got, let me just outline what I've had. So, just starting with the council, obviously the statement of case earlier on, and now I've had the heritage proof of evidence from Ms. Tucker, with the appendices to it, and the planning proof of evidence from Mr. Redman. Yeah. I've also got the draft SIL compliance statement. Is that still draft or is it now finished?
It's still draft in the sense that we were hoping we would get agreement with the appellant, but I don't think they've yet had the opportunity to run through that.
Okay.
But I think Stephen or Mr. Brown is going to look at that and may provide comment to us and you on that.
Yeah. Okay.
And so you should also have the rebuttal from Mr. Redman as well.
Yeah, I've read the rebuttal. I wonder if I could have a hard copy of it. I did.
Yes, I can organise that, sir.
Yeah. That would be great. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. And I've got the updated core document list, which was sent a couple of days ago, I think. I don't think it's been amended since then, has it?
There was amendments yesterday to new documents. Have you handed up the hard copy yet?
If it would assist, sir, I've got a few documents which have been sent to you recently. Just want to make sure you've got those, and if not, we can provide hard copies if you require them. And certainly they're all available on the council's website via the inquiry link. But sir,
the core documents list I've got is the one dated 14th of July.
So there's the updated one, this 16th of July.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can have a hard
I've got a copy for you here, and there's two additional documents added at CD 11, 20 and 21. We've got the agenda for the Highways Roundtable session for you.
Yeah.
The agenda for the Heritage Roundtable session for you, and you'll have received the errata to my SB5 by email, which you can have a hard copy of that if you require it.
Yeah, okay. So the agendas for the roundtable discussions, that's been agreed?
They're
yes?
both agreed, sir, yes,
Yeah.
they were emailed to Mr. Wordsworth.
Okay. That's, yeah, it'd be great if I could have those, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
SB5.
Yeah.
Heritage Roundtable session.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think that's all I had to say by way of openings. Is there anything that
Sir?
the appellant would like to raise?
Just a very brief point on the core documents list dated the 16th of July. There was 2 documents that were added then. The CD 1120, which was the council's request to include the solar farm appeal decision at Ashford. And then also in that CD 1120.
Yeah.
So that was the solar farm appeal decision, which the council referenced the heritage discussions to be had. And you will see at CD 1121, that is the committee report for the Buxted scheme, which appeal decision is already in at CD 1116. So it links to that, and that's the relevance there.
Okay.
All right.
Fine. Yeah, great. Anything, Ms. Hutton, from you?
So no, I don't think so. Thank you.
Just so I can sort of remember who everyone is, and maybe for the benefit of the members of the public who are sitting there, can you just now introduce yourself and say your name? So moving round with the LPA first, and then the appellant. So starting with you, Ms. Hutton.
Thank you, sir. My name is Miss Victoria Hutton. I am a barrister and I'm representing the council of this appeal.
Good morning. I'm Cal Cambo from East Sussex Highways, and I was the case officer for this site, and I do strategic sites generally as well.
Good morning. My name's Declan Redman. I'm an assistant team leader at Wilton District Council, principally dealing with major and strategic sites, and I'm the planning witness for the council.
Good morning, I'm Joanna Tucker. I'm the Senior Heritage Officer for the Council, dealing with the heritage matters.
Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Tabachnik.
Thank you, sir. Well, you've just introduced me. Andrew Tabachnik, KC, representing the appellant.
Good morning, everybody. Stephen Brown, Managing Director of Wolfbond Planning, and I am giving the planning evidence on behalf of the appellant.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Matthew Stevens. I'm Director at Milestone Transport Planning and acting on behalf of the appellant.
The two people at the end, please. I know you're not giving evidence, but just say who you are.
Good morning, everyone. Zach Michaelides, assisting with Highways Matters from Milestone Transport Planning.
And Emily Chapman, I'm a land manager here on behalf of Craddock's Homes.
Okay, thank you.
So I should also say, and I won't go for the mic, but I'm Stacey Robbins. I'm the Head of Planning and Environmental Services at Wilton District Council. And for the purposes of this inquiry, I have not to say anything, but I can answer questions if needs be. I am responsible for the development management functions, so for processing of planning applications and administering appeals.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Can you, the other people here sitting at the back, the residents, can you just put your hand up if you're a local resident? Okay, and can you put your hand up if you would like to speak? Right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Yes. Okay. Right. So what we're going to do now is have the opening statements, starting with the appellant, and then the council. Then we'll have a short comfort break, and then we'll start. I'll hear from the residents who want to speak. So when it's your turn to speak, I'll ask you to come sit at that table using the mic. Okay, Mr. Tabachnik. Yes, I presume you've got them both in writing. Yeah. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully I haven't accidentally given out anything else. It's just opening submissions.
Yes.
This appeal against non-determination concerns a proposal for up to 190 homes, up to 67 of which will be affordable, that's 35%. Associated infrastructure and public open space and SANG, and with access from the B2102. The appeal scheme has been carefully thought through to address the reasons for which the 2023 scheme for up to 290 homes in a strategic SANG was dismissed. It's now agreed with the Council and County Highways that 3 of those 4 reasons have been addressed. Only heritage remains, where the extant objection is without merit. The appeal scheme will bring substantial and weighty planning benefits in a location which is agreed with the Council and County Highways, consistent with the 2023 findings, is locationally sustainable. The appeal scheme is much needed in this district. A high-quality scheme in an attractive setting, surrounded by woodland and open land, is eminently achievable. The substantial planning benefits of the appeal scheme include the following. First of all, the provision of up to 190 new homes in a district with a significant 5-year deficit. The Council's claimed supply is 3.6 years, resulting in a minimum shortfall of 2,270 new homes that should be provided in the 5-year period, but won't be. The position has worsened since the 2023 appeal, when the Council claimed a 3.93-year supply with a shortfall of 1,579. This district has lacked a 5-year supply for nearly a decade, and it's been a 20% authority for a good number of years. Its adopted local plan has been out of date since 2018, and there is no emerging strategy to speak of, with the Council accepting that no weight should be afforded such emerging process as there is. The Council's area is heavily constrained, with National Landscape and the National Park alone comprising over 60% of the district. The core strategy acknowledges it is inevitable that there will have to be a substantial use of greenfield land to meet existing and future housing needs. A further agreed positive feature is that the scheme includes 5% self-build units in an area where there is a need for such opportunities. Secondly, the provision of up to 67 new affordable homes. The Council has a very high affordability ratio. The latest assessed need in the LHNA is for 854 dwellings per annum, 519 of those are for affordable rent, and 335 a year for shared ownership products, in which regard there is already a cumulative deficit in just 5 years of just short of 3,000. Again, the position has materially worsened since the 2023 appeal. Reasonably available opportunities, such as the appeal scheme, to make a material contribution to these acute needs must be taken. The current unsustainable and socially unacceptable deficits must be addressed. Other material benefits of the appeal scheme, leaving aside the heritage position, which I comment on below, sir, include A, 13.9 hectares of SANG and public open space, well over policy expectations, and equating to around 70% of the appeal site, which will be available to existing as well as new residents of the area. B, substantial biodiversity net gain, again well over the 10% statutory requirement. C, significant ensuing economic benefits, of which the Council, because of its persistent underperformance in housing delivery, has not been facilitating enough of. D, ancient woodland preservation benefits. E, highway safety and sustainability improvements, benefiting again existing as well as new residents of the area. Mr. Brown accords each of these items moderate weight, much of which seems to be agreed by the Council. Cumulatively, they amount to a significant package of additional benefits. That's obviously over and above the agreed substantial housing-related benefits. The inquiry will hear detailed evidence over the next few days on the limited matters which do remain in dispute, and it's not going to assist, sir, for me to address those extensively at this stage. But in brief summary, the Council's heritage case overstates impacts. The Council fails to have proper regard to the 3.5 hectare retained open area west of the Oast, both in terms of the substantial separation it introduces between the Oast and the proposed housing, but also in terms of the illustrative nature of the current scheme, save for access. This is not consistent with the Council's approach during the last application, where the outline nature of the proposals was emphasised, and I've given a reference there to the Council's stated position on that scheme. It's also surprising to see the Council expressing concerns that users of the public open space west of the Oast would, in the words of the Council, significantly diminish the tranquillity of a building located within a commercial complex with parking demand up to 42 cars and 8 HGVs. The Council's inquiry stance appears to be that any housing west of the Oast is unacceptable, with public open space use of that land similarly harmful. This is not accepted, nor is it consistent with the Council's approach at the last scheme, which did not suggest a need to avoid housing or related use west of the Oast in a manner, frankly, that would reduce the scheme to about 120, 130 homes. So a very considerable cost in terms of much needed new homes. Further, it's of note that the Council appears to be seeking to expand its case beyond the putative reason for refusal and statement of case. Design and density grounds are now relied on in relation to the small number of proposed homes in the northwest part of the site, notwithstanding the Council's apparent acceptance that the proposed hopper huts are likely to reinforce local distinctiveness. And again, you'll have seen that, sir, read it in the Council's heritage proof. In addition, the Council's points on the access fail to recognise inter alia that A, views to the Oast, the top part of which is seen behind large utilitarian buildings within the commercial cluster, are not blocked or even reduced, and B, the access is not a location from which it's possible to appreciate any significant historic link between the Oast and surrounding open land. 4.2. The appeal scheme brings a number of heritage enhancements. In particular, with the site currently private land, the scheme facilitates new opportunities for residents to appreciate the Oast in an open setting, the 3.5 hectare retained open area to the west. This is clear enhancement in accordance with paragraph 38 of GPA 3. Further, removal of the parking area in the Oast's immediate setting and undergrounding of the adjacent power lines also offer restorations of elements of the former setting. Favourable consideration should be afforded these benefits in accordance with 212 and 219 of the framework. The heritage balance, if it arises, is one-way traffic in the appeal scheme's favour. For these summary reasons, at the conclusion of this inquiry, sir, you will respectfully be invited to allow the appeal and grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tabachnik. Over to you, Ms. Hutton. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So less than 2 years ago, on the 12th of October 2023, Planning Inspector Butcher dismissed an appeal against non-determination for a scheme comprising 290 dwellings, associated landscaping, informal open space and a strategic SANG on this same application site. The appeal was dismissed for several reasons: loss or deterioration of ancient woodland and harm to protected species, an unacceptable impact on highway safety, deficiencies in the sequential test, and heritage impact. The inspector found that the less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset was not outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal. The inspector's 2023 decision is by any measure a weighty material consideration that must be afforded significant weight in this appeal. At the point of lodging the current appeal against non-determination, the Council accepted that the revised scheme had overcome previous concerns regarding ancient woodland and protected species. It also considered that the sequential test had been addressed in a policy-compliant manner. Accordingly, those matters are no longer pursued. However, at the time of the appeal was submitted, the local highway authority maintained a strong objection regarding safety of the proposed access. No road safety audit had been submitted with either the application or the appeal, nor had there been meaningful engagement with the local highway authority to develop a safe access solution. The Council therefore identified two putative reasons for refusal, as detailed in the witness statement of Ms Cambo, appended to Mr Redmond's rebuttal statement. It was not until May 2025, following an adjournment of the original inquiry dates, that the appellant agreed to revise the access arrangements sufficiently to address highway safety concerns. The appellant subsequently made a Wheatcroft application to amend the access plans, which you, sir, accepted. In response, the local highway authority withdrew its objection, and the Council confirmed that it no longer pursued highway safety as a reason for refusal. However, sir, for the Council, one of the principal reasons for dismissing the previous appeal remains unresolved. The proposal continues to result in considerable and weighty harm to the setting and significance of the Grade 2 listed Oast House. That harm is not outweighed by the public benefits of the development, and I address this matter in more detail now. So the 2023 appeal decision succinctly articulated the importance of the Oast House setting in contributing to the asset's overall significance. And so it was said that the setting to the Oast House contributes to its significance insofar as its historic use for drying hops and functional relationship with the surrounding fields which grew the hops can still be appreciated today. Those fields remain open, undeveloped, and in use as pasture. Consequently, they enable the Oast House to be appreciated in broadly its historic rural scene. These fields also provide for a qualitative understanding of the significance of the Oast House, derived from its setting, as they provide a degree of quiet and tranquility which you would reasonably associate with such a rural historic scene. Furthermore, the lack of development in these fields, along with its elevated position above the town, gives it a local landmark quality. And so it's within these fields that the current appeal scheme is now proposed. A key issue in this appeal, therefore, is whether the lesser number of dwellings and the consequent areas of the site which require development would now tip the heritage balance in the appellant's favour. The revised proposals have been comprehensively addressed by Ms Tucker, whose evidence follows the methodology set out in Historic England's Good Practice Advice in Planning, GPA 2, and on the setting of heritage assets, GPA 3. Ms Tucker acknowledges that compared to the 2023 scheme, the quantum of development has been reduced, enabling a different configuration. However, the illustrative site layout plan and illustrative parameter and land use plan continues to show built development projecting westwards beyond the historic farmstead, both to the northwest and southwest, in the open setting of the Oast House. In addition, a large area of public open space with associated infrastructure, including landscaping, level changes, footpaths, street furniture, lighting and swales, is proposed to the west. Significant highway works are also proposed, including the construction of a roundabout at the junction with the B2-102 and associated road infrastructure works. This development would, on any view, significantly erode the rural setting of the heritage asset and result in substantial loss of the remaining ability to appreciate the significance of the Oast House in its historic rural setting, and the diminishment of a relatively quiet and tranquil area, the character of the setting of the Oast House. Ms Tucker carefully identifies the specific elements of the proposal that would harm the setting and significance of the asset. In summary, the island of development behind the dwellings on Burdeneye Hill will create a permanent and irreversible harmful visual impact on the setting of the Oast, and would be visible in views from the Oast itself. Development to the southwest of the Oast, which would be visible from the Oast and prominent in views towards the Oast, particularly from the west of the hospital, adjacent residential development areas and from Framfield Road. The appreciation of the visual and functional association of the heritage asset in an open rural landscape would be significantly impacted. The introduction of managed open space, including increased activity, lighting and associated infrastructure, would substantially alter the character of the land to the west of the Oast, replacing its quiet rural nature with a more formalised suburban character. The proposed roundabout and related highway works and infrastructure would materially alter the character and experience of the asset's wider setting. And more broadly, the cumulative impact of urbanisation, including built development, engineered landscaping and associated infrastructure, would result in the loss of the Oast House open, rural and tranquil setting. Mr Tucker does acknowledge that the removal of car parking from the immediate surroundings of the Oast House represents a small but positive change in heritage terms. And whilst it is agreed between the parties that this proposal would result in less harm to the Oast House than in 2023, Ms Tucker concludes it's not considered that the development area has been sufficiently adjusted to avoid or significantly reduce the harm set out by the inspector in the previous scheme. Still considered that the relatively quiet and tranquil character of the setting will be significantly diminished by the large-scale residential development proposed, along with the cumulative impact of design and infrastructure of the proposed public open space to the west and the highway works. Ms Tucker assesses the overall impact on the asset, taking into account both heritage benefits and harm, as falling within the moderate category. However, it's critical to note that a finding of moderate harm does not equate to a moderate planning objection. The harm to setting of a listed building must be given considerable importance and weight in line with the statutory duty under Section 66 of the Listed Buildings Act. Furthermore, as Ms Tucker and Mr Redmond both note, some of the harm to the Oast House is avoidable. A large residential scheme could still be accommodated on this site by concentrating development to the east of the Oast House, thereby minimising the extent of encroachment into its sensitive rural setting. It's especially pertinent in the context of paragraph 208 of the MPPF, which requires that harm to heritage assets be avoided or, where not possible, minimised. A scheme with a lower quantum of development could omit development in the northwest portion of the site and reconfigure the southwest development area, materially reducing the overall impact on the heritage asset. The appellant's position that the scheme would cause no harm to the Oast House is untenable. Once the true significance of the asset and the critical contribution made by its setting is properly understood, it becomes clear that this conclusion is flawed. Notably, the appellant appears to overlook the twin rules of setting, as set out in GPA 3. Setting not only allows for the appreciation of an asset, but also contributes directly to its significance. The appellant has largely disregarded the latter and taken much too narrow a view of the former, such that it concludes that the ability of the open land to maintain an appreciation of the present context reflecting an earlier rural one is sufficient to avoid harm. This is an incorrect approach. In contrast, the Council's evidence is robust and grounded in established national guidance. It should be preferred. As the harm identified is less than substantial, it must be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal. And whilst it is acknowledged that the harm has been reduced relative to the 2023 scheme, albeit not significantly, many of the public benefits have also diminished, primarily because this proposal only delivers 2/3 of the housing quantum previously proposed. Nevertheless, Mr Redmond recognises significant positive weight must still be afforded to the provision of housing in the context of the Council's lack of a 5-year housing land supply. Additional significant weight should be attributed to the delivery of 67 affordable homes and 10 self-build and custom-build plots. The scheme would also generate economic and ecological benefits. However, it must be noted that some of those ecological benefits, such as ancient woodland management and sang delivery, are mitigation necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. Taken together, the public benefits attract substantial weight. However, as in 2023, they do not outweigh the permanent and irreversible harm to the Oast House. Finally, in relation to benefits, the appellant also claims improvements in highway safety and sustainability. The Council notes these are not included in the Statement of Common Ground between the appellant and the local highway authority and has requested they be explored further at the Highways Roundtable session. Planning balance. Planning decisions should be taken in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. In this case, there is a clear conflict with the development plan as a result of the location of development and the identified heritage harm to the Grade 2 listed Oast. The MPPF is clearly a weighty material consideration. Here, paragraph 11D of the MPPF applies, as the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date due to the council being unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing land. The application of policies in the MPPF provide a strong reason for refusing development proposed. In short, the harm to the Oast House is not outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, particularly in circumstances where a reduction in dwelling numbers would materially reduce the harm to the Oast. Therefore, permission should be refused. The tilted balance does not apply. And so even if it did apply, then the council says the harm to the setting and the significance of the Oast House would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposal. So at the conclusion of this inquiry, the council will respectfully invite you, sir, to refuse permission for the appeal scheme.
Thank you, Ms Hutton. Okay, well, we'll have a break now and come back at 11 o'clock. So which member of the public would like to speak first? The lady sitting at the front, maybe? Okay, is there anyone who has a time commitment who would like to go first? Just, yes.
Representatives from the town council and the parish council.
Yes, yes, you.
Sorry, sir. Good morning. I'm Councillor Jackie Love from Uckfield Town Council. We obviously have some words to read on behalf of Uckfield Town Council, so I'm quite happy to go first if that.
Okay, okay. If you're going to read from a script, you've got copies. Yeah, it would be useful if I could have a copy, and you can tell me, whoever's going to speak, you can tell me whether you've already submitted this or whether it's brand new and you're just giving it to me now. So yeah, just bear that in mind. And obviously, if you're speaking on behalf of an organisation, then explain which organisation and your authority to do so, etc. So yeah, okay. Thank you. Right, we'll come back at 11. Thanks.
So can I just inquire whether it might be possible for residents to work out a batting order and indeed put names on a piece of paper so that you've got the correct spelling of everyone who's speaking?
Yes, that would be a very good idea, because if you speak, then I'm going to I will note on my decision that you've spoken. So I'd like to spell your name properly. Yes, and who you represent. So yes, that's a very good idea. So maybe you could pass a sheet round for them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, back at 11 then. Council, would you like to come up and introduce yourself, please? And give me a copy of whatever you're going to say, if you have a copy.
We've got a list of
Oh, and the list, yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
sorry,
So, Jackie Love, welcome. You can read your statement out, or however you want to present it. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Councillor Jackie Love, JACKIE-LOVE. I am the chair of the Uckfield Town Council Plans Committee, and I have a new statement to read, which you should hopefully get I've got copies from our town clerk, which represents thoughts from Uckfield Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the inquiry on behalf of Uckfield Town Council. We hope that the points previously raised by the Town Council, along with local knowledge, will be taken into consideration. Although we remain disappointed that some of our previous reasons for objection were not upheld in the 2023 appeal, we respect that we need to address the proposals in the appellant's most recent application and seek to resolve matters that we consider to be outstanding and of concern. Is that the microphone on me? This includes extension of Uckfield Town, heritage and layout of development, landscape characteristics, highways access and safety, and drainage. We do not purport to be experts in the above areas, but we live, work and handle residents' correspondence in this area daily. Our knowledge and understanding of the history of the site is first-hand. The Town Council also has land in close proximity, including allotments and ancient woodland. Extension of Uckfield Town. We have read a number of documents within this application, and indeed in the previous application that refers to Uckfield being the main hub to the site. The landscape statement dated June 2025 in paragraph 3.3, page 5, states that this proposal is a natural extension to Uckfield, yet still no contact has been made with Uckfield Town Council to discuss our concerns or find out how the issues we previously raised could be better addressed. Our services and infrastructure would be called upon daily by residents of the site, so engagement is key. By administrative boundaries, excuse me my words today, the site sits in Framfield Parish, but its identity, positioning and dependence rests within Uckfield. New residents will access education, retail, healthcare and transport within Uckfield. It must therefore recognise that this site is and will continue to be an extension of Uckfield Town. Heritage and layout of development. We raised this matter at the previous appeal and stress once again our serious concerns in relation to the proposed layout of the site in correlation with the Grade 2 listed Oast House. We support the District Council's position that the development would cause less than substantial harm to the significance of this heritage asset by degrading its setting. Section 66 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 requires decision makers to give considerable importance and weight to any harm of listed buildings. Uckfield Town Council does not feel the revisions by the appellant reflect the importance of this site. The rural landscape, for example, and wider setting around the Oast House is part of the Oast history. The Oast is visible for a number of points within the town, and its rural setting forms a key vista from more suburban setting of Newtown and the Harlands estates. In this case, the Oast is located amongst hop-growing fields on elevated land with visual and historic links to Uckfield's agricultural past. Its history and the site's wider links to the Buxted Park estate are therefore significant. The proposed layout of the site still appears to just tick a box of what the appellant thinks the relevant authorities wish to see, rather than truly consider the sensitivity of the site. The proposal to locate properties on the western and southwestern points show a disregard to the heritage here. Formalised paths across the site and newly formed highways works will impact the peaceful rural setting, let alone the proposal to construct units within these sightlines. Uckfield Town Council would therefore support the District Authority's standpoint on the heritage of the site and stress that the proposed layout does not make sense. The changes are not significant enough from the former applications to see our support. We have read NPPF paragraph 208 and question whether the appellant has regard to this. Landscape characteristics. The site is elevated and is fairly exposed, visible from varying points within the town. Any development in this location would impose on the landscape. We understand from the 2023 appeal that the western side of the site in particular was sensitive, and any built development in this area would impose a risk to heritage and landscape characteristics. The proposed density, layout and movements into and on the site therefore appear mismatched. We also continue to have concerns for the protection of the ancient woodland. Any development proposals must ensure protection is for the lifetime of the development. Should this application be approved, the cumulative impact of a new volume of residents, vehicle usage, light pollution, pets and visitors to the Sangs would require the development of a management plan. Uckfield Town Council feels this should be a key component to the appellant's documentation to determine the management of the landscape in this current rural setting. The images included within our letter dated the 25th of May 2025 show how a break in a hedge line just over 25 years ago has now increased to extreme damage. Uckfield Town Council are experiencing similar issues in Boothland Wood as boundaries have been broken since the area around it obtained outline approval for development. The land in question has seen only phase 1, 250 dwellings of the 1,000 built to date. Buffers have sadly been breached and the site poorly managed. Highways access and safety. The Town Council raised strong objections to the previous scheme on safety grounds, particularly in relation to the proposed access. We acknowledge that the revised access is more acceptable to the local highways authority, but using these roads daily, we know them well. The B2102 and its junctions are not inherently safe, and it's important to recognise that the roundabout proposed by the appellant is not being introduced to fix an existing danger, but a requirement to accommodate the volume and pattern of traffic that this development would generate. There is no evidence of accidents on this section of the road, nor have we been made aware of any incidents. Turn the right page. The existing junction to the farm on the B2102. We support the local highway authority's position that this roundabout is not a benefit but a requirement imposed solely by the impact of the scheme. What we are concerned with, however, is the safety on approaching a roundabout at the top of Birdneye Hill, which is offset from the natural road line. These photos were taken this morning, 17th of July, showing the brow of the hill on Birdneye looking towards the Birdneye Farm Junction. Not only would the brow of the hill obscure visibility of an offset roundabout, we also have concerns as to the driver's behaviour it may create, having experienced similar issues at the mini roundabout on the Eastbourne Road on the entrance to the Fernley Park. At quieter times, there is tendency for drivers to drive straight across the more straight line of the roundabout rather than travel around the roundabout as you should. Emergency services have also advised that larger vehicles often have to take the straighter line and therefore don't use the full roundabout design. This engineering and the proposed configuration of the existing site and access would also remain harmful to the landscape and the heritage of the site. The smaller lanes leading to the B2102, such as Sandy Lane, are used by vehicles at peak times at rat runs. The lanes are used by horse riders, pedestrians and cyclists, but increased usage from a number of new homes proposed and vehicle users would pose a risk to public safety. Also, please can clarification be given on paragraph 3.135 of the milestones document dated the 20th of June, dated June 2025. What is meant by managing on-street parking? This point has not been discussed or run by Uckfield Town Council. Through our multi-agency Uckfield Joint Town Centre regeneration meetings and past public realm improvements within the town, on-street parking bays were maintained to ensure the town centre retail businesses were fully supported. The Highways Statement of Common Ground CD 4.2 notes in paragraph 6.11 the appellant is agreeable to the request from the East Sussex County Council for funding to be secured by the way of the Section 106 agreement for signal optimisation system that will link a series of traffic signal control junctions and crossings within the Uckfield Town Centre network, optimising vehicle movement and queuing, supported by traffic regulation orders as required to manage on-street parking. Sorry, that was the point. With more and more developments receiving approval within and around the town, parking has become a premium and we cannot afford to lose any allocated spaces. Drainage. We feel a previously raised point of local knowledge relating to surface water runoff and drainage is still incredibly important. At the moment, the water that comes along the Framfield stream and via the natural land drainage, in addition to both the runoff on the Burdeneye Hill Highway, causes very high flooding at the bottom of the hill just east of the hospital approach road and can be impassable as a result. Surely care has to be taken to avoid this or mitigate concerns. Conclusion. We therefore respect that the appellant has sought to reduce numbers and consider the offer in terms of affordability to rent and buy, but by the scale, positioning and impact to a heritage setting in a visibly rural landscape demonstrates that the scheme is not acceptable. The Oast House and adjacent hop garden are visible from a number of points in the town, namely the Harlands estate. It is therefore disappointing that a lack of engagement has resulted in the application that does not fully consider the sensitive nature of the site and its location. The latest revisions to the application appear to see only marginal changes made. The Town Council is fully aware of the need for housing, but that need does not justify the development that causes avoidable harm to heritage, character and place. The appellant's claim of there being no harm to heritage is therefore unsupported. For those reasons and in support of the District Council's position, we respectfully ask for you to dismiss this appeal. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Love. Can I just ask you, before I ask Mr. Tabachnik if he has any questions, you, on page 3, you mention similar issues, highway issues, similar issues in terms of the hedge line and stuff, the breaking of the hedge line at Boothland Wood. Where is that? That's another new housing estate on the edge of Uckfield, yeah? Where is that?
Yes, sir. Boothland Wood is an ancient woodland that is between council land, which is called Victoria Pleasure Ground, and the development that you can see from the bypass between the Copwood roundabout and the little horsey roundabout known as Ridgewood Farm.
Do you just want to come up here
Yep.
and point it out to me on this plan? Because I might have a look at that. So is it just point with that?
So the development is in here,
Yeah, okay.
and Wood is just about there.
Okay.
It's at the back of
Yeah,
Victoria Pleasure.
I can have a look at that. Thank you. And you mentioned a few things to do with the highway access and safety, and stuff in the milestone document. If you want to take part in the roundtable discussion, you're quite welcome to do so this afternoon. So, I mean, you don't have to say anything, but you can do if you want, and we can deal with those things then. Okay.
That would be very kind of you. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm around all of today, so
Okay. That's great. You can take part then.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Tabachnik, do you have any questions for Ms. Fox?
Thank you, sir. I did have one matter to take up briefly with Miss Love, if that's all right, Miss Love. Could you turn back to page 2 of your paper, please? And it's in particular, I wanted to ask about the figure 1 views that you've presented from just to the west of the appeal site and the Oast. Correct?
correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And is this right, that they're taken from Widgeon Way, which is the road that runs on the eastern side of the housing estate and hospital area?
They are taken in the Widgeon Way area. There's along the front or access to the hospital is a small road, and you have a view just across the top of the allotments to Widgeon Way. So the photographs were taken within that stretch.
Yes. So behind where the photographer is standing is the housing estate and the hospital area and parking and roads associated with that.
It is, yes.
And I mean, let's start with the photo at the bottom, towards the Oast. Do you accept that the proposed houses won't be visible in this particular view that you've shown?
I can't say for sure, because obviously there's no drawings next to it which shows me a street view, so I can't from there. But that is something that what's the word I want? I can't think of the word I want. I wouldn't like you. They are there. I know they are there. Whether you can see them from that actual point of view, I don't know, without seeing any drawings with any street view maps.
Yeah, I see. All right, we'll leave that to the inspector. Thank you, Miss Love.
Thank you. So, next person who would like to speak, please.
Turn that on. Okay. Hi everybody, I'm Alison Strickland and I'm a local resident. We actually live adjacent to the farm, so this will impact us greatly.
So you live on Birding Eye Hill?
Yes.
Yes.
And our home is at the end of the farm, and it is next to the pathway that will lead people out onto the main road.
Yes. Okay. Do you have something written, or do you want me to make some notes?
But I
Or have you already put in an objection?
I have.
And what you're doing is summarising that objection?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just note down what you say now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the points that I made in the response was around the lack of consultation, particularly for those of us that will be impacted greatly. So there's been no consultation with local residents. Trying to find out information has been really difficult. There was one consultation, but it was very heavily weighted positively towards the development. So any responses that people tried to put in, the questions and the way in which people had to respond were weighted in a positive way to make them think that the development would be a good thing. I also asked for...
Sorry, can I just...
Yeah, sure.
You mean this was when the developer was asking for public views?
Yes.
Rather than the council?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, fine.
Apologies.
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
So the developer hasn't consulted with the local residents at all, and trying to find out information has been really complicated, difficult. Even when I requested written information, I never received anything. I had to email twice to get a response to say that my objections had been received, those kinds of things. And the fact that we actually live next to the farm, there has been no consultation directly with us at all. I feel really strongly that the local council has already put together a development plan, and I appreciate that hasn't come into force yet, but the development zone doesn't include this site, and the zone that they have identified for development includes the infrastructure that would be needed for those developments as well. I feel that everything that is being done by the developers is basically a tick box exercise to make people think that they are complying with what is needed to be complied with. However, it doesn't take into account the fact that there is no infrastructure. The roads won't cope. The roundabout it just seems ridiculous, but that's my view. And I walk that road every single day, because I walk 3 miles every day, and I walk past the farm every single day, and the traffic on that road is very fast, and there is a lot of traffic already, and I just feel that this roundabout it's just an accident waiting to happen, really. And I take on board what Jackie said earlier, that people will just drive over it. They won't stop. They will, the speed at which they drive, and the fact that there are bends and that there's blind spots which people won't see. They won't see that there's a roundabout out there. The housing, and I'm a bit confused as to whether it's northwest, east, but the housing that is planned that backs onto our home, it will overlook our homes because the farm is higher than us, and I don't feel that has been taken into account either. We actually have a natural soakaway which is in the corner of our property, and there's been no consultation, and this natural soakaway is one of 2 in the whole of the south of England. That's what I've been told. Nothing has been discussed about that, or the impact of that as well, and whether there will be an impact. The fact that the farm is above our land, so it's quite raised, and it will definitely overlook us as well. And those houses are in terms of the aesthetics from the Oast House, those ones that are along our line of houses are going to impact on the aesthetics from the Oast House as well. The ancient woodland and wildlife, I feel like that has just been dismissed and forgotten. And I know that there's a 50-metre buffer zone, but how is that ever going to stop the noise, the dogs, the people? That is not going to stop anything. The the wildlife there. We have deer coming in the garden, we have badgers regularly, there is a lesser spotted woodpecker, I believe, which is rare to the area, and we hear that every year. Those kinds of things have not, that I feel like they've just been just forgotten and thrown out the window, and I feel that this zone that has been put into place is supposedly to protect them, but it's not going to do anything. I mean, how is that going to stop dogs from going into it? How is it going to stop people from dumping their rubbish there, or their garden waste, or the noise and the impact and the lights from there? It's not going to stop anything. So I just feel that it feels like it's just been agreed that that's fine, but actually it's not fine at all. It feels like those ancient woodlands and the wildlife have just been dismissed because there's a zone there that will supposedly protect them. But that's it from me. I think I have said enough. But I feel very strongly that this should not go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just stay there. Mr. Spatchnik?
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms Newton, just a couple of points to inquire about, if that's all right.
Sure.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise we'd come to order.
Sorry, apologies.
Yes.
Right, my mistake. Ms Strickland, you mentioned a moment ago the council has a plan to deal with houses, and the appeal site, you say, is not included. Is that a reference to the emerging local plan that the council is working on?
Yeah.
Have you been able to look before today at the various statements of common ground on planning matters?
I haven't, no.
You haven't?
No.
To take it from me that in those documents, the main parties, that's us and the council, agree that that process has no weight for today's purposes because it's so far in the future and so uncertain what will come out of it. Do I take it you weren't aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that. So I did go along to a planning presentation that they had where in a local town hall, and I assumed that was the planning that was going to go ahead.
Okay. And did I understand your evidence correctly that you walk on the B2102?
Yeah, I do.
And just you don't need to tell me the precise routing, but you walk past the site entrance,
yes,
do you?
I do.
And do you walk as far as Uckfield and?
So I walk up the hill. So I walk from my house upwards, and then I turn off. I can't remember the name of the road. There's a road just past the farm that I turn off on.
Right.
Spurling? Sandy Lane, there you go.
Oh, right, okay, so that's certainly a few hundred metres past the site entrance. And the place that you begin and end your walk is at the bottom of the hill, is it? Within?
So I do a round walk, so I will walk up the hill, down Sandy Lane, all the way round through Uckfield and then up again.
Yeah, but in other words, all the way from the hospital turn off to the site entrance, you walk up the 2102, up the hill. Yeah, I see. And does that feel safe to you, walking that route?
I make it safe, so I make sure I stop when cars are coming past, and I appreciate that it's not necessarily the best route to walk. It takes me about 5 minutes to get off of the main road. However, I do think that more traffic on that road is going to make it worse.
Obviously, there are no footways either side up the hill, are there?
There's not, no.
And the traffic moves pretty fast.
It does, yeah. It can do, yeah. To be fair, most people are very generous and kind and slow down.
Yes, yes. And the HGV drivers as well, I'm sure are respectful.
There's very, very rarely any of those. Yeah.
With the appeal scheme, are you aware that you would be able to turn off into the appeal site at the bottom of the hill and walk up a route that we're providing and then exit at the appeal site highway entrance? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Yes.
But actually, that's probably a minute's walk for me anyway, so it wouldn't make any difference.
You're happy continuing to walk
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
carriage
because that there are places along that road where you can walk on the verges, which are definitely safe.
All right. You make a point about the appeal scheme potentially overlooking your own house. Of course, at the moment, this is an outline application, isn't it? We haven't got any details as to precisely where any individual house will be located, where its windows will be, how close to any property, what the relationship will be with neighbours or anything like that.
I was basing that on the consultation document that came out after the previous appeal. So I was basing that information on that and trying to determine from the plans where those homes would be, because that is what I took as being the plan that would where the houses would be built.
But the point I'm putting to you is that actually we don't have anything definitive at the moment as to where any particular house will be built. That'll all be for another stage in the process, assuming the inspector grants planning permission after this inquiry.
That's even worse, almost. Sorry, because then we now don't know where these homes are going to be built at all.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Sorry I got your name wrong.
That's okay.
Nothing more.
Miss Strickland, can you just come up here and show me this walking route that you did? You're welcome to come up here as well if you want. So and point out where Sandy Lane is. So the arrow shows the site, the entrance to the site. So
I think Sandy Lane is this one here.
Is it that one?
That's where
It's there.
It's that one.
Yeah.
So sorry, there's a so it's
that one there.
It's that one. So you live in one of these houses, yeah?
We're this one right at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you walk up here along the verges.
Yeah. So I walk along these
Yeah.
verges here.
Up here.
Yeah.
And then up.
And then I walk.
Up there.
I walk this way, and then I come over here, and then I walk down here, and then I end up all the way around. It's a beautiful walk.
Oh, so that's Hempstead Lane, isn't it?
Yes.
Hempstead Lane. So and then you walk all around here.
Yeah.
I see. So
And
you
then-
just
and
do
I just do a round walk. All
you
the
do
way
a
around.
circular
Yeah.
walk
Yeah.
and come back through the town.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
do.
Yeah.
I do.
I see.
So this is not it's not long at all, and there's grass verges there that I can walk on, so it's not an issue.
Yeah, these are 1 kilometre squares.
Yeah, so I mean, it takes me about 5 minutes. It's not a long walk.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yes. So would Anne Newton like to come up now? So, Ms. Newton, you're a local resident. Oh, are you or
Yes.
No, sorry.
No, sorry.
You're a district councillor for the ward, Framfield. Yeah. So you're the Wealdon district councillor for the Framfield ward.
Yeah, the Framfield and Crossing Hand ward,
The
yes.
Crossing Hand ward.
But I'm also parish clerk to the Framfield Parish Council.
Okay.
And I'm also a resident, but I live in Blackboys, which is just the other side of the parish.
Sorry, where's Blackboys?
It's just if you keep on the B2102
Yeah.
and you keep driving through Framfield, you'll end up in Blackboys. It's all part of the same
Oh, yes,
parish.
yes, I see.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
the next village,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Okay.
So I was a bit cheeky. I did say I was a resident, but I've got other hats on as well.
Yeah, yeah, sure. No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Have you got
I don't,
something
I'm
written?
afraid. I'm going to ad lib, and I'm going
Yeah,
to be
it's
quite
fine.
brief as well.
That's fine, yeah, yeah.
I feel there's other experts in the room that can do a better job on some of the aspects
No,
than
that's
I
fine.
can.
You say what you want to say.
I will. I've got one point to really make. But as district councillor, I've been a district councillor for 18 years in this ward. I was in the cabinet for a long time, and I was actually planning portfolio holder for pushing 10 years. So I'm not adverse to development. I probably became the district pariah, pushing too much development through. That's a role I haven't had for the last 2 years. However, with this site, it's not one that has ever, I'm afraid, met with my approval in any way. I was around, I think, in 2007 when it was the big conjoined appeal with the Downland site, and I'm very glad it was dismissed. This site is just in the wrong place, and I will elaborate a bit further in a moment. So as a district councillor, obviously I've been through various iterations of the site, and it's not one that I could ever give my agreement to in any shape or form. That might be predetermination going forwards, but I've said it here today. I'm also representing the parish councillor's parish clerk, and although I don't have a vote at that juncture, I obviously do their administration, and you will have seen their comments on the application and previous comments. I think it's on the website. My real reason for being here today is there's been no attention paid at all to the impact on the extra traffic within the parish of Framfield. There's been no consultation from the developer. I think the last meeting we had with the developer was, I think, during COVID, quite near the beginning, and there was a Teams meeting, and I sat listening, and to their highways consultant in particular, and he sat and he told us about the changes to this traffic lights, this roundabout in Uckfield, this, that, and all the rest of it. And in the end, I did stop him, and I said, "What are you doing for the parish of Framfield?" Because quite frankly, it's my belief, and it's the parish council's belief, that knowing the congestion that happens now in Uckfield, residents will come out of the site and turn right, and they will drive along the B2102. They can shoot down Sandy Lane, which is a fast cut through. They can keep going, and you've got various bends going into Framfield. You've then got Brookhouse Lane on the right, which is a narrow rural lane. 2/3, 3/4 of the way down, you have a bridge. It's single file traffic only. And that's, to me, where the traffic is going to go. It can continue on, and I won't obviously bore you too much. Pump Lane is another lane. It's even narrower with streams. And then if you enter Blackboys, you've got very unsuitable right-hand turns to get back to perhaps, say, the A22 further down at Halland. And there has been no thought, no thinking, no proposals, anything for the parish of Framfield. I recently made the same plea at a planning committee meeting for a site on the old Eastbourne Road, Sisley's Farm, because you have a rat run at Palehouse Common. Well, this is where this traffic could end up as well. If you go down Brookhouse Lane or Pump Lane, you will end up at Palehouse Common, a very narrow lane. So I don't really have anything else to add. That was my main point, as I say, because I think everything else can be left to the experts here. But please don't think I'm against development. I'm not. But this, in my view, for a long time now, has been a completely unsuitable site. And I do hope in your decision that you will continue in that vein and dismiss the appeal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can you just come up here again and show me where these Pump Lane and all these other roads are on the plan? So this is Sandy Lane.
Yes.
So here's the site. This is Sandy Lane.
That shoots through.
Yeah.
And then you end up back in the village of Framfield here.
Yeah. Is that Pump Lane?
No, we haven't got. This is obviously the B2102 continuing.
Yeah.
This is Brookhouse Lane, the one I mentioned with the very narrow bridge.
Oh yes.
There.
Oh, over the stream
Yeah,
there.
that floods. You've got fisheries and that here.
Okay.
This is the site that's been given approval here, so you've got all the extra traffic from this site, which can access the A22 down here.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
Yeah, so yes, so that's a blow up of that section.
Yeah.
So which comes down here.
So it can access the A22
Mhm.
here, but then you've got Palehouse Common, which is on this one, which people will use. over
Oh, yeah.
here, which then takes you along, quite a long way to the Lewis Road. Then,
Yeah, yeah.
And then back down to the A22.
Okay. Yeah.
Pump Lane is further on. It's between Framfield and Blackboys.
There's Black Boys and there's Framfield.
It's gonna be that
So
one. And that's another very narrow lane.
that
goes
narrow
into-
lane.
Yeah.
That's Pump Lane.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just Pump Lane.
They've all got water courses across them. They're very narrow.
Okay. All right.
Does that help?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Just in relation to all these things about the the lanes. No. You can sit down, but just in what you've said and what the lady said previously, I'll drive down those lanes and have a look at them. So yeah. Oh. Sorry. Come back and sit down. So, sorry, Miss. Yes. Sorry, Mrs. Patchnick.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Newton. I just wanted to pick up a couple of points that you made. The road impacts that you've just explained, do you accept that the appellant and the Highway Authority have looked at and considered those points for purposes of this appeal, and they're agreed that there are no impacts that infringe policy?
Do you mean on the rural roads in Framfield and Blackboys?
Yes.
No, I don't. I don't think they've been looked at sufficiently.
You don't?
No.
Were you aware that the appellant and the county have agreed that point and are satisfied that there are no undue impacts? Were you aware at least of that agreement being made?
I am aware of the agreement being made, but I don't actually believe there has been sufficient study of the traffic on those rural lanes.
Yeah, okay. Obviously, I understand why you've majored on your point about impact on rural roads. Do you have any other substantial objection to the appeal scheme?
As I think I said just very briefly, that I think the development is in the wrong place. Obviously due to the listed building and the woodlands, and I think it's far too many houses for the impact on the road. Far too many houses. It's the most gridlocked area, I would say, in Uckfield.
So your main point really, again, comes back to housing impacting on the roads and the rural roads to the east?
Yes, that's the point I was focusing on here today.
If the inspector doesn't agree with you on that, but agrees with the appellant and the county on that, then do you accept there's really no reason to withhold planning permission?
I suppose that's beyond my pay grade, isn't it, really? I mean, that will be the inspector's decision.
Yeah.
But my feeling very strongly is the impact on the local roads.
I understand. And obviously you tell us about your role with the district as a councillor. You must welcome the substantial amount of affordable housing that this scheme offers to bring forward, mustn't you?
I would say it depends how long you've got here this morning to talk to me, but in my time, I obviously haven't been in the Cabinet for 2 years, it seemed as if we were going to be providing an awful lot more affordable housing than was actually needed for the residents. If you looked at the figures then, there seemed to be an awful lot. For instance, in the parish of Framfield, our local need was, I haven't checked recently, was very low indeed. So in theory, if there's any sort of local criteria attached, it would completely smother our need, and there would be an awful lot more houses built.
Have you looked at the up-to-date district figures?
No, I haven't looked at the exact figures, but I do also know that the current council has added on to the register, or put back to the register, a band D figure, which means in theory you have no need for an affordable home. we had bands A, B and C. By adding back in D, you are doubling the numbers. That's a local Wealdon policy. But they have added back in the band D, which inflates the figures.
One of the reasons for that is that the cumulative deficit of affordable homes assessed as required versus provided over the last just 5 years is only a tiny amount under 3,000. Were you aware of that level of unprovided affordable housing need?
I am, but I also am aware very recently of residents being handed affordable housing who have actually no need. They are in band D. So
your position is they've no need for affordable housing and the council's giving them affordable housing nonetheless?
Not at all, but I think the numbers to which are being subscribed to are not potentially necessary.
Thank you, Ms Newton. No more questions.
So, Rose Celano? Yes. Is that correct pronunciation? Okay. So you're a local resident?
Yeah. I'm Rose Celano, C-E-L-A-N-O. I'm a local resident. I live in Lantern House, which has substantial borders with the development site, both along the longest boundary, the field boundary, but also the woodland at the end, sitting next to the proposed roundabout.
Lantern House is the house that's further into the site, isn't it?
It's the entrance to our house. If you come past coming out of Upfield, you come past the entrance to Bird and Eye Farm. Ours is the next concealed drive on the right. So our land has woodland running right the way up the road and round the corner to the corner of Sandy Lane.
So Lantern House is the first house as you come out of Upfield, just past the entrance to Bird and Eye Farm. Yeah, okay,
exactly.
yeah, okay, I've got you. So are you reading from a script?
I'm reading from my own brief notes.
Oh, okay. So I'll just take notes.
It's just to remind me.
Yeah.
So I'm here because I object to this development. Although I realise the number of houses has been reduced and other modifications have been made to the original planning application, I feel these modifications are not enough to mitigate the negative impact on the environment and the community of Framfield and Uckfield. The proposed roundabout will make access to the estate safer, but there will still be a huge increase in traffic using the already busy and dangerous Framfield Road and surrounding lanes. I'm a layperson, I'm just speaking anecdotally, but with our land overlooking the corner where Sandy Lane comes out, just having lived here 5 or 6 years, we've seen 3 or 4 quite nasty accidents on that corner, involving ambulances and police and all sorts of things. We've also seen another very unpleasant accident by a car coming out of Uckfield just past the entrance to Bird in Eye Farm, where there's a fairly blind hill, as been pointed out before, where the roundabout is. Somebody came up there very fast and hit an oncoming car, and was completely a car wreck. So it is very dangerous, small roads around us, and the increase in traffic will only make that more dangerous. I'm also concerned about the loss of valuable farmland. The land that will be built on is currently used for hay, silage, cattle and sheep. At a time when we need to promote food security and reduce food miles, this would seem a real loss. There also will be an inevitable impact on the ancient woodland from noise and light pollution and domestic animals and people. Although there's been some mitigation put into the more recent planning proposal, there still will be an impact on that ancient woodland. Wildlife in the wider area doesn't seem to have been considered and will also be affected. Obviously, living on the land next to the proposed development, I'm very familiar with the richness of wildlife in the surrounding area. We've got foxes, badgers, bats, amphibians, a huge number of bird species, several which, 4 or 5, are on the RSPB red list of endangered species. All these will be threatened by a reduction of their habitat and the noise and light pollution. I'm also concerned about the surroundings of the Oast building. Although the reduction of houses allows a view from one direction of the listed building, it won't be in its original setting of fields and farm buildings. And when you do catch a view of it, it will be surrounded by housing. Also, the local infrastructure is already stretched and will be stretched further by the completion of many homes already approved for development around Uckfield. Birdie-eye GP practice is already extremely busy. We suffer from floods because drains cannot cope with heavy rain, and hosepipe bans because there's not a large enough water supply. We get regular electricity cuts. All this will be exacerbated by increased demand if this development went ahead. So, in summary, I feel the benefits of the increased housing, much of which will probably not be for local people, does not outweigh the damage caused by the development of this land.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the bird-in-eye GP practice. Can you just come and point to me where that is on the map?
It's in the hospital.
It's in the hospital?
In the hospital.
So the GP practice is part of the hospital?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. Mr. Tabachnik, any questions? Okay, you can sit down now. Thank you. So I'm just looking at the time, so nearly 12. Okay. So, Cassie Smith, please.
Thank you.
So you're a local resident? Yes.
Yes, I make these. Just to start, sorry, I haven't produced a note. I'm just speaking from some notes I've made for myself, but I'm very happy to submit a summary subsequently of what I say, if that would help.
Yes, I think it would. I mean, obviously you've put in quite a lot of objection.
Yes, yes.
And so, but yes, it would be quite helpful if you could just put in a summary of what you're saying, so I don't need to write it all down, that's all. Yes.
Yes, I can
Okay.
do that. I can
Fine,
do that.
thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm making these representations as a local resident. I live on Etchingwood Lane in Framfield, about half a mile from the Birdie and Eye site. It's at the end of Sandy Lane, which you've been talking about today. I make the representations on my own behalf, but also on behalf of a number of local residents who are concerned about the development and whose names and addresses were listed in my representations on the previous appeal, and I can provide that list if it would help. I know the site very well. Until shortly before the previous planning application was made back in 2022, the landowner's daughter ran a livery yard and riding centre at Bird and Eye. You'll have seen, sir, yesterday the riding arena next to the listed Oast House where you parked up. For over 6 years before the riding centre was closed, my children and I would visit Bird and Eye to ride there and around the farmland across the fields once or twice a week. Also regularly visited the farm shop, which sadly also closed shortly before the last planning application was made. So you've said I made some written representations were made on my behalf by Town Legal in letters of the 10th of February and the 23rd of May. The letter of May, 23rd of May, is in the bundle, in the documents that are on the website. I'm not sure the letter of the 10th of February is, and I don't know whether, sir, that you have a copy of the letter of the 10th of February. It's referred to in my letter of the 23rd of May. I can provide again copies of that if they're not in the bundle. I couldn't find them.
I think when you submit your written statement, can you just append both those documents
Yes,
to
I can
it,
do
just to check that I have actually. I remember reading one document from Town Legal.
Yes.
But I can't remember whether I've read two. So
Yes.
just append them to your statement.
Yes, the letter of 23rd of May makes a number of detailed submissions on the highways issues after the revised plan revision J was put in, but the letter of 10th of February also makes various further points on drainage, ancient woodland and heritage issues.
I think I have read them, yeah.
So if it helps, the February letter is CD 2.4.
Ah, brilliant.
And the May letter is CD 2.5.
2.4 and 2.5.
Okay.
Well, just refer to those CDs.
Yes, I will. Well, I'm not going to repeat what's in those letters. Those are in there. But I would like to make some points in response to the appellant's evidence, which has been lodged since I put in those letters. As I said in the letter, was said in the letter of the 23rd of May, we'd say there are two strong reasons for refusing the scheme under paragraph 11D1 of the December 2024 National Planning Framework. And that's heritage harm is not outweighed by the scheme benefits, and there is unacceptable impact on ancient woodland. I'm not going to repeat what was said in our letters on ancient woodland and note the position being taken by the council on that issue. But, sir, of course, you have to reach your own independent view on the issue of ancient woodland. So I would and you've heard what other local residents have said about that this morning, and so I do maintain the points set out in our letters of the 10th of February and the 23rd of March on ancient woodland. And I would ask you, sir, in your own time, if you may, to look back at those points. We say that ancient woodland is still an issue, a strong reason for refusal of the application. Moreover, sir, when I address the issue of flood risk and drainage, I'll draw your attention to the location of Suds Basin 1, which you will see, sir. I'll show you the document in due course. I'll show you the plan. But you'll see that Suds Basin 1 is right next to the ancient woodland buffer, almost touching the ancient woodland buffer. It seems highly unlikely that the appellant can construct Suds Basin 1 without breaching the ancient woodland buffer, and there is no confirmation that they can do that, or in fact have even considered whether it can be done. It's also not clear from the documents that I've seen whether Suds Basin 1 discharges into the stream to the west, Framfield Stream, and it's not clear how the water from Suds Basin 1 is meant to get into the stream given the topography except through the ancient woodland to the south. Again, that issue doesn't seem to be addressed in the papers I can find. I'll come back for that to those points and I'll show you the relevant documents, but for those reasons and for the reasons set out in the previous letters from Town Legal, I would ask you to find that the harm to ancient woodland is also a strong reason for refusal. What I was proposing to address, sir, this morning were the issues of heritage and flood risk sequential test. And I understand the highways issues are going to be addressed in the Highways Roundtable this afternoon, so I'll attend that if I may and raise the points I need to raise then. I'm also happy to make the points on heritage at the Heritage Roundtable, but I'm in your hands on that. I can only attend in the morning tomorrow. But I'm happy to make the points on heritage now, if that would help, sir. Before I address the issues of heritage and flood risk, I would make this submission that any weight you give to the delivery of housing on the other side of the planning balance should be moderate at best. I say that because, although it might be the case that some housing could be delivered on site within 5 years, I say it's more likely that most or all of it won't be. And I refer to 5 years being a reasonable period of time because that's the time period.
Can I just ask you, how long do you think you're going to be in total saying this? Because I'd quite like to have a quick comfort break, if that's
yes,
okay.
Of course. Yes, it's not going to be 5 minutes.
So you might be 15 minutes or
half an hour.
Oh, half an hour. Okay.
If you want me to address the heritage issues now, which might be sensible, probably about half an hour.
If you're going to be here tomorrow morning, it will probably be best to do it then, I think, in the round table discussion. So you probably don't have to do the heritage stuff.
I have a few points to be made on heritage. I can do that tomorrow
You can do
morning.
that?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's just have a quick comfort break, 5-6 minutes, and then we'll resume with you. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, Miss Smith. So, what you were saying. So you told me about the two letters from Town Legal, CD 2.4, 2.5, and was there one other thing?
I made the point about ancient woodland and the impact on the ancient woodland.
Which is all addressed in one of those,
Which
isn't it?
is addressed in that letter, but also, and I'll include this in the summary note and I'll come back to it, the impact of the proposed drainage works, in particular Suds Basin number 1, on the ancient woodland buffer.
So that is something you're going to put in this note, additional to
yes.
what's
Well,
in those letters.
I'll come and show you. I'll take you to, if I may, to the document. Do you have the
landscape plan?
The document library online. I don't know if you've got that.
Let's have a look.
Because there are one or two documents I'd like to take you to in the document library, if that's okay.
So in a document library, yeah.
It's the one that's online. I've been working from the online version of the core document bundle and the various other documents, including the proofs of evidence and the statements of common ground. And
so which core document is it?
Not yet, but I just wanted to make sure that you have it in case I want to take you to anything.
It's all here, yeah.
Right. Yeah. What I was going to say then, in light of what you suggested, that I stay for the Heritage Roundtable and make the points I want to make on heritage then, and obviously the Highways Roundtable and the points I want to make on highways at the Highways Roundtable tomorrow, rather than making them now. So there are two issues that I'd like to make some points on, and those are, first, the weight to be given to the planning benefits, and second, issues as to flood risk, drainage, and the sequential test that's been submitted by the appellant. So as to the first of those, the weight to be given to the planning benefits, I was making the point just before we broke that any weight you give to the delivery of housing at this site, the delivery of the promised housing, should be moderate at best, because it's not at all clear, and in fact I'd say the appellant has not proved, that the housing could be delivered on site within 5 years. And I refer to the time period of 5 years because that as being a reasonable period of time, because that's the time period that they have used to rule out alternative sites in their sequential test to the appellants. And I say the appellants are unable to show they'll be able to deliver the housing within 5 years for 3 reasons. The first of those is the appellant doesn't own the land. It could take them at least a year to agree terms and acquire the site, particularly more if the landowner wishes to and is able to wait until the market becomes more buoyant. Secondly, and importantly, Southern Water has advised that the foul sewer to the development will need to be reinforced before the site can be occupied. The most recent evidence that's available in the appeal documents on that issue is a letter from Southern Water, which is at Appendix G to the Ardent Flood Risk Assessment produced by the appellants. I'll give you the reference, but it's core document 1.26, page 79. And that's a letter, I won't take you to it, but just to explain what it is, it's a letter dated the 22nd of October 2021 from Southern Water.
Just to make clear, I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm not making any notes because you're going to give me a copy and reference all these documents in that copy.
Absolutely, sir.
So I'm just looking at you and listening.
Thanks, sir. The letter I've said, it's a letter from Southern Water dated the 22nd of October 2021, which says that it will take at least 2 years, possibly longer for a large development such as this, for the sewer reinforcement work to even be commissioned. So at least 2 years, possibly more, before it's even commissioned. And then, of course, there'll be a further period of time for the reinforcement work to be carried out. And Southern Water made it clear in that letter that occupation of the development should not be implemented until it had delivered the necessary sewerage network reinforcement. Now, it's not clear why the appellants have not provided any update on that issue. And it's not exactly clear how long the sewer reinforcement will take, and whether it's still only 2 years until Southern Water can start commissioning, or whether it's more. But it's clear, I say that it will take a significant amount of time. So that's another reason why I say any weight you give to the delivery of housing should be moderate at best. And third point I make in that regard is that you don't need me to tell you that the UK housing market is currently in the doldrums, partly because of the higher stamp duty on properties worth over £250,000, which is now 5% from the 1st of April of this year. And that stamp duty, higher level stamp duty, is likely to apply to most, if not all, of the properties on this site. Crowdace Homes, the Appellant's 2024 annual report and accounts, record that their delivery of housing is low, and it's slowed significantly in 2024 compared to 23. And in that document, I can provide copies if necessary. Crowdace's South Thames Region Managing Director, Mr. Norris, reports that for his entire South Thames region, Crowdace completed the sale of only 136 dwellings in 2024, down from 179 in 2023, of which 81 were open market sales, down from 109 in 2023. And the average selling price of those properties was £591,000. So I say, for all those three reasons, any weight that you give to even the delivery of the housing promise should be, at best, moderate. As regards other planning benefits, I understand that the appellant has very recently changed its position, as indicated in Ms. Hutton's opening. The appellant has very recently changed its position to say that the proposed new roundabout will in fact be a planning benefit and that it will improve highway safety. I think we'll obviously have to come back to that in the Highways Roundtable discussion. But for now, I'd make 3 points in response to that. The argument that now seems to be made that the roundabout will improve highway safety is not what was previously said in the Milestone Transport report. Secondly, the current access to the site is not dangerous. As a local resident, I can say it works fine. That's a different issue, the safety of the access to site, to the issue that you heard about this morning about the junction with Sandy Lane. The junction with Sandy Lane is about significantly uphill from the access to the site and the proposed roundabout access. So that's quite a different issue that you heard about this morning. The access to the site itself is not currently dangerous, or at least not dangerous enough to suggest that the proposed roundabout will be a planning benefit and should be afforded weight. And third, we say that the proposed new roundabout, and obviously we'll come back to that, is not an improvement. On the contrary, and I hope we'll be able to focus on this tomorrow, this afternoon, the proposed roundabout gives rise to real safety issues in our submission, particularly as regards use by cyclists. And I'd like to be given the opportunity. There's the introduction of the new roundabout and the mini roundabout and various cycleways that come on and off those two roundabouts, including the access road to numbers 18 and 19 of Birdin Hill, the cycle route, a cycle path that goes part of the way along the access road but then cuts onto the roundabout, gives rise to an extremely convoluted system, we say, around the two roundabouts and the access to Birdin Hill. That in my point being that this gives rise to real issues of safety issues, particularly as regards access by cyclists. But I'm sure we'll come back to that. So those are the points I make on the planning benefits. I would like, sir, to make some points on flood risk and drainage and the sequential test that's been submitted by the appellant. And again, I make 3 points in that regard. Perhaps the first point is, as I previously indicated, the location of Suds Pond 1. And I don't know, sir, if it would help for me to take you to the relevant page of the flood risk assessment, which is CD 126, CD 1.26. It's page 46 of 92. Yes, sir. It's a document that it's the Ardent proposed drainage strategy drawing with lots of blue and turquoise flood. I don't know if you've got that document, sir. It's 46 of 92. That's right.
So the drawing ending in numbers 0601. Yeah.
That's it, sir, yes.
Yeah.
Produced for Crowdace Homes.
So this is what you mean by SUDS 1.
Yes, and so
SUDS 1 is the southern sub.
that's right,
Yeah.
which you'll see is right up against the ancient woodland buffer.
Yeah.
And I simply make the point that obviously the pond itself is drawn as being outside the buffer, the 15-metre buffer, but it is in close proximity to it, and there's no explanation from or confirmation from the appellant that it can be constructed without groundworks that will intrude onto the beyond the 15-metre buffer. The second point I make about flood risk and drainage is that no solution is found in the application materials to the fact that the only feasible route for pedestrians and cyclists from the site to the amenities and services of Uckfield is in flood zone 3, which regularly floods, thus meaning that such individuals, who are likely to include those living in the affordable housing who don't have cars, who need to get to the doctors, dentists, shops and schools and places of employment in Uckfield, are at real risk of becoming stranded on site. And I make that point because you can actually see it, I think, from this diagram, that the footpath that is proposed to take pedestrians and cyclists off the site onto the B2102 is on this drawing just above the blue and turquoise areas.
Yes, which are flood zones.
Yes, but sir, that is slightly confusing if you look at the planning statement of common ground. Paragraph 2.14 of the planning statement of common ground confirms, and I'm quoting, that pedestrian and cycle access through to the lower part of Birdin Eye Hill is in flood zone 2 and 3. That's what's in the planning statement, paragraph 2.14, which for your notes, and I'll give you the reference in my summary, is CD 4.1.
So this is the planning statement of common ground.
Yeah.
Paragraph
2.14.
Yeah, okay. Although the diagrams.
Yes, so either the planning statement is right and it's on the plan, on the flood risk, or on the zones, or you'll see from the diagram the flood. You'll recall that when you get to, as a pedestrian coming on to the B2102 here, if you're looking at the diagram, you're either already in the flood risk zones according to the statement of common ground, or you turn left to go into town to get to the shops, to get to school, to get to your work, to get to the station, and you immediately hit the flood risk, the flood zones 2 and 3. So either you are in it already when you come out on that path, or you are immediately hit it when you turn left to go into Uckfield to get to all the services.
I understand the point you make. Can I just ask Mr. Tabachnik now, do you wanted to say something about that?
I think that that's not a particularly beautifully written sentence, but our position has always been, and I'm sure the council acknowledges this, that any works, including the cycleway footway through that woodland area, is above and outside the flood zone 2 and 3 areas.
Okay, so none of the development, including the footway, cycleway, goes through flood zones 2 and 3?
With the exception of one drainage pipe into Framfield Creek, or whatever it's called.
Okay, yeah.
Stream.
So
yeah.
the statement in 2.14 is incorrect then, in the statement of common ground, essentially. I think
that sentence
yes.
would be better worded.
Yes, sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry,
Sir,
go on.
But my point, I think my point is the same, sir, that when you're thinking about access to and from the site, particularly by pedestrians and cyclists, and their access to the amenities and services in Uckfield, it has to go through this flood zone. And there's abundant evidence that you would have seen from photos attached to submissions by a number of local residents that this road, which is the only direct access to the services and amenities of Uckfield from the site, floods regularly in times of heavy rainfall. This causes road closures, regularly causes road closures, although Ardent don't acknowledge this in their report. They refer only to cars being driven through floodwaters. But of course, cars might drive through floodwaters, but cyclists and walkers shouldn't enter floodwaters. And there's no, in my submission, feasible alternative route for them from the site to Uckfield. The only alternative is by a very long detour via Framfield or Buxted. And the suitability of that long detour for all users, including pedestrians and cyclists, isn't considered anywhere that I've been able to find in the application material. So in my submission, the point is that in the real world, residents who don't have access to a car could very well be marooned in times of flooding, and will be unable to get to the services in Uckfield, to work, to school, to the train station. The flood risk assessment, this document that you've got open, confirms that the road access is at some risk of flooding. This is page 23 of 92. If I could ask you to, it's the same document we've got open, CD 1.26. Page 23 of 92, figure 6.1. I can't get it. There we are. Figure 6.1, 23 of 92. So again, it suggests here, it confirms that the road access is at risk of surface water flooding. Now the scale of the statement in paragraph 6.7, just below figure 6.1, the statement from the drainage expert, the appellant's drainage expert, is the risk of pluvial flooding to the site is assessed as low. The scale of the figure in 6.1 makes it unclear whether all of this is low or medium or high, but there is certainly high and medium risk of flooding, you'll see, along the access between the site, the footpath, and town.
Yes.
So that's something, sir, that you really need to bear in mind, we say, and that also feeds into the question about the sustainability and accessibility of the location of the site. And I don't know whether it's in the highways. I would like to make some points about the sustainability, accessibility and location of the site, in particular in light of the changed advice, as I understand it, on the use of cycling and pedestrian access to a site. I understand that and I'll get the references, that there's been a change in the policy situation since the inspector made her decision last time. The inspector made her decision last time. She said that the site was in a sustainable location, but at that stage she well, first of all, this was, I don't know if this point to be made now or to be made at the Highways Roundtable on the accessibility of the site.
Let's do it there.
if I can come back to that on the accessibility of the site. And it's basically the change between the NPPF that was in force at the time of the inspector's last decision and the NPPF that's in force now, December 2024. And paragraphs 115 and 117 of the 2024 NPPF now say that pedestrian and cycle access and movements have to be given priority and that sustainable transport modes have to be prioritised. And the language of prioritisation, which now appears in the December 2024 NPPF, was not what was said in the previous NPPF, which just talked about promoting walking, cycling and public transport use. So in a nutshell, and we can come back to it, the planning statement of common ground, paragraph 5.1.7, relies upon the previous inspector's decision in order to reach the conclusion that it's agreed the appeal site is in a sustainable location within walking and cycling distance from the town centre, and no basis for the appeal to be refused on locational sustainability grounds. But of course, well, there are 2 points. The inspector last time round appears to have ignored the off-site flood risk in reaching her assessment of sustainability and accessibility, and also the policy context has substantially changed since she reached that decision, particularly as regards cycling and walking. And so I would say that it's not safe for you to rely on the previous inspector's decision in that regard, given the changed policy context since she reached her decision.
I think we can discuss that in more detail then, but just in relation to the previous appeal decision, you were a Rule 6 party.
I
there.
was, yes.
So all that evidence about flood risk in the floodstones being the river basically being between here and the town centre, that was all considered then, wasn't it? I mean, you're saying the inspector didn't consider it, but that was in evidence.
There was
wasn't it?
evidence on flood risk. I'm trying to remember exactly
Yes.
what the position.
Okay.
I'll have to check what the position was as regards the access and exactly what the proposals were back then. I think the council, she addressed it in paragraphs 49 to 52 of her decision,
But she
and
doesn't
she didn't
mention
mention
that.
flood
It's true.
risk.
It's
Yeah.
true, she doesn't mention that, but we can talk about it
Yeah.
later.
All these points were ventilated in the same way as they've been ventilated.
Yes, yeah, the point remains good that the policy context has changed, but we can
Yes,
come back to
I
that.
understand that point, and we can talk about it then, yes. Okay, fine, carry on.
On flood risk drainage and the sequential test, I just wanted to make my third and final point was the adequacy of the sequential test that's been put in by the appellant. This is not a point that's been raised by the council, but again is a point, sir, I would say that you need to reach your own independent decision on. And that, if I could ask you to have a look at the sequential test that's been submitted by the appellant, which is CD 1.36.
Can I close this document? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Well, we might need to go back to it.
Yeah, we can open it. So 136.
Yes, sir. We did address this in the my letter, the town legal letter of the 23rd of May 2025. But I'd make the following further points that, of course, sir, it's for you to assess whether you think the sequential test has been fulfilled. And if you turn to stage 2 of the sequential test, which is page 13 of this document, you'll see that the expert RPS, the experts have identified in table 2 44 reasonably available alternative sites. 2 pages, the table runs to 2 pages, so there are 44 reasonably available alternative sites. And you'll see the capacity of some of those, up to 90 houses, 105 houses, 60, 85. However, all but four of, or all of these 44 sites have been excluded from the sequential test by the appellants. And the reason why they've been excluded, as I understand it, is set out on page 6 of this document. Yes, please, sir. And there's reference at the top of page 6 to a Mead and Redrow decision. And effectively what the appellants, experts, RPS appear to have done is applied a plus or minus 25% capacity to the scheme to exclude any other sites that are more or less 25% capacity of the scheme, within a 25% capacity of the scheme. So they then say that a minimum threshold of sites would be based on between 181 houses, as I understand was then the proposal, plus or minus 25%, so that's between 134 dwellings and 226 dwellings, or moving from dwellings to land area 20.12 hectares plus or minus 25%, so between 15.09 hectares to 25.15 hectares. And anything that falls outside those 25% buffers at either end is excluded as a reasonable alternative site. So we say that that is a mistaken approach for the following reasons. First of all, applying this 25% threshold does not appear to us to be consistent with the advice contained in paragraph 28 of the PPG on flood risk and coastal change, which is that reasonably available sites for the purposes of a sequential test can include a series of smaller sites. And the 44 sites, we would say, are such a series of smaller sites that could be, should not have been excluded. But in any event, the way in which the appellant's flood risk experts applied the Mead and Redrow decision, we say, is wrong. They used a figure of 20.08 hectares for the Bird in Eye site. But of course that includes the Sang, that includes a lot of open space. The only 6.2 hectares of the Bird in Eye site is to be used for housing and access. And if you need a reference for that, it's the design and access statement at page 22 of the design of access statement. So only 6.2 hectares of the site is to be used for housing and access. And in those situations, we say excluding these other 44 sites on the basis that they may they fall outside. They're either they fall outside the plus or minus of 20 hectares isn't reasonable. So if you go back to the sequential test stage 3 of page 15 of this document, this is table 3, the 7 sites of reasonably alternative sites that are left after they've excluded the 44 smaller sites, which we say should not have been excluded in any event. But we then only have 7 sites left in table 3, including the Bird in Eye site at number 5. The 2 sites at 6 and 7, Cicely's Farm and the land at Horsted Pond Farm, are excluded because they have more flood zone 3 and high risk surface water flood risk than our site. So that just leaves the 4, number 1 through to 4, available to be assessed. And so what then happens next at stage 4, as I understand it, on the following page, page 16, you'll see table 4. These 4 sites are removed because due to availability, purported availability of the sites. But you'll see the reasons given as to why they're excluded, we say, are very brief. Some are alleged not to be deliverable within 5 years. but little factual information has been given as to justify why that's the case. The timescales, I think, seem to be based on an undisclosed Litchfield report based on national statistics rather than any Wealdon-specific information. And we say the onus should be on the appellants to justify removing these sites, which are potentially sequentially preferable. But CrowdAce's approach has simply been said to say, oh, well, it appears these sites are not deliverable within 5 years, but they haven't tested the availability of these sites by approaching the landowners to see if the sites are being promoted, although those that are not being promoted could be, in fact, be acquired. So we say very little and inadequate assessment has been carried out of these other 4 sites, which even on CrowdAce's case are sequentially available. And we say, therefore, there are real problems with this sequential test that give a strong reason for refusal. And I stress that you need to look at this sequential test in the context of this particular site, where the appellants are relying on an access strategy to the site, which takes pedestrians and cyclists through a known flood risk location, which is subject to frequent road closures. And as we all know, incidents of flooding are only set to increase in the future. And development on this particular site has the effect of increasing, we say, the numbers of people affected by this flood risk, some of whom, including the most vulnerable who might be in the affordable housing, may not have access to cars, risk being stuck on site and unable to walk or cycle into town or to school, when there are other sites available that are not subject to the same flood risks, which are potentially available, but we say have not been properly considered under the sequential test. So we say the application fails the sequential test, and that's a strong reason for refusal under footnote 7 to paragraph 11D1 of the NPPF. So those are the points I wanted to make about drainage flood risk and the sequential test.
So, yes, so the points you wanted to make were about that, and we're going to do the highway stuff after lunch and the heritage stuff.
Heritage tomorrow, yes.
So, right, well, Mr. Tabachnik, do you want to ask? I mean, there's quite a lot of detailed objections in that, but this is your chance to address that part of it in terms of the flood risk, of anything you want to ask about it.
Yes. Can I suggest that we take a break now?
Yeah.
Because I certainly wasn't anticipating this number of points over and above
No.
the town legal letter, and I'm going to need a few minutes just to pick up some references so we can have a smooth discussion.
Yeah, okay. How long do you think you'll need to pick up those points and as well as have lunch, obviously?
Well, we could come back at 1:30 if that suits yourself and Ms. Smith and everyone else.
Well, I'm just thinking how long it will take to do the highways thing this afternoon.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting a slightly shorter lunch break, because I do have a few things that I need to deal with Ms. Smith pretty fully. But equally, I hope to be finished so that we've got a good few hours before attention begins to wane later in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, how? Yes. So you think 1:30 is enough?
It'll be enough for me.
Time, yeah. Well, actually, let's come back at 1:45. Let's come back at 1:45. Okay, fine. And then there's Mr. Daines from the CPRE. Is that you, sir?
That's me.
Yes. So have you got much to say? I mean, not the amount of detail that Miss Smith has, I guess, but how long do you think you'll take to say it? And will there be lots of questions for you, do you think? Well,
both parties won't welcome what I'll be saying.
Yeah.
So 15 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe 20.
Okay.
Well, we could try and slip Mr. Daines in now. Interpose him, in effect.
Yeah. Why don't we do that? Yes. Well, so we'll park your stuff, Miss Smith, and we'll hear from you now. Yeah.
Made a note. You want a copy, sir?
Oh yes, please. Thank you. Are you just going to read from that, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. Great. Yeah. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Daines.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nick Daines, and I'm speaking on behalf of CPRE Sussex, the countryside charity, for whom I've been assisting as a planning volunteer for about 7 years. I submitted a representation dated 3rd of February 2025 to the Inspectorate, in which I set out in quite detail my position that on the information currently available, a grant of permission for this appeal would be in conflict with the habitats regulations and thus be unlawful. As the Council has not determined the application subject to this appeal, they have not undertaken a habitats regulations assessment, which I'll refer hereforth as its HRA, to understand whether or not the proposal would have either a significant or adverse effect on the conservation objectives of the nearby Ashdown Forest Special Protection Area. Again, I'll just refer to this in future as the SBA. I'm surprised that despite this not being an issue between the main parties, the potential impact of this proposal on the SBA is not considered to be a main issue. The Ecology Partnership has provided a report on behalf of the appellant titled Report to Inform Habitat Regulations Assessment Screening Assessment, which is intended to provide the competent authority with information necessary in order to undertake an appropriate assessment. In this Ecology Partnership report, it is stated that a significant effect from the proposal cannot be screened out. I fully agree with this position, given the likelihood that some of the new residents may visit the nearby Ashdown Forest in the future, thereby potentially increasing the disturbance to the protected nightjar and Dartford warbler. The Ecology Partnership then propose in their shadow HRA that SANGS and SAM mitigation will prevent an adverse effect to the SPA. However, this shadow HRA does not contain any evidence whatsoever that this mitigation will be effective. I'm sure that I don't need to bring to your attention, sir, that at paragraph 002 in the government's guidance on appropriate assessment, this requires, and I quote, an appropriate assessment must contain complete, precise and definitive findings and conclusions to ensure that there is no reasonable scientific doubt as the effects of the proposed plan or project. Thus, this guidance requires a very high evidential threshold to be overcome before a positive result from the appropriate assessment can be concluded. However, the shadow HRA clearly does not include any evidence that the proposed SANGS and SAM mitigation will be effective, let alone any that meets the high threshold of being beyond reasonable scientific doubt. The shadow HRA appears to be totally reliant on a mere assumption that the mitigation will be effective, but this assumption falls woefully short of the requirements of the habitats regulations. Clearly, the shadow HRA is deficient and cannot be relied upon by you, sir, should you be minded to allow this appeal, but are then required to undertake your own appropriate assessment. To ensure a positive outcome, evidence showing that the mitigation will be effective beyond reasonable scientific doubt must be included within your appropriate assessment. Under the habitats regulations, the competent authority must consult with Natural England in their role as the appropriate nature conservancy body, and then have due regard to any comments that Natural England may make. There are two issues arising from this requirement. Firstly, this requirement is often overlooked, despite an appropriate assessment deemed to be incomplete without Natural England's involvement. And secondly, Natural England have never, to my knowledge, commented that an appropriate assessment is defective if it doesn't include the necessary evidence confirming that SANGS and SAM mitigation is effective. This is a glaring omission on the part of Natural England in their failure to correctly discharge their responsibilities under the legislation. English law applies just as much to Natural England as to the rest of us, but their avoidance of applying the requirements of the habitats regulations is simply astonishing and highly concerning, given that the habitats regulations require that their advice to be given great weight. I suggest that the habitats regulations never contemplated a situation where the appropriate nature conservation body totally failed to uphold an important fundamental element of the regulations. In this bizarre situation, Natural England's advice can I change that? Can I change Natural England's advice can to Natural England's advice should be given no weight unless suitable evidence containing the effectiveness is included in the assessment. Indeed, I first asked Natural England in early 2017 for the evidence supporting SANG and SAM, but to date this has never been supplied. I would now like to talk about a very recent appeal decision for a site in Buxted, just 2.6 kilometres to the north of this current appeal. And this appeal decision, sir, is in core document 11.16. Normally, main and interested parties bring to the inspector's attention appeal decisions that support their position. However, I would like to bring to your attention, sir, this decision which is most unhelpful to my contention that a positive appropriate assessment must contain evidence that any necessary mitigation will be effective. I say the recent appeal is reference 3753821 and it was allowed on the 20th of June. The site is closer to the SPA than this appeal site, yet the inspector's appropriate assessment with regard to the SPA surprisingly lacked most, if not all, of the information that is required to be included in a positive assessment. The inspector decided that there were two main issues in the appeal. Firstly, the potential impact of the development on Ashdown Forest, and secondly, the potential impact on the nearby heritage assets. Prior to the hearing, in a pre-hearing note issued in April, the inspector asked the council to provide further information in order that he could then undertake his appropriate assessment. The Council provided the information requested, but it's very noteworthy that this information did not include any evidence whatsoever that the proposed SANG and SAM mitigation was or would be effective. I had submitted a representation to the Inspectorate very similar to the one provided for this ongoing appeal, and also addressed the Inspector at the hearing, providing him and the main parties with a speaking note. I feel that it is telling that at the Buxted hearing, neither of the main parties sought to engage with the points I made with regard to the requirements of an appropriate assessment, nor did the Inspector ask any questions, despite being invited to do so. Thus, the points that I made were not challenged in any way by any of the participants. I was therefore very surprised when the Inspectorate published the Buxted decision on 20th of June, which allowed the appeal and made a grant of permission, having decided that the development would not harm the SBA. Paragraphs 7 to 17 of that appeal decision are beneath the heading of Effect on the Ashdown Forest SBA and SAC, whilst paragraphs 22 and 23 have the heading Conclusions on the Ashdown Forest SBA and SAC. The paragraphs in the middle, paragraphs 18 to 21, address the effects on the special area of conservation, which I will not talk about today, other than to say that the screening out of a significant effect from an increase in traffic emissions is totally unjustified. Most of the paragraphs suggesting the SBA, that is paragraphs 7 to 15, are largely descriptive and provide background information to the source of potential harm to the SBA, that is, an increase in visitor pressure arising from an increase in population. These paragraphs also discuss the mitigation and the developer contributions required to help fund them. At paragraph 11, the Inspector confirms that an appropriate assessment is required. I'll now read in full the contents of paragraphs 16 and 17, which, although the words appropriate assessment is not mentioned after paragraph 11, these two paragraphs appear to be intended to comprise this assessment. So, paragraph 16 says, an interested party has raised concerns in relation to the effectiveness of SANG and SAM as a means to mitigate the potential adverse effects on the SBA. Nevertheless, this approach is well established across England as an effective means of mitigation in relation to the recreational disturbance. The LPA advises that visitor survey data indicates that these measures are successfully diverting visitors away from the SBA and towards the SANG. I have not been presented with any evidence to suggest otherwise. I presume that the interested party mentioned in the first sentence is me, as nobody else queried the effectiveness of SANG or SAM at that meeting. Sorry, at that hearing. In the second sentence, I agree that SANG and SAM is now well established across England, but totally disagree that they are effective means of mitigation. Being well established does not make them legitimate when any evidence confirming that they are effective is totally absent. No evidence has ever been presented by or to this Council in an appropriate assessment to demonstrate that SANG and SAM is effective at avoiding an increase in visitor pressure at the SBA. This evidence demonstrating effectiveness is an absolute fundamentally part of an appropriate assessment. Without it, an appropriate assessment cannot conclude that no harm will be occasioned to the SBA. Paragraph 16 of the decision then continues, and I quote, the LPA advises that visitor survey data indicates that these measures, meaning SANG and SAM of course, are successfully diverting visitors away from the SBA and towards the SANG. I have a couple of important issues with this sentence. I note that the LPA advises, which is much different from the LPA confirms. The word advises, together with a lack of confirmatory evidence, falls well short of the certainty required for a positive appropriate assessment. The visitor survey data fails to show that there is not a resulting increase in visitor pressure to the SBA. The data shows that SANGs are popular, but this doesn't mean that all or any SANG visitors would have otherwise visited the SBA if that SANG had not been made available. Put simply, the Buxton inspector was wrong in law to take into consideration the well-established nature of SANG and SAM and the LPA's advice, as both are not supported by any evidence. The final sentence in paragraph 16, where the inspector says, "I have not been presented with evidence to suggest otherwise," demonstrates an apparent lack of understanding of the requirements of the habitats regulations. These are based upon the precautionary principle, where it is a requirement that the burden of proof rests with the competent authority, who has to prove there will be a lack of harm before any positive result can be gained from an appropriate assessment. There is no requirement whatsoever for any interested party to provide evidence to show that harm may arise, and it is quite incorrect for the inspector to use this lack of contrary evidence to support his contention of no harm. In addition, it should be noted that although the inspector gave my contention little room because I had not provided the evidence that SANG and SAM do not work, he decided they did work based on nothing more than hearsay from the Council and Natural England. Neither body has provided the necessary evidence that the mitigation would work. Moving on to paragraph 17, this says, "Furthermore, Natural England support this strategic approach, and it is of the view that these measures will be effective and reliable in preventing any adverse effects of the development on the integrity of the European site. As the government's specialist advisor in relation to nature conservation, and with responsibility for and significant expertise in relation to these matters, I attach great weight to its advice." End quote. I do not find it surprising that Natural England support this strategic approach, as the concept of SANG and SAM were developed by them back in about 2005 for the Thames Basin Heaths SBA. Subsequently, they, that is Natural England, have recommended this mitigation for multiple other SBAs across the country. I think there's about 80 SBAs in England. However, Natural England has never been able to provide the evidence that SANGs and SAM provide effective mitigation. But I'm surprised and alarmed that Natural England, who know well the requirements of the habitats regulations, are prepared to flout these and support the proposed mitigation despite a total lack of evidence demonstrating that it will be effective. The first sentence in paragraph 17 says that Natural England is of the view that these measures will be effective and reliable in preventing adverse effects. I ask, does "is of the view" provide the necessary level of certainty, which is beyond reasonable scientific doubt, required by the habitats regulations? I suggest not, and without any supporting evidence, this Bux's appropriate assessment falls many miles short of being able to confirm no harm to the SBA. Furthermore, in this Bux's decision, there is no indication that Natural England has been consulted with regard to the assessment, meaning the assessment is incomplete and cannot be used to reach a conclusion of no harm. So without a conforming positive appropriate assessment, the grant of permission for the Buxted site is unlawful. In summary, the Buxton appropriate assessment completely fails to provide any evidence that the proposal will not cause harm to the SBA, meaning that it is a very inappropriate assessment. I must admit my astonishment that a planning inspector could compile such a travesty of an appropriate assessment and then rely on it and make a grant of permission. And finally, coming back to this bird in eye appeal, the only information available to undertake an appropriate assessment is that contained in the shadow HRA. But as I've previously discussed, this document is defective as it's completely silent on whether or not the proposed mitigation will be effective. Thus, sir, if you are minded to allow this appeal, you will first need to undertake an appropriate assessment that contains complete, precise and definitive findings and conclusions to ensure that there is no reasonable scientific doubt as to the effects of the proposed development. This level of certainty cannot be achieved from the information contained in the shadow HRA. And to my knowledge, you have not requested from the main parties any further information to enable you to undertake your appropriate assessment. Therefore, I contend it's not possible to conclude an appropriate assessment for this appeal proposal, meaning that the appeal should be dismissed. I say furthermore, the lack of a positive appropriate assessment puts this proposal in conflict with policies EN1, EN7, EN15 of the 1998 Wealden Local Plan, together with policy WCS 12 from the 2013 Wealden Core Strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Daines. Yes, so I understand what you're saying. Basically, it's unlawful because they haven't, and the previous appeal was unlawful because there was no evidence. Yeah. And yes, and you're saying that Natural England, the government spokespeople on the habitats regs, are not fulfilling their role correctly. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So it was unlawful. So why didn't CPRE challenge it through the courts if it was unlawful?
CPRE Sussex is a very small charity and doesn't have sort of the, I don't know, 50, 60, 70,000 pounds available to put at risk through a challenge.
Right.
So yeah, it came down to cost, the potential costs. Hailsham resident did challenge a Wealden decision several years ago. This was on the effect on the SAC, not the SBA, and looking at that, the decisions from, it was thrown out on the papers, an oral renewal, didn't think it was worth bringing, nor did the Court of Appeal. But there are so many anomalies in those two decisions that, you know, the immediate thought is it wasn't a level playing field, which again militates against, you know, bringing another challenge.
Okay, so this resident in Hailsham challenged this decision.
Yes.
It was thrown out on the papers. It didn't go to full hearing because it was thrown out on the papers.
So then she asked for an oral renewal.
Yeah.
Well, I was there, as was Mr. Robbins, and you can't think of a much more. Her barrister had asked for an hour and a half to present to the court his case. The judge started by saying, right now, you've got 10 minutes, I've got other things to do this afternoon. There was nothing else lifted in the court that afternoon. And then my barrister, with a file through, it was going to take him an hour and a half to go through, had to condense that in 10 seconds into 10 minutes. and the judge interrupted, asking questions, some of which weren't relevant to what the barrister was saying. So, you know, to me, for a young barrister, that was a bit of a trial.
Okay.
It wasn't a planning judge, even though we'd gone through the planning court. You know, there's so many individual items you think, okay, bad luck, but when you get a whole lot of them together, it meant that CPRE are, even though they haven't got the money, were less inclined to do it because of that treatment that Heysham resident got.
So was this right? So your view that you put forward in this paper, is it just your view or is it CPRE's view?
Well, I've been putting this forward, as Mr. Robbins will probably confirm, for quite a long time. And CPRE are fully aware of it and fully agree with it.
CPRE fully agree with your stance on this?
I will submit this to the CPRE office after today. You know, they've already had my copy of the representation on, what was it, 3rd of February. So yeah, they are fully aware of what I'm doing, what I'm saying, how I'm saying it, and they fully endorse it.
Right. So in the previous decision that you were talking about, Buxted,
Buxted, yes.
Yeah. Which is near here, yeah.
Yes, it's only just a mile and a half from here. Yes.
So did you say to CPRE head office, aren't you going to challenge this through the courts? Was there a discussion about that?
There was a very brief discussion, yes. That,
and they said what?
Well, they just said we can't afford it.
We can't afford it, and it's risky.
Well, there is always legal risk, even if you think you've got a 101% cast iron case. There's always something that you know, these are clever people each side of me. They will find a different angle that you hadn't considered, which can cast doubt in the decision maker's mind.
Right.
The other thing that CPRE Kent, who are much better funded than Sussex through some very large legacies, they have found that, you know, even going in under the Aarhus Convention, of course, yes, that limits their costs exposure to £10,000 if they lose. It also caps their cost expenditure at £35,000. So if they spend 50, 60, 70,000 pounds advancing the case, they're liable to get a maximum of only 35,000 back, even if they win. I say, going through the courts is very expensive, and I said, even if you've got what you think is a cast iron case, there's always the legal risk that you may fall over before you get the result you want. So, as a small charity, I can see why the trustees don't think it's. They'd like to think that we're relying on the judgment of a planning inspector. But so I had a little bit to explain when the Buxted appeal came out, saying that that planning inspector didn't listen to you. He didn't take in. But to me, no, I think he's deliberately ignored it. If you read his decision, so if you read what I put in and what he then said, he acknowledged that I'd spoken and raised concerns, but all I tried to say to you today, sir, and going back, Natural England, I had a long time to prepare this, that they wanted to. I put a freedom of information request into them in 2017 asking for the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Do you think you're going to be wanting to ask lots of questions about
Not lots of questions,
but a few.
A few.
You're going to ask them now, yeah.
Well, subject to you, we've
Yeah.
eye on the clock, but
let's go ahead.
I'm ready to go.
No, yes, let's go.
Right, hello, Mr. Daines. As you've, I think, just confirmed, you made this exact same argument to the Buxted appeal, didn't you?
I did.
And it was rejected. Yes or no? It was rejected.
It wasn't considered.
It wasn't considered, you would say.
Yeah.
Have you made this argument at other appeals?
I have made I've made it other appeals where the inspector has dismissed the appeal, so hasn't actually had to undertake an appropriate assessment.
How many appeals have you attended and made this argument?
3, maybe 4.
And is there a decision letter which, whether dismissing the appeal or allowing the appeal, agrees with your argument?
There's a decision letter that says, as I am dismissing the appeal on other grounds, I don't need to undertake an appropriate assessment.
Okay, so the answer to my question is no, there's no appeal decision that has endorsed your arguments, either along with other arguments or not.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. The Buxted appeal decision that you said didn't consider your arguments or didn't consider them properly, maybe what you mean. We've actually got that in front of this inquiry as CD 11.16, and so perhaps you can turn that up, and if we've got a paper copy, Mr. Daines, if you don't have access to the electronic file, perhaps you can be furnished with that briefly, unless you've got it with you.
I hope I have.
So just remind me which.
CD 11.16, sir.
Yeah, I've got a hard copy, yes.
Thank you. So if you go onto the second page, you can see that one of the main issues is the effect of the development on the SPA and the SAC, with particular regard to recreational disturbance and air quality. And then the first main issue that the inspector goes on to consider is exactly that issue. And I don't need to draw attention to all of this, because there's 3 pages of analysis that our inspector can look at in due course at his leisure. But if we just go to paragraph 16, please. So towards the bottom of page 3, an interested party has raised concerns in relation to the effectiveness of SANG and SAM as a means to mitigate the potential adverse effects on the SPA. Nevertheless, this approach is well established across England as an effective means of mitigation in relation to recreational disturbance. The LP advises that visitor survey data indicates that these measures are successfully diverting visitors away from the SPA and towards the SANG. I've not been presented with any evidence to suggest otherwise. Furthermore, NE, Natural England obviously, supports this strategic approach, and it is of the view that these measures will be effective and reliable in preventing any adverse effects of the development on the integrity of the European site. As the government's specialist advisor in relation to nature conservation, and with the responsibility for and significant expertise in relation to these matters, I attach great weight to its advice. And then he goes on and deals with the air quality point, and at paragraph 22 he concludes that effectively the appropriate assessment has been passed. So that we can see is the way the issue was dealt with in the Buxted decision, correct?
The inspector's appropriate assessment, if that's what paragraph 16 and 17 are, doesn't contain a shred of evidence that the mitigation will be effective, which is the point I've been trying to make for a long time.
Yes.
So,
all right. Thank you, Mr. Daines. Nothing.
I wouldn't have thought so. No.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. So, what time is it now? It's now 1:30. So nearly 1:25. So come back at 2:15.
So I'm in your hands.
Well, I think you know.
Whatever you like. I think with an eye on, we should really do our best to conclude highways this afternoon.
Oh yes, we are going to. Yes, even if it means sitting till 6 o'clock. Well, I hope we won't be, but yes. Right. So come back at 2:15 then. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Just a word to anyone. That young lady I was having lunch with, she's just here on work experience. She happens to be a daughter of a friend of mine, and I was just she's just here so that she can see what a planning inspector does in an inquiry, or doesn't do. So that's who it was. It's not a resident or anything. So, right. So, Mr. Tabachnik, you have some questions to ask Ms. Smith.
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Afternoon.
Now, obviously, you're a barrister, and so I take it you've carefully studied the papers that are relevant to this appeal.
Well, I'm not acting as a barrister in this appeal, of course. I'm here as a local resident. Within the time available to me, which has been relatively limited given other work commitments, I've had a flick through the papers and looked at what I can, but certainly haven't looked at everything, no.
No. And have you had access to the council's website, which has had all the appeal core documents?
I've found the link to the website, yes.
Yes.
I haven't looked at all the documents on there. I've looked at ones that I thought might be relevant.
Yes. And your area or areas of practice don't embrace planning, as I understand it?
No, I'm not a planning barrister.
Last time, you were, I think, coordinating a Rule 6 representation, and that representation was presented through council and with a drainage witness and a highway witness. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
Yes. And this time, we don't have any of those three components, do we?
No, this time we don't. This time I'm just appearing as a local resident. Even barristers' resources are finite.
Now, on highway matters, and we'll take a very quick, I hope, stroll through some of the points that you made before lunch, Ms. Smith. On highways matters, as I understand your stance to be further explored during the round table, you, and when I say you, I mean you personally and on behalf of the residents that you're here to represent, you disagree with the position that the county has reached.
I set out, my solicitor, Town Legal, set out a number of points on the highways issue in the letter of 23rd of May, which I think you helpfully referred the inspector to. And those are issues that, obviously I'm not an expert on highways, they're issues that those solicitors on my behalf had picked up, part 3 and part 4 of the letter of the 23rd of May.
Yeah. So the answer to my question is yes, you disagree with the county's position that the access proposal is safe?
Yes, that's right.
You said in your evidence this morning, I was struck by it, so I wrote it down, that the current access is fine. Do you remember saying that?
Well, that was more, I think, sir, that well, I was actually only told this when I came in this morning by a representative for the council, that the appellant was now arguing that not only were they arguing that the mini roundabout, the 2 roundabouts were safe, they were arguing that they were an improvement over what was previously there. And it was suggested, though I haven't looked at anything, it was suggested to me that they were now suggesting that the access was unsafe, that existing access is unsafe, and that the roundabouts are safe. This is just something that was mentioned to me when I arrived this morning, and I was surprised by that, given what was said in, for example, I can't remember the transport report, the name of the expert, the transport report in, here we go, yes, Milestone, that's right. Very appropriate name for a highways expert. I was just focusing on their appendix MS6 because that was their response, the Milestone expert's response to the town legal letter, and I noted that on in that appendix, milestones evidence was there is a good safety record on the B2102 corridor. So I was surprised by what appears to have been the change of position by the appellant, saying that the roundabout, not just that the roundabout was safe, which we don't agree with for the reasons set out in that letter of the 23rd of May, but I was surprised that they were now saying existing access is unsafe and it is a weighty, again, I'm not a planning barrister, but it's a weighting planning benefit that they're going to have new roundabouts that will make it safe, which says, you know, on their own evidence, milestones evidence, there's a good safety record on the B2102 corridor.
So sorry, I think your question was, you think the current access is fine, and you're saying no, it's not what you think, it's what
yeah, no,
milestones
and my point was that I was surprised by what appears to have been a change of position by the appellant. My view is that for what is currently at the Bird in Eye site, which obviously is not 190 homes, a small commercial unit, a small commercial area and the farm, that the access is fine. The B2102 itself is a relatively busy road, but the more dangerous bit of it is the turning onto Sandy Lane. The access itself, it was simply that, yes, at the moment the access seems fine. I was surprised by the submission that the roundabout was an improvement.
Just to be clear, Ms. Smith, it's not a change of position by the appellant that this scheme brings highway safety benefits. Indeed, can you think back 2 years, please, to the last appeal where the appellant made exactly the same point, that the current access is substandard and what it thought it was proposing was an improvement to that, albeit the inspector said otherwise. Does that ring a bell that in fact for 2 years our case has been that once we come up with an acceptable access proposal it will be an improvement over the existing, or does it not ring a bell?
Of course there wasn't a roundabout being proposed back in 2023.
No. Do you want to focus on my questions, please, Miss Smith?
Well, I'm trying to recall. I mean, you're saying things, asking me to cast my mind back 2 years when I wasn't in the whole of the. I wasn't personally present for the whole of the hearing. I will take it that you're telling me what the truth. I can't disagree with that. But
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
What's
Thanks.
being proposed now is what's being proposed now, and there was no roundabout being proposed back in 2023.
Right. So that there we have it. My position is I'm saying exactly the same thing as I said two years ago in terms of improvements. As far as the current access, the existing access is concerned, can I just be clear? Your statements to the inquiry today, the current access is fine, what I wrote down you having said, that is your personal view. Is that right?
My personal view, and I think I do need to repeat this, is for what is currently on the site.
Yes, for what is currently on the site, your personal view is that the access is fine.
Yes, and if I can explain my answer, yes. What is being proposed, and we've made the points in the letter of the 23rd of May, is that the convoluted proposal for a roundabout and then another mini roundabout with cycle paths that come on and off the main highway with a slip road, I assume you could call it, to numbers 18 and 19 Bird in Eye Hill, and is a very convoluted solution to what seems to be will be the increased volume of traffic and the HGV movements from the existing commercial units and traffic from 190 homes. That my main worry about the proposed access is the safety of cyclists, whereas at the moment, I'm not saying it's optimal for cyclists turning on and off the B2102, but it is certainly a lot simpler for cyclists turning on and off the B2102.
I would again, Ms Smith, please request that you listen to my question and stick within the parameters of it. I'm not preempting the Highways Roundtable session. I'm not asking you about the access proposals. I'm asking you about the current access. That is the sole ambit of my questioning. Your statement that the current access is fine is not a statement that's based on Highways experience or qualifications, is it?
No, it's based on my experience of living half a mile away and driving up and down, walking up and down and riding up and down the B2102 regularly for the last 13 years.
Yeah. Are you satisfied that the visibility displays at the current access meet requirements?
I don't think that's a question I can answer.
No. But the reality is that they're well below what the standards and requirements are. You'll no doubt have read that in the milestone papers. You've seen that said in the milestone papers, haven't you?
I was focusing on the Appendix MS6 of the milestone report, which is their response to our letter of the 23rd of May, so I can't recall exactly seeing that statement, I'm afraid.
Now, why don't you go to section 4 of the exact same document?
So I don't have that, I only have the appendix printed off. So could you give me the reference to the document? Online.
It's Mr. Stevens' proof of evidence.
It's the proof of evidence, okay.
Yeah. So go to page 22 of that, please.
Page 22 of 86.
Yeah, section 4 of his proof, please, to which MS6 is an attachment. Tell me when you've got that.
Sorry, page 22, did you say?
Page 22 of the document.
Yeah, I've got page 22, it starts on paragraph 3.115. Internal, oh sorry, I was looking at the PDF, pages 22.
So
Paragraph 4.8, please.
4.8. Right, yeah.
Well, let's start at 4.7. This is what the highways experts say. The appeal site access proposals will address the existing severely substandard and restricted visibility displays and site stopping distances for users occupiers of Birdeneye Farm and numbers 1819 Birdeneye Hill. For vehicles exiting for the rest of us, from Birdeneye Farm and numbers 1819, the existing visibility display to the left along the 2102 is restricted to 52 metres, where the standard for the existing 60 mile an hour speed limit is 215 metres or 160 metres at one step below. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yeah, obviously 52 is less than 160 and less than 215, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what's the point?
Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't catch that last point.
52 is less than 160, isn't it?
52 is less than 160, yes.
Yeah. Look at 4.9. The site stopping distance. Do you know what that is?
I think so, yeah.
What is it?
Is it how long it takes? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I'm not I'm assuming that it's how long it takes for a vehicle to stop once you've seen something, once you put the brake on, but I'm not
It's
sure.
the amount of visibility you need looking forwards to the vehicle you're trying not to drive into.
Right.
So what he says is the site stopping distance for a vehicle approaching another vehicle waiting to turn right into the farm, ... is a maximum of 78 metres. Again, this is well below the standard for the existing 60 speed limit, 215 or 160 at one step below. So if those three paragraphs are correct, there are existing deficiencies about the current access, even if you've not appreciated that that's the position.
That's what those three paragraphs say.
Yeah, it is. Right. Move on from highways. Housing benefits, please, and your submission that the inspector should give moderate weight only to the benefits of housing on the site. I think you must be, from your reading, Ms Smith, aware that the council agrees that substantial weight should be accorded to the new housing.
Is that, I can't remember exactly how it was put in Ms Hutton's opening this morning. I think
Well,
she said reduced weight since the last time round, but I don't want to put words into her mouth. I don't want to put words into the council's mouth.
No. Well, that indeed is a separate point anyway, but maybe you can take a quick look at the statement of common ground with me. And we can look at CD 4.1.
CD 4.1. Yeah, I've got CD 4.1, but I think the
CD 4.1.
inspector's looking for it in hard copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, CD 4.1, and it's internal page 14,
Yeah.
but it's paragraph 5.1 if you need a paragraph guide.
I've got that.
And this was agreed in January, and it's still the agreed position with the council. If you look at item 4, it's accepted the provision of up to 190 dwellings should be afforded substantial weight. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then if you look at number 5, under delivery of affordable housing, the provision of
Yes.
up to 67 affordable homes should be afforded substantial weight. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yes. And your position, as I understand it, is that the authority has got this wrong as well.
My point was really just to draw to the inspector's attention a document that I don't think was previously referred to by the council about the letter from Southern Water, because it's not so much the point I was trying to make is that it's not so much the number of houses. Obviously, the number of houses is the number of houses.
Mm-hmm.
It's when they could be delivered and when the houses could be occupied. And having rejected alternative sites in the appellant's sequential test, your client having rejected alternative sites in the sequential test on the basis that they wouldn't be delivered within 5 years, I thought it right to draw to the inspector's attention the fact that even if these houses are going to be delivered, there are doubts about the time in which they could be delivered.
Right.
That was the point about, if I can finish my answer, the point about Southern Water saying, well, back in 2021, that the foul sewer reinforcement must be done before the houses or all the houses are occupied, and that would take at least 2 years, possibly more.
Can you just remind me where that letter is?
Yes, it's in CD 1.26.
CD 1.26.
Page 79.
And 80, yeah.
It's appended to the flood risk assessment.
CD 1.26.
Page 79.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Right, let's just unpick that answer.
Actually, sorry, if I can make this point just to finish my answer. My point really was that letter was back in 2021, and my question was that there doesn't seem to have been any update from the appellants on that issue.
Have you spoken to Southern Water?
No, I haven't spoken to Southern Water.
No. So you're not aware of any material change to that advice?
I am not. I understand as a barrister that the onus is on the appellant to prove the benefits that they're asserting, and so in that context I was surprised that there's been no update on this point.
Now, as you pointed out in your answer a moment ago, this letter was attached to the drainage strategy, wasn't it?
I think it was attached to, I don't know the formal names of all these documents. It was attached to the Ardent flood risk assessment, and drainage strategy, put in for the appellants, I think. Is that right?
When was it put in? When was it sent to the council?
I don't know. The document is dated July 2024.
It was given to the council on the 31st of July 2024. So the council had this report plus Southern Water's letter annexed to it for 6 months before this statement of common ground that we've just looked at, agreeing that the houses should attract substantial weight in a planning decision. Do you agree that?
The council has had this, yeah, well, the council appears to have had this report, yes, since July 2024.
And this is not the only site where the council may have to consider the position in relation to southern water and delivery of flood reinforcement works, is it?
I think that's really a question for the council. I've just been focusing on the issues here.
It would seem likely, wouldn't it, even if you don't know for sure, it would seem likely that the council is regularly dealing with southern water related issues in relation to schemes that come before it. Would you accept that as fair?
The council may be. I'm drawing this to the inspector's attention, because even if the council have not picked up this point, I think it's fair to draw it to the inspector's attention, but of course it's the inspector that has to make the decision.
Yes. Well, an alternative interpretation, and of course it's fair for you to draw anything you like to the inspector's attention, but an alternative interpretation is that the council is very well aware of all of this stuff. It read it in the report when the report was submitted a year ago, and it knows perfectly well that 2 years or thereabouts remains the reasonable guesstimate in terms of dealing with sewer reinforcement works. That's also possible, isn't it?
I'm not going to speculate as to what or what not the council, whether the council thought about this point at all. It's not for me to speculate what the council's view was on that.
Now, as you have quite fairly pointed out in your evidence, Ms. Smith, the need for sewer reinforcement works is something that bites in relation to the occupation of houses, doesn't it?
That is what I understood from reading the Southern Water letter.
Yes, and when I emphasise the word occupation, I'm drawing a distinction between occupying a house and constructing a house.
Yes, they're different.
They're obviously different.
You can't, yeah.
And it's obviously possible for a developer to do various things concurrently, isn't it?
Yes.
A developer might, at the same time, apply for reserve matters, start building out the approved highway scheme, because access is not a reserve matter. Once reserve matters approval comes, build out the houses, but not occupy them until such time as it's sorted out the sewer position. And in fact, that's an entirely normal way in which a development site for a substantial number of houses comes forward. Did you know that?
That can be done, and again, I'm afraid I'm not a planning lawyer. I don't know how much weight is to be given to the benefit of having empty houses on a site that can't be occupied for a number of years. And all I'm saying is that it seems to me, not being a planning lawyer, that the weight, the benefit to be afforded to that must be less.
Are you aware that part of the strategy will be using temporary storage solutions within the pipes pending final completion of sewer reinforcement works?
I don't know. I haven't seen that. I don't know where that is in the documents.
Well, that's a usual strategy, which anyone practicing in the field knows gets used in order to ensure that an early delivery of houses is possible. But you're not aware of that?
It's not something I think I can comment on fairly.
No. All right. Now, you made another point about delays because the claimant doesn't own the appellant, doesn't own the land. You appreciate, I'm sure, that Crowdace has an option to purchase the land, don't you?
I understand that's the situation, yes.
Yes. So, in fact, if permission is granted, the option terms will come into play, and there'll be a period of time in which the option has to be either exercised or not. And if it's exercised, Crowdace effectively takes over with various matters having been sorted out in the option agreement.
I don't know the terms of the option agreement, I'm afraid.
No, again, and the general experience of how land is brought forward and how developers deal with farmers and landowners, that's outside your expertise, isn't it?
It is. I made the simple point that the appellant will have to acquire the land. I don't know if the details of how long that is going to take is before the inspector. It's simply another, what appears to be, in my view, on the papers, a delay, and the appellant has not given information to the inspector to allow him to exactly assess how long that's going to take.
No. These points weren't raised previously for us to respond to, were they?
I raised them in my representations today.
No, indeed. All right. Thank you, that's clear enough. Now, affordable needs. I've already shown you the council agreeing with us about the substantial weight to be afforded to those units. Can you look briefly with me, please, at one of the core documents? It's CD 11.19.
Appeal decision at Saunders Place Farm, Dorking, Mole Valley.
That's the one. Can you go to page 16, please? And paragraph 88 is what I want to look at.
Sorry, CD
11.19, sir. Paragraph 88. And it's under the heading affordable housing. And obviously I'm not going to ask you about Mole Valley's particular circumstances at the time of this appeal, but there's a general point that the inspector makes at the beginning of 88. So tell me when you've got that in front of you, Ms. Smith, please.
No, I've got it in front of me.
Thank you. The consequences of not providing enough affordable housing affect people. Being able to access good housing has a bearing upon everyday life, and there are socio-economic effects such as financial security and stability, physical and mental health, decreased social mobility, and adverse effects on children's education and development. And have you?
Yes, I've read that.
Yeah. Were you aware that that the inspector's here quoting or effectively summarising papers from organisations, well-known organisations like Shelter, which have said exactly this and produced the evidence to back up these sorts of points? I mean, were you aware of this before I showed you the decision?
I wasn't aware of this decision, no. I mean, I'm not, as regards affordable housing, of course I'm saying that the provision of affordable housing I recognise absolutely as a benefit. I simply make 2 points, which is one, the point we've already made, how realistic is it that this benefit will be delivered in a reasonable time? And that's the point we've already discussed, and that goes to the affordable housing as well as to the market, open market housing. And my second point is that, of course, I accept that there is weight to be given to affordable housing, but then that has to be those benefits of the, I can't remember exactly how many, the number of affordable homes that are proposed to be built on this site have to be weighed against the various other matters that are before the inspector. And I'm not going to, I'm not suggesting in any way that there's no weight to be afforded to affordable housing. Of course I'm not.
Now that I've shown you this passage, do you want to reconsider your assessment of only moderate weight to housing benefits?
No, you're misrepresenting what I was saying.
I'm just asking a
I'm
question.
not, if I could, yes, and if I could answer. There is, of course, benefit in getting affordable housing. The point I was simply making is that if the appellant is not able to show that that affordable housing can be delivered within a reasonable time, then that is something that goes to the weight that should be given to that by the inspector.
Are you aware that when a site like this comes to be developed, that the affordable housing is tendered for by registered providers and taken as a block and potentially comes forward early in the process of delivering a site. Are you aware of that?
I don't know how these matters are regulated or...
I'll give you one more opportunity, Ms Smith. Will you accept, now that I've shown you this and we've discussed these matters, that affordable housing should be given substantial weight in the determination of this appeal?
I think as a matter of... You showed me a paragraph that says, as a matter of principle, affordable housing is a good thing. That's all that paragraph 88 says, and I do not disagree with that. Of course I don't. Affordable housing, as a matter of principle, is a good thing. And that is quite different from the point I'm making about this house, this site. The points I'm making about this site, yes, there is some affordable housing to be provided on this site, but that doesn't... Paragraph 88 that you've just shown me, that as a matter of principle this is a good thing, does not take away from the fact the inspector still has to decide what's the balance of the benefits on this site in particular. Take into account on one side, obviously, I'm not saying there's no benefits, of course there are. The question is, how do you weigh them against the heritage issues, which needs to be considered? You know, I mean, on paragraph 88, if I'm being asked, do I disagree with the fact that affordable housing is a good thing? Of course I don't.
Obviously, it's a balance, but what Mr. Spatchnik asked you is, but do you accept that as a benefit? So yeah, the benefits are balanced against the harms.
Yes.
As a benefit, substantial weight. Do you accept that?
I don't know whether substantial weight is a term of art, and if it is, I'd be worried about saying that I'm making some sort of legal submission that I'm not making. Of course, affordable houses are a benefit, yes. That should, yes. The matter of weight is not really one for me, that's for the inspector.
But we can note that your position remains that housing is a moderate benefit, which is a word you've used without similar concerns, but you will not say to the inquiry that affordable housing is a substantial benefit. That's where we're at. Is that right?
I don't think I'm qualified to make submissions on the weight. I've said when you are assessing weight, sir, you should look not just at the number of houses or the proportion of those number of houses that are affordable. You shouldn't just look at that. Of course you should look at that. But all I'm saying as well is you need to bear in mind when they might be able to be delivered. I'm going round, you know, it's the same point. I don't think it makes any difference.
I've asked the question enough times. The witness has had an opportunity to answer it if she wanted to. I'm going to move on. Right. Flooding on Framfield Road, please. We considered all of that last time, didn't we?
We did look at it last time. It's also a point I raised in my... or was raised for me by Town Legal in letter of February.
Yeah.
I would, if the inspector would allow me, to refer him to the pictures that were attached to that letter. If you have it in hard copy, if not, it's in the bundle, helpfully.
Well, Ms Smith, it was just a simple question about whether the point was raised last time. It wasn't an invitation for you to repeat the entire submission all over again. So, you know, the inspector, I'm sure, has read all of that. If I can carry on with my questions, please. When you raised this last time, it was said that it related to the sustainability of the site, that Framfield Road near the hospital might flood, wasn't it? That's how the argument was presented.
I think
Do you remember that?
I think it was, yes.
Yes. And of course, what the inspector did conclude is that the site was locationally sustainable, taking all the pros and cons into account. That's fair, isn't it?
She did.
Yeah.
And I think that point is going to be discussed again in the Highways Round Table, because I haven't made the point, and I will make the point, that there is a different policy context now. The planning, that NPPF has changed.
Fine. I'm not going to, as I've already said to you, prejudge the Highways RTS. So we'll move on from that. Now, go please in the core documents to 5.12, CD 5.12. Hang on, I may have that.
That's a 13-page document, drainage and level strategy update summary.
Yes, sorry, I've got my references wrong. I think we're going to come back to that later, but what I actually want you to go to, and what I should have written down, is SB2 of Mr. Brown's proof of evidence.
Sorry,
So
I don't think that's headed like that in the online. It said they've just got appellant proof of evidence. What is it?
Right.
Planning,
well, I have a hard
highways
copy,
or
so
heritage.
it'll be planning. But I'll try and.
SB2, yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Drainage and
Is
flood
that-
tech note. It's called on the website.
Yes, SB2, the one at the bottom. Yeah, that's the one.
I've got this is an Ardent Consulting Engineer's letter of the 5th of June to dear Mr. Brown.
That's the one. Have you read this before?
No.
No. Okay. So what Ardent did was they took all of the comments from Uckfield Town Council, I think the Parish Council, and also Town Legal, and they set them out, and then they gave responses to the points para by para, and there's quite a lot of crossover on the points that were made. Can we just look at page 2 of this document? Tell me when you're there.
Yes, page 2, ACE response.
Yes, and under that they reset out in italics something that the Town Council had said, which is essentially a summary of the same argument that you're making and that you made 2 years ago. And then they respond to it and they say this, they don't agree, and they say there's no flooding on the footway cycleway route at all. That's the point discussed earlier about the internal footway cycleway route. And then they say, and only on the existing road off-site, Burdeneye Hill, around the extents of the existing river, with means of escape available off-site and to the east if required during flood events. As is evident from the absence of LLFA objection, that's the lead local flood authority, who, as you will appreciate, are not objecting to the appeal. This is acceptable to the emergency planners in terms of safe access and egress to the site. As referenced within the previous inquiry for the larger site proposals, the catchment area for the area is relatively small, with any flooding anticipated to disperse and recede quickly within a matter of hours. The nearest gauge data is for Islefeld Weir and at Buxted on the River Uck, which shows flooding possible within ranges of 20 hours and 12 hours respectively. These are for larger catchments than that of the Framfield stream, which is a tributary, approximately 13.5% of the catchment to the River Uck, and with the smaller catchment, the flooding events are usually shorter in duration and will likely recede quicker, likely to be an hour or a few hours at most. The flooding as referenced at the last inquiry can be seen to be shallow, with vehicles driving through it, not hindering access. However, even if access is obstructed, this does not present long-term issues for access to and from Uckfield, with alternative access heading east, looping back round using the B212, 2102 for the use of facilities in Framfield, Brookhouse Lane, and then Eastbourne Road as alternative access back to Uckfield. And that essentially is a summary of what the appellant said on the last occasion as well, isn't it?
I don't know if it's a summary of what the appellant said on the
all
last
right.
occasion, but I would like to have an opportunity to comment on that, if I may, sir. This appears to suggest that emergency vehicles can take an alternative access heading east, looping back round using the B2102 Brookhouse Lane and Eastbourne Lane, basically through Framfield, etc. that might be the case. If there's a flood, that might be the case. My point, and I think if I could illustrate it to the inspector by taking you to my town legal letter of the 10th of February, sir. That's in the consultation CD2 4. Point 4, and if I can just show you to give you a real idea of what this is about, sir. This is what us as local residents we experience at least once a year, often more. Page 25 of 26 in that letter of the 10th of February. You'll see the photos there of flooding. This is just photos of it happening in 2022, but it happens pretty much at least once a year, every year, often more. This is the flooding, if you've got that, sir, those photos.
So, is this Bird in Eye Hill?
This is Bird in Eye Hill. The picture, let me get this right, on page 25, the top right-hand photo is a picture from the edge of Uckfield looking up the hill. This is actually just outside the allotments, I think, looking up the hill towards Bird in Eye Hill. And the one on the top left is looking down the hill towards the allotments, I think. And the photo on the bottom of page 25 is looking, this is just beyond the hospital, looking up Bird in Eye Hill. The photos are the same below. My point was that it may very well be that ambulances can turn right out of the site, the Bird in Eye site, and take a long route round alternative roads through Framfield, Buxted, etc. My point was that when cyclists and pedestrians need to get to the services in Uckfield, they will walk out of the site, or they'll cycle down the cycle route out of the site right into this. And a car might be able to drive through that. I'm not sure whether it's advisable to do so. A car might be able to drive through that. But for pedestrians and cyclists, that effectively cuts you off from the services and amenities in Uckfield, from your job, from your school, from the train station.
So once or so a year, you say?
I'm not exactly sure when, but it's a regular occurrence.
And these pictures, in fact, were available at the last inquiry, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And as we sit here today, the same as 2 years ago, no objection from the lead local flood authority, correct?
I'm making the points that I, as a local resident living here, think need to be made to the inspector.
Right, let's talk about Suds Basin 1. Now, I think that probably we need to look not at the document you showed the inspector, with respect, Ms. Smith, but at the updated version of the drainage strategy. And so for that, can you go now to CD 5.12?
Yeah.
So CD 5.12 was part of the Wheatcroft submission. In other words, it accompanied the agreed roundabout proposal in early May. And one of the additional papers that we put in at that time was a drainage update. And we put it in for two reasons. One is that because some of the highway-related works had slightly been tweaked, there was a need to just ensure that the drainage strategy reflected that as well. The other is that there were changes in the broader mapping of surface water risk zones, which substantially pulled in the boundaries of the surface water risk areas. So you can see those are just, having made the point, I'm going to ask, in fact, the inspector just in due course to look at the before and after situation in the first few pages of that document if he hasn't already. I'm not going to cross-examine on that. But if we go now to page 10 of this document, you can see the updated drainage strategy, which is not hugely different from the original version, but it is different. So let's use this one, please. And if you expanded on your screen big enough to be able to start at Suds Basin 1, please tell me when you've got that.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, thank you. Now, first point, are you aware that it's common practice for drainage engineers when they're doing an initial illustrative outline scheme to oversize the SUDS features to make sure that they've got space to work with in due course? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
No. Okay. Well, that's the practice, and that's been done here. So note that, please, first of all. Second point, these are all illustrative proposals, aren't they?
I think so.
And having participated at the last inquiry and in preparation for this, you know that what that means is that if this scheme is allowed, there will be a condition preventing development or occupation, depending on how it's worded, until a final approved scheme for drainage matters is agreed with the local authority. And it won't be possible to agree a scheme like that until we've also agreed the layout and orientation of the houses and the roads. And some of those might be tweaked between now and a reserve matters submission, mightn't they?
Sorry, Zach, I'm not sure of the question.
The question is that what we're looking at now is one way in which this could be done. This is not remotely the final definitive set of proposals. And the way the planning system has long been set up is that conditions would secure a final scheme in due course, and all the details will be poured over at that point. So these points about the exact location of Suds Basin 1 don't actually need to be gone through now. They're all for another day.
Okay, the point, I understand what you're saying, that the details will be for another day. The point I was making is simply this, that as I understand it, the impact on the ancient woodland is a matter that the inspector has to consider at this stage.
Now,
if I could finish, the impact on the ancient woodland is a matter that the inspector has to consider at this stage. And the point I'm making simply is the Suds Basin here is shown between the housing on the top, squashed between the housing and the ancient woodland buffer line. And I'm simply drawing the inspector's attention to the fact that there does not seem to be any confirmation from the appellant that, given the location of this Suds pond, it can be constructed without carrying out groundworks within the buffer of the ancient woodland. And given that the impact on ancient woodland is a matter that I understand the inspector has to consider now, that's something that I might have expected the appellant to have addressed.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a serious concern, you'd certainly expect the local authority to be worried about a point like that, wouldn't you?
Again, I cannot speak for the local authority. I'm simply drawing points to the inspector's attention because he has to make his own independent decision.
Yes. As a developer, do you know, or if you were a developer, do you know how you would deal with ensuring to a 100% certainty that the buffer would not be intruded upon when constructing Suds Basin 1? Do you know how you do it?
I'm not a developer. It's not a...
No,
of course I don't.
Let me tell you, you'd stick up a fence on the edge of the 15-metre buffer, and you'd make sure that none of your diggers or your workers went on the wrong side of the fence. That is a completely common way of working and protecting trees or woodlands. Were you aware of that?
I'm not. I mean,
No.
there are questions that, just off the top of my head, I'm not a developer. I'm obviously not a groundworks expert.
No.
But one would want to be concerned that when the diggers don't dig right up to this fence that you've put up, they don't undermine the earth that drops down into the holes they're digging. I mean, there's just so many issues that just don't seem to have been addressed, given we're so close to the buffer.
Yeah. Well, you say that, but actually there's a good few metres between the buffer and the edge of this basin, assuming that the final scheme put it in exactly this location rather than a bit north or a bit northeast. Just look, please, at all the various numbers and figures to the bottom left of Basin 1.
Oh, sorry, I've just lost that document. Where's it gone? Sorry, the numbers under the
if you,
Basin 1, top of basin level, maximum water level, base of basin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you look at top of basin level 30.5, base of basin 29, this suds basin is going to be no more than 1.5 meters from top to bottom.
Right.
It's not a big endeavour. With all due respect, Miss Smith, I know this isn't your area, but it's really not a big endeavour to construct something like this and do it from inside and without getting anywhere near the buffer fence. Will you accept that from me?
I don't think I can accept it.
No,
I'm simply
all right.
making the point that if it was such a non-issue, one would expect some confirmation or evidence from the appellant that this can be done in the way you're now suggesting.
Well,
it can be done.
The authority has not asked us to put in writing the absolute basics of how you construct a pond like this. And the truth is, Miss Smith, that's because the authority knows that what I've just explained to you is absolutely common practice. And so we haven't stated the bleeding obvious to the council because the council already knows it.
You keep asking me what the council knows and what the
all
council
right.
doesn't know. I can't comment on what the council's views are.
Now, one
or
of
the
your other...
extent to which they've considered these points or whether they've even considered these points at all. I'm simply drawing points
Yes.
that I think are worth drawing to the inspector's attention, to his attention.
Yes, all right. Now, you made a point earlier in your evidence. You weren't sure how Suds Basin 1 linked to the rest of the drainage scheme. Do you remember making that point?
Yes.
Do you see that there's effectively a sort of dotted, well, there are a series of green blobs connecting Suds Basin 1 with Suds Basin 2? Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that feature is or not?
No. Are you about to tell me it's a pipe or something?
No, it's a swale.
Okay.
The key shows you that at the top right of this document. So that's how they connect.
Right.
Can you just look, please, with me again at the various figures? So we've looked at Basin 1 between 29 and 30.5. If you look at Basin 2, it's between 29 and 27.5. Do you see that? Basin 2 is the one round the corner.
Top of basin level 29.
Yes, and base of basin 27.5. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then there's a pipe. That's what the blue line is connecting with. Is that Suds Basin 3? I'm not sure. Well, anyway, the one north of it. And there's a pipe, and that sets out the gradient, and all that detail is set out here. And then from the next one, Basin 4 it's called, off to the left there's the pipe that feeds down into Framfield Stream, and Basin 4 is set between 22.5 and 24. Do you see that?
So all 4 suds basins are discharging into the stream.
Correct.
Right.
And that's
so there's-
exactly what
right,
this...
even yeah. Well, that only goes to increase the concerns about the flooding of the stream.
I don't know why, because that's reflecting the current situation where all this water heads in that direction. It just runs off the greenfield.
Well, a lot of it soaks down into green fields. This is 190 houses with hard standing around them where water drains off and goes down into the stream.
I promise that you and I are not going to discuss hydro breaks and greenfield runoff rates and Q bars and things like that, but will you take it from me that those are the sorts of things that the drainage engineers have worked out, and in due course there'll be a final scheme on that? Or not?
I can't comment on that.
No, won't comment. All right. Final point, if it wasn't clear from that long question I asked a moment ago, you can see that all the levels of the different suds basins, they're all running downwards, aren't they? There's a gradient down from suds basin 1 to 2 to 4 and then to the water. Do you see?
That appears to be the case, yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, some questions on the sequential test. In Town Legal's letter, is there an identification of a sequentially preferable site or sites which should be developed in preference to the appeal site?
Which letter are you referring to?
Either of them. Or is it just technical objections to the sequential test?
I don't think we have identified an alternative site. I understood that was for the sequential test to do. For the sequential test carried out by the appellant is to identify alternative sites, and I didn't think that, that we haven't identified an alternative site. We haven't done that job for the appellant.
No. Good, thank you. Acceptability of a sequential test is a matter of planning judgment. Do you accept that?
That's a matter of planning law I can't comment on.
Okay, all right, we'll leave that one with the inspector. As a matter of fact, the local authority agrees with us that the sequential test is satisfactory, don't they?
I understand that's the case, yes.
Okay. Now, you made a number of points about the way in which sequential tests should be done. Series of smaller sites points. Do you remember making a point about that?
Yes.
Add together 2 95s and you get 190. Add together 3 63s or so and you get the same as this scheme. That's essentially your point, isn't it?
It's something that I was referred to, sorry, and I've got the reference, but it's not in the bundle, I don't think. It's the PPG on flood risk and coastal change.
Yes.
And it, as I understand it, looking back on it, I can try and find it again. I looked at it for the purposes of preparing these submissions, but it says that, I can't remember the full quotation, but it says that when you're looking at reasonably available sites for the purposes of a sequential test, that could include a series of smaller sites.
Yes.
And or part of a larger site if these would be capable of accommodating the proposed development.
Yes. Right. Series of smaller sites. That's what where your point derived from. That language in the PPG.
Yes.
Yep. So I'm going to return you to what should be your more natural territory. Can you look with me, please, at a different core document? And this one is CD 10.13.
Yeah.
This is the Mead and Redrow decision, which actually you mentioned this morning.
Yeah, well, it was footnoted in the sequential test.
Can you find paragraph 110 of this, please? Page 24 of the PDF that I'm looking at anyway. Right. So page 24 of the PDF, sir. So paragraph 110, this is Mr. Justice Holgate, who for a very long time ran the planning court prior to his promotion. And on this phrase that you've referenced from the PPG, he says this. I note the PPG refers to a series of smaller sites. The word series connotes a relationship between sites appropriate for accommodating the type of development which the decision maker judges should form the basis for the sequential assessment. This addresses the concern that a proposal should not automatically fail the sequential test because of the availability of multiple disconnected sites across a local authority's area. The issue is whether they have a relationship which makes them suitable in combination to accommodate any need or demand to which the decision maker decides to attach weight. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yes. Do you have any evidence that any of the smaller sites are connected in the sense that the judge has in mind here, a relationship between them?
I don't
No.
have that evidence. I don't think that having recalled what the sequential test says, I don't think that the sequential test says that that none of them are so connected.
Yes.
The only basis on which they are rejected is that on this 25% plus or minus that is applied, I don't think.
Yeah.
There's no suggestion that they are unconnected, or there's no suggestion that that has been investigated at all by the sequential test.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be pretty extraordinary for two different blocks of land on different sides of a housing market area to have any connection with one another, wouldn't it?
I don't think so. Some of them, there were 105, 90, 85 sites. I mean, I'm not sure whether they may very well be owned by the same developer or have options over by the same developer. I just don't know the information.
Is that evidence or speculation?
Test. What I'm saying is that issue has not been considered in the sequential test. If that is the basis on which these 44 sites were rejected because they are not linked, that was not that's not been assessed at all in the sequential test, and it's not the basis on which they were rejected in the sequential test.
Yeah.
You can see from page 6 of the sequential test, the only basis on which they're rejected is this plus or minus 25% point.
Obviously, it's been dealt with sufficiently and to the local authority's satisfaction, because the local authority hasn't come back and said, why don't you put sites 1 and 3 together, they're all owned by the same person. Have they?
They have not done that. I don't know. I can't speak for what the council's assessment of this has been, or what was going through their mind when they read it. No, I can't assess that.
Now,
it's the sequential, as I understand it. Again, the onus is on the appellant to prove to the inspector that the sequential test is correct and is adequate, and that's why I'm drawing these points to the inspector's attention.
Now, your 25% plus or minus point that you criticise, are you aware that in a recent decision in Yatton, Inspector Prentice said that was an entirely acceptable approach?
I'm not aware of that.
No.
This inspector, I would assume, is free to reach a different decision if he's of a different view.
Yes, but there's a policy, in fact there's a legal principle in planning whereby respect is given to achieving consistency in appeal decisions, and that means, Ms. Smith, that earlier decisions which cover the same ground are to be respected and followed unless there's good reason. Are you aware of a good reason why that decision, which I've just told you about, shouldn't be followed?
I don't know about the facts. I don't know about the facts of the Yatton case that you've just mentioned. And
it isn't yet, because it's obviously a...
No,
yes, it will be by the time Mr. Brown gives his evidence on these points.
My point would be that the inspector should look at this site on its facts.
Yes, I see.
And the facts, particularly that I said when I was making this point about the sequential test, is given the facts of this particular site and the flooding issues and the access issues that we've been talking about, where there are on the face of it, alternative sites available where there are absolutely no flooding issues, that must be an important factor for the inspector to take into account when assessing the adequacy of the sequential test for this particular site, on the facts of this particular site.
Now, are you aware that there was an update to the sequential test that was carried out recently?
When was that done?
It was done just before Mr. Brown's proof of evidence. I take it the answer to my question is no, you weren't aware of it?
No.
No. All right. Well, I won't ask you about it in any great detail if it's not a document you've seen before, but I'll just show it to you. SB3 of Mr. Brown's evidence, sequential test update.
Is that
And one of the
public
reasons
documents? Oh yeah,
yeah, it should be.
hydrological tech note, is that the one?
No.
No. Oh yes, sorry, it says hydrological test note on the, but it actually is the sequential test update, I think, June 2025.
That's the one. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the reasons this was done is that actually the NPPF policy on sequential tests fundamentally changed between the time the application was submitted in July last year and now with the December 24 NPPF. Right? Now, I won't take you through this document. What it does, if you go to Table 1 just briefly...
Page 8.
I haven't actually got a...
No, sorry, they're numbered on the PDF, but not on the actual document, sorry.
Yes, I've got it in hard copy. If it says Table 1 at the top, it's what I'm asking you about.
Updated sequential test sifting stage 3.
Yeah, yeah. And so what it shows at this stage, the appeal site in the same spot in the rankings that it was a year previously, namely in 5th place.
Yeah.
And that the 4 sites above it, which are one of them 6.7 hectares up to 16.5 hectares in site size, and you see what it says for indicative residential capacity. Those are the same 4 that were ahead of it in the sequential test a year before.
Yes.
All right, take that from me. All right. And what happens next in this document is there's an Appendix B. So just scroll on until you found Appendix B.
Yeah.
And then the substance of Appendix B is a detailed update note from Wolf-Bond Planning, which Mr. Brown will speak to next week if anyone wants to ask him questions about it, in which those 4 sites are looked at in terms of their suitability as a site at all and their deliverability and in what sort of time frame. All right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you haven't read this document, have you?
I'm reading it now.
Or maybe you are, but you haven't read this document before now, have you?
No.
No. All right. Well, I'll leave it there because I don't want to spend lots of time showing you a 5-page detailed analysis of something you've not had time to reflect on before today. Now, last topic on the sequential test. Obviously, again, I know this planning is not your area, Ms. Smith. You're not aware of the Land at Ham Road, Faversham, Kent decision by Inspector Owen Woodward's 27th of June of this year, are you?
I'm not aware of that decision, no.
We actually, I think we've got some copies. If you.
Oh, this is a new call document.
Again, as it happens, this point we were expecting, and so we've brought this decision along.
Where was that again? Where is the site?
Land at Ham Road, Faversham, Kent.
Faversham, yeah.
It's a Gladman scheme, sir, for up to 250.
Yeah, I'm vaguely aware of it.
Appeal allowed. So if we've got copies of this, then perhaps we can circulate now, and in due course it can be given a CD number, but just for convenience, you might as well get it now. Yatton we haven't got copies of at the moment, so I'll bring copies of that later on. Right. Now, this was a case where I'm not going to take you through every relevant paragraph of this for now. Ms. Smith, if you want to come back on it with Mr. Brown, of course you're welcome to do that. But the long and the short of paragraphs 12 to 26 are that there wasn't a compliant sequential test. Indeed, there wasn't a sequential test at all.
Sorry, paragraphs?
12 to 26.
Oh, 12 through, oh, sorry, yes, 12 through to 26, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So that was the starting point. So I want to show you the planning balance section, please. So go to page 20 of the document.
Yeah.
Para 99. The failure to perform a sequential test with regard to both tidal and pluvial flooding is a fundamental breach of planning policy, even if there are no real-world effects as a result. Do you see that?
I see that.
Yeah. Take it from me, the reason the inspector said there are no real-world effects as a result are that everyone agreed that the site could be made safe by putting the development above the floodplain, having exceedance routes, and so on and so forth. All right?
Okay.
Yep. And then the inspector talks about other breaches of the development plan, so we don't need to look at that. We don't need to look at it. Para 100. Go to 101, please.
Yes.
Footnote 7, I imagine you're familiar with that. Footnote 7 of the framework confirms that areas at risk of flooding are counted as assets of particular importance. Although the proposal has failed to perform the required sequential tests, there will be no real-world effects after mitigation is taken into account. A strong reason for refusal based on flooding must, to my mind, go beyond mere technical conflicts, even if they're important. There must be substantive risks and harms that go beyond policy. I do not, therefore, view this as a strong reason for refusing the development proposed. And then a point about the heritage harms are minor. That's also not a strong reason, and that's the conclusion. So if in this case the inspector concluded, let's say you did have a point on the way the sequential test was done that escaped the local authority, even on that basis, if the inspector said, well, there isn't actually a practical real-world consequence because nobody's put forward a basis on which this site is unsafe in flooding terms, why shouldn't the inspector follow this approach and say, well, regrettable there wasn't a sequential test, but no real-world effects, no harm, no risk to personal property, not a point that justifies refusing the scheme?
I think why the inspector should take into account the fact that, in my view, the sequential test is not good enough is because on the facts of the Bird in Eye site, I'll start at the beginning. Footnote 7 to the paragraph 11D says that flooding is one of the reasons that can be a strong reason for refusal, as I understand it. It appears that in this particular case that relates to a site in Kent, the inspector came to the conclusion that on the facts of that site in Kent, weighing everything up, it was not a strong reason for refusal. Again, it seems to me that this is a question that every case is fact specific. The point is that every case is fact specific. And I made the point in my submissions that this case, the facts of this case are, as regards Bird in Eye, the appellants are relying on an access strategy to the site which takes pedestrians and cyclists through a known risk, flood risk location.
Yes.
And development on the Bird in Eye site has the effect, therefore, of increasing the number of people affected by this known flood risk and the risk of them effectively being stranded on the site, particularly those who don't have access to cars. And if development is allowed on this site when other sites which are not subject to those flood risks are available, and the sequential test has not been carried out properly, I do say that the failure to carry out a proper sequential test on the facts of this case, the bird in eye case, is a strong reason for refusal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. You can go and sit down now.
Thank you.
Somewhere else, I mean.
Thank you, sir.
Shall we have a short comfort break now, and then when we come back, we'll deal with the highways issue via the discussion. Okay, so it's 15:42. Shall we come back at 4 o'clock? Yeah, 4 o'clock. Thanks. Okay, let's resume. But before we start the highways discussion, can I just ask the appellants one question about the costs? So at the case management conference, the last one, the appellant said it reserved its position regarding costs, and because it reserved it, the council effectively have rebutted what it might be in the rebuttal proof of evidence. Yes. So I take it that you are going to make a cost application. Is that right?
It's not right, sir.
Okay.
Matters have been superseded. An email did go to the inspectorate yesterday around lunchtime, which obviously hasn't made it to you. But following various aspects of matters, which I think I'm not at liberty to share, the appellant is not making a cost application. You don't need to consider rebuttal evidence to an application that wasn't made and would have been formulated differently if it had been than the council anticipated. All of that is by the by. There'll be no cost applications.
Yeah, so there won't be one. There won't be one. Okay, fine. So I can ignore that basically, the rebuttal. Yeah.
So it's before you. If you considered it relevant, you could consider it. But
yes.
It was largely directed to that issue.
Well, it was directed to the
exactly
an oncoming cost application.
So the only reason I say that is, of course, you have the ability of your own motion.
Of course,
yes. And so if you were suddenly minded
Yes.
to do that, then the rebuttal would absolutely be relevant. So
Yes, yes, I understand that. Yes, and the council are not making a cost application itself against the appellant, are they?
So on the basis of what's happened.
Yes, and there's
Up to
unlikely
now, no.
to be anything in this inquiry going forward that would lead to either of you to change your mind about that. Well, who knows? But
well,
yes,
it'd be quite unusual.
It will
It
be
would be
unusual.
unusual.
Yes.
It would be
Okay.
unusual.
Fine. That's out of the way then. Hopefully. Right. So, who is going to take part from the council side on this, Miss Cambo?
Yes, myself and my colleague Dan Butcher, who's a technical officer from the implementation team at County Council.
Sorry, Dan.
WITCHER.
WITCHER.
Yep.
Yeah. And you two work together.
Yeah, Cal works on the planning side and I work on the implementation side. So the build of a 278 scheme or overseeing Section 38 development works.
Oh, okay. So you're more to do with the adoption side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah. Okay. And your name is spelled Kamboh. Yes. 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 Okay. From the appellant side.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think it will just be myself, Matthew Stevens. Yep.
Yeah.
Just responding from our side.
Yeah. Okay. Well, obviously, if the two advocates want to join in, then they will. But yeah. So yes. So thanks for your agenda. So, I mean, obviously, I've read your proof and the statement of common ground. So, I mean, I don't think this is going to take that long. Obviously, the points that Ms. Smith raised, we will have to discuss those, and they can be within these issues outlined in here. As far as I'm concerned. I mean, Miss Smith, because you're going to take a very active part in this discussion, why don't you come up and sit up here? I think that will probably be better for you.
It's just while Ms. Smith is coming forward to the table. Yeah, I mean, obviously when I set out the agenda for the roundtable discussion, I didn't know whether or not we wanted to go through the journey to get to the point where we've got to, but if we take as a base position that and it's all set out within the Statement of Common Ground and to a certain extent in my proof, but definitely within the Statement of Common Ground, the journey that we went on between the appellants and East Sussex to get to that point of agreement, then we can focus the roundtable discussion on those matters really principally as raised by Ms Smith and the other residents this morning, and
yes,
as the formulation of the conversation. I'm certain there'll be other points that will come out, but it's up to you, sir.
I don't think we need to go through the amendments to the scheme, because I'm clear as to what they are. Ms Smith, you're clear as to what the amendments are, aren't you? Because you've seen all the documents, and we don't need to rehearse what's been done, because we're looking at the revised scheme, the Wheatcroft scheme. Yes.
As I understand it, Revision J and
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So we don't need to go through the history of how it's been improved, because that's what we're looking at now.
That's correct.
The amended scheme. So if we move straight on to point 2, then so I mean, the Statement of Common Ground speaks for itself as far as I'm aware. I mean, it's. I don't know if you want to summarise it in any way, but I understand what it says.
Yeah, just very briefly, sir. From the date of the appeal being lodged, Milestone, on behalf of the appellants, along with East Sussex County Council, have gone through quite an intensive process of reviewing all of the issues between us in respect of the access, in particular, being the main element of that, and obviously the absence of a stage 1 road safety audit and an appropriate designer's response. So that's gone through a whole process that got us to the submission of the Wheatcroft at the beginning of May, where we reached a position where county highways were satisfied with all of the technical information that supported the revised scheme.
Sorry, the Statement of Common Ground is detailed in that it specifies exactly what has been done and how it's been changed, and how everything in regards to the new access, including the traffic regulation order, is going to be delivered through a combination of the conditions and the 106 obligations. That's all fairly clear to me.
Yep.
So, if we move on to the agreed site access and associated works, and to include the points raised by a third party, so 2B. Now, do we need to look at the actual drawing in respect of the new roundabouts here? Is that the best way to do it, I think?
That would be a good place to start, sir. Yes, certainly.
Now, can I look at a hard copy, or will I need to zoom in on stuff on the screen?
If it's all right with you, sir, what we've done, and I can give a copy to Ms Smith and to Ms Cambo as well, we've pulled together a collection of all of the drawings that have formed part of the updated scheme and have been submitted to the county council. They've seen all of these drawings. It's just simply a bound version with all of those plans in sort of chronological order, with a schedule at the front.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Just circulate those. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's useful because they're a bigger scale. Yeah. So these are all the drawings that are referred to in the Statement of Common Ground. So they're just going to the page.
So just to explain, sir, there are 3 drawings that we're seeking approval for.
Yeah.
And that is drawing 001 revision J.
Yeah.
Which is the proposed access arrangement.
Yeah.
004 revision F, which is the details of the shared footway cycleway, in particular looking at its indicative vertical design, and drawing 006 revision H, which shows actually the overall access strategy for the appeal site. The other drawings within this pack are referred to either within the road safety audit and designer's response or within the proof of evidence.
Yeah, so they're the three drawings that are the access
They're
drawings.
the principal drawings, yes,
Yeah.
that we're actually seeking approval for. The other drawings have been informatives to, for instance, the road safety audit, the designer's response.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
Okay.
and there's a couple of extra plans that went into the proof.
Yes. So, in relation to the points that some of the other residents and Miss Smith made, I mean, maybe Miss Smith, I'm assuming that it seems to me that what you said about the access points will also take into account what the other residents said. So I'm assuming that you are speaking for them basically as well, essentially.
Well, I will make the points that I feel able to make on the basis of the town legal letter. I think that the town council representative is here as well, so I think she's quite well placed to understand the issues on access that she raised in her submissions this morning. So I don't want to put words into her mouth, but I'm sure if they want to say anything else, they'll do so.
Okay. So I'm thinking, might it be, in terms of the revised site access and the associated works with them, what just repeat or make the points you made some of them before, you maybe have some others to make about what's wrong with it, bearing in mind of course that the local highway authority has no objection to this. In fact, it agreed this with the appellant.
Yes, on the access, so you've got revision J open.
Yeah.
The point we make, I think, is really, or the point that I want to focus on, the point first, as regards the access, there are 2 points probably. What we've described as a convoluted route for cyclists and cycle safety coming onto the site. And that's set out, if you've got our letter of the 23rd of May, that's paragraphs 3.8.
Just take me to the CD.
The CE. Sorry, the document on the core document. Yes, it's CD 2.4, I think. Just a second. Yes, CD 2.5. That's the letter of the 23rd of May, which responded to the revised access arrangements. And yes, if you've got CD 2.5, that's the letter from Town Legal of the 23rd of May 2025.
Yeah.
And on the bottom of the third page of that is the heading Section 3 Highways.
Yeah.
There's the form of the junction, which is described effectively in paragraphs 3.1 through to 3.5, and a comparison of the previous originally submitted strategy plan and the newly submitted revised access strategy. And then the points I wanted to highlight are on page 5, paragraph 3.8, and the junction design.
Yeah.
And the points in subparagraphs subparagraphs A through to D relate effectively to cycle access to the site and cycle safety. And I think the point I particularly want to make, sir, is if you look at, I'm not going to repeat what's in there because that was also answered in Milestones Report Appendix MS6. He produced a table.
Sorry, Miss Smith, it is actually Appendix MS7.
Is it?
Of my proof, yeah.
Oh, right. I've got review of town legal consultation response
That's
23rd
correct,
of
yeah.
May 25.
Appendix MS7.
Hope we're using the right same document because mine says MX6.
I hope so.
Looks the same.
Okay.
Okay.
So, MS7 is your proof?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I might. Yes, this might have been taken from the report.
Okay. Yes, I mean, I had read that.
Yes.
Basically,
In summary, I think the point is this: if you have the revision J open in front of you, so if you imagine that you are a cyclist leaving Uckfield and cycling up the hill towards the new roundabout and approaching the site, you can, and actually it's not here on this document, but there are two ways that cyclists can, it's not on this plan, there are two ways cyclists can access the site. They can come at the bottom of the hill, they can turn right and come in through the onto the cycle path. So they can either stop at that point, cross the carriageway, join the combined footpath cycleway link. So you need to dismount, stop, cross the road, join the combined footpath and cycleway link where you have to go through, I think there are concrete bollards, so you have to dismount to get off your bike and then get back onto your bike and cycle up the path.
you have to cross the road.
You have to cross the road.
Yeah.
So once you're on the site, you then have to dismount once again to navigate the incline along part of that shared footpath and cycleway. But then, so there's that, which probably involves quite a lot of getting on and off your bike, crossing the main carriageway, or you go up to the main access, which is where you hit the roundabout on the plan revision J. And so you're on rising land in a 40-mile-an-hour zone, and you have to navigate your way around the first roundabout between the westbound traffic that's coming the other way. And then before the short roundabout, you come off this road onto a little cycle path. So you're on the main access roundabout as a cycle, you're actually on the same roundabout with all the other vehicles in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. Vehicles coming on and off the site. It's not until halfway between the first roundabout and the second roundabout that you get onto this cycle path. And it's a very short period of time you have to. If you're coming up from Uckfield, you turn right onto this roundabout, you're on the left-hand side of the road, you immediately, a very short period of time to turn right and onto the cycleway across the island in the middle of the road. You have to, in a very short space, you come off the roundabout, you have to stop, look, turn 90%, look and cross this internal access where the road speeds are changing from 40 to 30 miles an hour. You then stop, do another 90% turn, cross the carriageway again, which brings you into the path of all those coming out from the retained commercial development and the new and existing residential development. And we say that's a very convoluted route for cyclists. The cyclist has to stop and dismount twice to cross the carriageway, which is unlikely to be unpopular. Cyclists are more likely to be tempted to stay on the carriageway, which will bring them into contact with other road users, including not only vehicles from the housing but also from the commercial site, HGVs and other commercial vehicles coming on and off. Now, so we say that this, as I've said in the letter, this is a very convoluted route. There's a real prospect cyclists will remain on the carriageway rather than engage in this 290-degree turns across the carriageway onto a cycle path. That's an obvious safety concern given the commercial uses and the, and we'll come on to the swept path analysis. But the point made about this convoluted route, the only answer really given in the milestone appendix in response to paragraph 3.8c, you'll see there in their table in response to paragraph 3.8c, Milestone say this is in response to the convoluted route for cyclists. Their sole response to the concern about cyclists basically being incentivised to stay on the carriageway and coming into contact or into potential conflict with large vehicles, including those coming out of the commercial area. The only answer we have is larger vehicles will yield to cyclists without impacting on capacity or add to the journey time for cyclists. That doesn't really engage with the issue about the safety of this, that this is such a convoluted route that cyclists are going to be tempted to stay on the main carriageway, come into conflict with other vehicles coming the other way, and we'll come to the swept path analysis, but in my submission there's agreement that HGV vehicles the swept path of the HGVs will go onto the other side of the carriageway, and the only answer to that is larger vehicles will yield to cyclists. Well, that's very helpful, well, very hopeful, and as a cyclist I would be a bit worried about the issues, the safety issues there.
Can I just ask a question, Mr. Stevens? How you get onto the cycle pedestrian path at the northwestern corner of the site. So if you're cycling up from the town, how do you get onto that?
So, sir,
take me to the diagram.
Yeah, I will do. In fact, what I'm going to, so we talked about drawing 006H showing the overall strategy, which does show that, but there is a further drawing in this pack that is a larger scale, which I will take you to in short order. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Zabachnik. Yes. So, in this pack, drawing 23138/008/05 revision C. Just give you a bit of time to find that.
Yeah. How far in is that? Zero.
Yes. It's actually entitled Signage and Road Markings Plan Sheet 5 of 5, sir.
Sorry, how far through this?
So they're in numerical order. So,
so 2, 3, 4, 6.
Yep.
So it's 008, 001D.
No, if you keep scrolling through, you'll get to 00805, sir. 00805C, yeah. Okay. So just explain this to me. So you'll see there on the left-hand side of the plan, sir, what is proposed is what is called a jug handle turn. So cyclists would not have to dismount. They would effectively go from the carriageway. They would slip onto at a graded level, effectively a hard standing on the verge area, to then be able to turn at right angles to oncoming traffic in both directions and then proceed across the road.
Yeah.
Now there'd be a choice there clearly. If there was no traffic coming in either direction, then they would just proceed without stopping. Obviously if there was traffic, they would yield potentially at that point.
Yeah, and that...
But the principle, sir, of a jug handle turn is very much based on guidance as given in Local Transport Note 120.
Yeah, I see. So coming up the hill, they go over there and onto the footway cycleway on the other side, which then links into the site.
That's correct.
In about 30 metres or whatever it is, yeah.
And then for cyclists coming from the site towards Uckfield, they would, in a similar manner, come down from the footway cycle, down the footway cycleway adjacent to Bird Eye Hill, and then again there would be a dropped curb access back onto the carriageway, and that's supported then all by appropriate road markings and signage.
Okay, so Would you think that most cyclists who are going to the houses on the site, that's if they were coming from the town centre, that is how they would get to, if say they live in the southwest part of the housing on the site, that's how they would cycle there.
I would think for most of the sites, most cyclists would use that route, but the point here is it's not about prescribing to cyclists which route they take. You know, they would still clearly have the opportunity to use the main roundabout and travel down Birdneye Hill as well.
Yeah. So if it's someone that is unfamiliar with the area, say they were cycling up the hill and they just continued to the roundabout. So can you just deal with the points that Miss Smith raised about the convoluted and the implied unsafe entry for cyclists onto the site from the two roundabouts? Can you talk about that?
Thank you, sir. Yes. So the first point I would like to come back on is the specific reference I did make in my response to 3.8c, in that LTN provides a lot of text within LTN 120 about the benefits of compact roundabouts over standard size roundabouts, which is where we were at with the original submission.
Just remind me what LTN 20 is.
So that's Local Transport Note 120, sir, and it is within our core documents list.
Yeah, just remind me which core document that is.
I will do, sir. It's core document 9.8.
And that Local Transport Note 120, so just explain what
so
that is.
Document, sir, is produced by the Department for Transport. It is entitled Cycle Infrastructure Design and is broadly the document that well, it's not broadly, it is the document that highway engineers and transport planners use, both whether in the private sector and the public sector, when assessing schemes for cyclists.
It's guidance and standards, basically.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily standards, but it's very strong guidance, and that we all generally work to.
And you've entirely worked to that, as you say, in your response when you've designed it. Yeah.
Again, I go back to the point I said before, sir, in that it is a choice as well, because. And this goes to the guidance that we also have more recently had from Active Travel England in terms of how we deal with cyclists and other vulnerable road users, and that is to provide choice, because there are different levels of ability. So confident cyclists probably wouldn't even use the jug handles to gain access to an off-carriageway, shared footway, cycleway. They would stay on the carriageway. But it's recognised, there'll be less confident cyclists where that type of facility will be of use to them. So again, we're not prescribing that everybody that comes in and out of this site uses the route that we've identified to cross the road.
So you referenced, who was it? You referenced some other guidance or another. Sorry, you just mentioned TRSGD. Is that another organisation that gives guidance on this stuff?
No, that's the traffic signs regulations. That's what that refers to, sir.
Sorry, you
Active Travel England?
Active Travel England, yeah.
That's right, sir.
Yeah.
So in June 24, they published a standing advice note on how to deal with active travel and sustainable development.
Yeah.
And they have a series of criteria. This is actually in my appendix MS7, actually, in further response to Miss Smith's points further along the line, where there's a whole bunch of criteria, effectively, that as highway designers we need to look at when considering cycle schemes. The point I wish to make here, sir, is it's not just about access for all is in my mind, one of the more important ones of those. And whenever you're dealing with cycle infrastructure, you'll have those that are confident cyclists and those that are less confident. And it's about providing facilities for all. So this allegedly convoluted route for cyclists, it would be supported by signage as well. Signage for cyclists, but also signage for other road users.
Yeah. Yeah, so the ATE standing advice that you mentioned under sorry, on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where it's got the green ticks.
That's correct.
The ATE, yes.
I mean, that applies throughout all of the active travel measures that we're proposing for this development, but I'm just bringing it to your attention in respect to the access, because we applied it to that as much as the other active travel infrastructure within the scheme proposals.
Yeah, okay. So, Miss Smith, have you looked at this?
Sorry,
have
which
you looked at Mr. Stevens' MS7?
Yes, I have. Yes.
So
yes.
in response to what he said, do you have a comeback on that? Do you want to say anything about that?
2 points. First of all, as regards which entry cyclists choose, whether they choose to go via the cycle path, which is shown on drawing number 23138/008/05, or whether they choose to go via the main roundabout entrance, drawing number 23138/001. I think it's very unlikely that any cyclists coming down the hill towards Uckfield are going to cycle past the main entrance, down the hill to the cycle path, come onto the cycle path via this junction or whatever it's called, and then cycle back up the hill effectively to join the cycle path across the land. You see, if you look at...
yes, I see.
Yes, so they are almost, as a cyclist, I submit that would be very, very, very unlikely that any cyclists cycling down the hill towards Uckfield will use this cycle path. They're more likely to turn left onto the main roundabout, and if they do that, they're turning left from a 40-mile-an-hour road onto this main roundabout, and then they hit the having to cross the roundabout, the road, to get onto the cycle path before the mini roundabout.
Yeah.
So I do say that there is a real risk that they will just stay on this road and won't go onto the cycle paths once they've accessed by the main roundabout.
I understand that.
And the only answer to that in Appendix MS7 is what's said in the table 4 rows down in response to paragraph 3.8c and the convoluted route for cyclists, is that larger vehicles will yield to cyclists.
Yeah. Okay.
And I say that's inadequate, and will, I hope, come on to the swept path analysis. But my understanding is there's agreement that the swept path analysis shows that HGVs will have to go across the carriageway on the entrance, on the access.
Let's look at that now. So
I haven't been able to find the swept path analysis
well, maybe
sheets.
Mr. Stevens can point us to that.
Because I think it was agreed, maybe in the Highways Statement of Common Ground, that there's no room for both HGV refuse vehicles and cyclists on the carriageway.
I can tell you the drawing number. I don't know where in the pack it is, or where on the website it is, but it's 23138/TK01/01 revision.
Got it.
So that's towards the back end of your pack.
So just tell me the last few figures, the last few digits.
TK01/01 revision H.
TK01/01 revision H. Yes, yes, I've got that. Have you found that, Ms. Smith? So it's...
Yes, there are a number of swept path analysis from that one onwards.
If I can help.
Yeah.
So I think the point that was picked up in the town legal letter, although it wasn't picked up about cyclists, and you'll understand why in a minute, relates to the drawing on the left-hand side of this, and towards the bottom, where you see the HGV coming into the commercial area as it turns the corner off the lower roundabout.
Yeah.
It goes on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Mr. Stevens will have more to say about this point, and obviously he's put in some evidence about another vehicle coming out of the commercial area. But this, the part where it goes onto the other side of the carriageway is not an area that cyclists will be going, save us the very small number of cyclists going into the farm complex. But anyway, that's what I think it's...
So I think that's possibly a further point, but to specifically address the points raised about the design of the compact roundabout and the conflict between cyclists and heavy goods vehicles.
Yeah.
So if I could refer you to paragraph 10.7.28 of core document 9.8, which is LTN 120.
Okay, sorry, just bear with me a sec.
To help you, sir, it's page 119 on the PDF listing within that document. I'm hoping.
Sorry, just tell me the core document again.
It's core document 9.8, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, LTN 120. So, which bit of it again?
So I want to take you to paragraph 10.7.28, which I believe is on page 119 in the PDF page listing.
Okay.
7.28.
10.7.28, yes.
Yes, PDF. Yeah. 122.
Yeah, so...
So that says compact, sometimes known as continental style roundabouts, have a tighter geometry that is more cycle friendly than most existing UK roundabouts. As the geometry encourages lower speeds, cyclists can use the carriageway to pass through the roundabout in the primary position, sir.
So which paragraph is that?
It's paragraph 10.7.28.
Okay, just bear with me.
So the title above it is
Right-hand column.
Roundabouts within cycling, with cycling in mixed traffic, and then it says compact roundabouts.
Yeah, yeah.
So the second sentence of that says, as the geometry encourages lower speeds, cyclists can use the carriageway to pass through the roundabout in the primary positions. And it goes on to say, motorists are unable to overtake cyclists on the entry, circulatory carriageway and exit lanes because of their limited width. So, sir, the point I want to make here is that but in agreement with East Sussex County Council, we've reduced the scale of the site access roundabout to a compact roundabout. And one of the benefits of doing that, sir, is that it improves safety for cyclists.
Sorry, just give me a second, let me read that again. Okay, so in discussions with the Highway Authority, they said this is the best solution because this is what it requires, a compact roundabout for those reasons. Yeah.
It's one of the benefits of...
One of the benefits for cyclists.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And hence why in my summary in Appendix MS7 I said that larger vehicles will yield to cyclists.
Yeah.
Because the limiting geometry of a compact roundabout would mean that that would have to happen.
It sounds counterintuitive, but in fact it works. That's
And it's been proved by studies of many other compact roundabout designs that have been put in elsewhere within this country and abroad. And that's formed the basis of the Department for Transport guidance in the LTM 120.
Sorry, just let me make a note of it. Yes, so Ms. Smith, do you have any comments on that? Sorry, have you?
Sorry, yes, I'm just, yes.
Have you got there?
Yes, I think I have. I think I maintain the point that there's a lot of, there's the whole structure involves, the whole design, and I'm looking here at revision J 231838-001, still requires a lot of crossing, or encourages a lot of crossing of the carriageway by cyclists between the two roundabouts if they want to get into the slip road, into the other houses that are proposed along the edge of Birding Eye Hill. And there is that this is a route that cyclists are likely to try to avoid by just zooming down the main carriageway on my submission, because there's so much crossing and coming back and on and off the routes.
Okay. One thing that occurred to me when you were talking before was cyclists who are cycling westwards towards Uckfield Town Centre from the east of the site.
Yes.
Yeah, they're unlikely to come in and then go on the cycle route because that's not really direct. They just continue. That's your point, isn't it? And so they'd be on the main road and crossing the main roundabout.
Yes.
But what occurs to me is that don't you think most of the cycle traffic from the site and to the site will be going from here to the town centre and back again? So most of the cycle traffic will be that form of cycle traffic rather than people coming from the east, say from Framfield.
Yes. I think it's maybe when cycles are being used as a form of transport for shopping and whatever, leisure cycling, I think, is much more likely to go out of the site and turn right.
Okay.
Because you're not going to take a nice cycle ride into Uckfield Town Centre. Okay. Despite the delights of Uckfield Town Centre, you're more likely to take a right as a leisure cyclist to go up into the countryside.
Mr. Stevens, do you have any comments about that point, about how many cyclists do you think are likely to use it and go which way? Or
yeah, certainly, sir. Just in terms of that distinguishment between existing cyclists already using Birding Eye Hill and the future development, you'll see within our evidence, it's in the original TA, we've done activity surveys on the B2 102, and that identifies what is already a small number of existing cyclists on that route. You'll see that for yourself, sir.
I think you've mentioned that in your proof, haven't you?
Yes, in paragraph 3.37, sir. I'll just take you there briefly before I wanted to make another point.
3.3.
3.37, sir, on page 9.
Yeah.
But actually refers in 336 to the appendix within our core document 113, which has the survey data that we've undertaken. So from the survey data collected over a 14-hour period, albeit it was in January, only 6 cyclists were recorded traversing on the B2102 over the whole time period. further surveys conducted continuously between Wednesday the 5th of June and Tuesday 11th of June 24. Oh, that was more in relation to what the commercial uses generate, so that's just 2 movements in and out of the existing bird and eye farm commercial uses. Really the point I'm making 337 in the proof there is that there isn't a lot of existing cycle demand along the B2102 corridor and indeed east towards Framfield. The other thing I would say, sir, that and I did say at the earliest junction here that you know, it's about designing in choice, and people who are confident cyclists may choose to turn right out of the site and go for a recreational cycle route towards Framfield and up Sandy Lane and the lovely villages beyond. In that instance, sir, they'll be pulling out onto a roundabout that will slow down general traffic on the B2102, where there'll be additional signage, lighting, anti-skid surfacing on approach to the roundabout, and it will be a far safer right turn out of the site than what one currently has to deal with, where you're turning, if you were a cyclist coming out of Bird and Eye Farm today, you'd be turning right with restricted visibility to your left, where there is a posted 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, accepting that most people only travel at around 40 miles an hour, but nevertheless there is a posted 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. There is no signage, there is no lighting, and there is no anti-skid surfacing.
Okay.
So I would contend that the roundabout is far safer for anybody wishing to turn right on a bike than what currently exists.
Okay. Ms. Smith, did you have any other points to raise under 2B? Apart from the cycling?
I think there's a point on the swept path analysis.
Yes.
You were taken to a diagram, and I found the diagram, the plan that I wanted to show you, and it's not the one that you were shown by Mr. Tabachnik, but it's drawing 231838 TK0204. It's actually referred to in the letter of 23rd of May, and it's in this bundle.
Sorry, what are the last few?
TK02/04.
TK02/04J, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And I think the point here is the this shows a refuse vehicle accessing the northwestern plot. So it's going towards the northwestern plot via first the internal mini roundabout and then turning right into the northwestern plot access road. So you'll see on the left of these diagrams, you'll see that the swept path of those vehicles either turning into the commercial area or turning out.
Sorry, it's not turning into the commercial area.
The top one.
It's not turning into the commercial area, it's turning into the little road which serves 10 properties.
Oh, okay, so it's within the property. I'm sorry, yes, I'm trying to... Sorry, yes, it's the northwestern plot of properties. So you see the refuse vehicle there, and on the lower diagram, the swept path analysis shows that the refuse vehicle will need to use the entire width of the exit lane from the western plot to gain entry, so it drives directly head-on across the path of an exiting vehicle on the other side of the carriageway. So those are the concerns about the swept path analysis. They are relevant to cyclists, they're also relevant to vehicles accessing this part of the development.
So that vehicle, Mr. Stevens, just correct me, that's the refuse vehicle?
Yes.
Going forward of the turning into
Yes, sir.
new dwellings,
the top
and
pane,
then reversing into there.
that's
yeah?
correct. The top pane of this drawing shows that refuse vehicle arriving from the B2102,
Yeah.
turning right at the mini roundabout internal to the site, turning right into the lane that effectively serves the 10 residential dwellings, and then undertaking a 3-point turn within the turning head at the end of that. And the bottom pane shows that vehicle then exiting back to the B2102.
Yeah.
So I addressed this particular matter in Appendix MS7, but also in the main text of my proof of evidence in paragraphs 350 to 354.
Yeah, just summarise that for me.
Certainly, sir. So that internal street serves 10 residential plots. The road width is 5.5 metres, which is a pretty standard road width in respect of East Sussex standards. Obviously, a refuse vehicle accessing those properties in the northwest corner is only ever going to turn up once a week. And the overall volumes of traffic to 10 residential units is going to be extremely low. Any vehicle wishing to exit those 10 residential dwellings and the refuse vehicle turning up in the opposite direction, there's clear intervisibility between the two. And as we would all do, one would either yield to the refuse vehicle or the refuse vehicle would yield to whoever's exiting to the site. Now, one could say the fact that a refuse vehicle might need to stop on that entrance to allow someone to come out could cause an operational issue. But we know from all the evidence within this document, or the documentation that you had before you from us, is that traffic volumes for these the 10 residential units in the northwest corner, and indeed those related to the Bird and Eye farm operation, are quite low. So there's going to be no opportunity for any blocking back of vehicles while one waits for another one to come out of a tight junction.
Okay.
The tightness of the geometry is also partly to do with maintaining low speeds within the site as well, which is actually for the benefit of pedestrians and cyclists. And pedestrians will have a separate footway to the carriageway, so they won't need to be in the carriageway.
Okay. So, Ms. Smith, any other points you want to make about 2B on the agenda?
If I could just, I'm just checking the other document for the sweat path analysis that I wanted to show you, which is yes, this is the access, the sweat path analysis for the access to the site, which is TK01/01, and that's the sweat path for a 16.5 metre articulated vehicle gaining access to the Bird and Eye farm site. And this drawing, revision H, shows that the vehicle is required to use the opposite side of the carriageway when they're making the left turn onto the site from the mini roundabout.
So looking at the diagram on the left, yes, the lower mini roundabout, yeah, is that what you're talking about?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So that you're saying it crosses. Sorry, what are you saying again?
I think that I'm trying to work out from the letter. So I think it's the on the right hand side you'll see that the sweat path analysis, they cross the mini roundabout at the as the articulated lorry is coming down the hill, turning left, They go round the roundabout and they're crossing over the roundabout.
Looking at the right or the left?
I think the right.
The right one is going out.
Oh, okay, then it must be the left one. I'm trying
So
to-
the left or top one in each of these diagrams is coming in, the right
Yes.
or bottom one is going out.
Checking, yeah, I'll check the letter, but I think it might be the knocking over the central, the mini roundabout on the left-hand side when it crosses through the mini roundabout. It
Well, I can
crosses
see the
over.
one on the left, the back of it appears to swing out, so
Yes.
that if there's something coming from the right-hand side, then
Yes.
it could block it. That's
Yes.
what you're,
I
that's what
think
you're
that's
saying.
the
yeah,
point,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Any comment on that?
So maybe it would be helpful if I can explain it to you
Yeah.
in a bit clearer detail. That, as you quite rightly said, the drawing on the left-hand side is the Arctic coming into the site. So as it comes off of the main roundabout and turns right at the mini roundabout, it is staying on the right side of the carriageway. As it comes down towards the entrance to Bird in Eye Farm, it turns round a 90-degree left-hand bend. And what you'll see there, sir, is it does take up more of the carriageway as it comes into the Bird in Eye Farm site.
Yeah.
The drawing on the right-hand side, sir, shows a vehicle leaving Bird in Eye Farm and heading out to the roundabout. And in a similar manner on that 90-degree bend does use more of the carriageway.
Yeah.
My point well, I've got a couple of points on this, sir. It's a bit of a repeat of what I've just said in regard to the entrance for the refuse vehicle to the 10 residential units, is that the volume of traffic coming out of Bird in Eye Farm or into Bird in Eye Farm, and that associated with the 10 residential units, is very low, and you'll have that within our documentation that's before you. The other point I would make, sir, is that at this present moment in time, and if this residential development never came forward, HGVs accessing and exiting Bird in Eye Farm, and you'll have seen it yesterday when we were on the site visit, have to traverse a single carriageway road for 125 metres between the BT 102 and where it then opens up as you come into the actual farm itself. That's quite a considerable distance, particularly if there is one wanting to come in at the same time as one wanting to come out.
How far is that? Sorry, what's the distance?
I believe it's 70 metres, sir. 70, 80 metres, something of that order.
The only point can I make just one point in regard to that is, of course, at the moment that access, that 70 metres of single path, is only used for vehicles using the commercial site. Of course, we're now talking about, under the proposed development, there will be all the HGVs using the commercial site plus vehicles from 190 domestic properties. So it's I would just say that comparison is a misleading comparison.
With the utmost of respect, we're talking specifically about this particular point on this 90-degree bend, and that's 10 residential properties and the existing traffic coming in and out of Bird in Eye Farm. Obviously, the other 180 dwellings are coming in off the other entrance, and what we've just explored is that at the mini roundabout, the largest of HGVs will stay on the right side of the carriageway, entering and exiting the site. So there is no safety implications. In fact, it's a perfectly normal solution for access at that point, sir.
I think I've got the picture.
Before we move on, do you mind if we just go back to this single track issue?
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got here on 1H the right hand bend immediately going into the farm, where there's a short distance. I think the proof says it's about 30 metres, where the HGV crosses onto the other side. You've heard Mr. Stevens explain why he says that's safe in all the circumstances, and obviously the county have accepted it. But I do want the point to be made, and I'm going to ask Mr. Stevens to make it, just to be clear what the current situation is in terms of, say, the possibility of two HGVs meeting on the current single track between the B2102 and the commercial area, and whether there'd be any improvement over that current situation with this scheme. So having set that up for him, I think Mr. Stevens should answer that.
I actually do think this talks to some of the other comments that came through this morning as well, so it's probably worth just dwelling on that. So with the existing Bird and Eye Farm access, that single track link from the B2102 into effectively the main yard area at the top of, at the entrance to the main part of the farm, that's 125 metres in length. From the road. And so therefore, in an instance where you had a larger vehicle waiting for, coming in, turning right, say, from, most of them turn right in, coming from Uckfield, and there is a vehicle wanting to come out of the farm, they would have to stop and wait. And it is quite a wide bell mouth. We saw it yesterday, so there is a wide bell mouth, but there isn't a lot of distance off of the main carriageway of the B2102 for a large vehicle, say like of a articulated vehicle size, to wait and not have its trailer encroaching into the main carriageway. That scenario disappears with our proposed access arrangements.
I understand the issues here. I think we've got through them sufficiently. I understand what you're referring to, Mr. Smith, and I understand why the other thinks it's a suitable solution. In fact, it improves the current situation. Okay, so 2C, the stage 1 road safety audit and the design response. Yes, can you just outline, Mr. Stevens, what?
Sorry, it's just before you moved on from 2B, sir. I don't know if there were just a couple of points. Sorry, if that's all right.
I thought it finished. No,
2B, sorry. It's just,
no, go on.
well, one, I just ask if the higher authority can comment whether HGVs are forced to wait on the carriageway, or part of HGVs are forced to wait on the carriageway at the moment. So that's the first point. And the second point, sir, I think there was some discussion on the site visit yesterday about what works would be required to deliver the roundabout, sort of retaining walls, that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you want to deal with that under 2B or later on.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Let's deal with that. Yeah.
So if I could, so the first point is just, does the higher authority agree that HGVs currently wait on the road, or part of them? And then if they could just comment on, are they able to tell you, sir, what retaining walls, etc., would be needed or not?
Yes.
Thank you. In terms of the vehicles, whether HGVs need to wait on the road, as said by Matt Stevens, you've got very wide bell mouth, and you've also got the angle ability for HGVs to turn in. It's very unlikely that an HGV would have to overhang the carriageway right now. So I don't think there's a concern about overhanging vehicles, and we've never really encountered any highway safety issues, or there's no reported crashes in relation to overhanging vehicles at the bell mouth. Moving on to the retaining walls, we've got a highway scheme, and it's a highway scheme that currently meets DMRB standards. It shows some banking and it shows levels. As far as we're concerned, it meets the standards, it's passed the safety audit. Obviously, the extent of the banking is a technical issue that would be dealt with by detailed design stage and section 278 and section 38. So in terms of the banking or the retaining walls, it's very difficult to know at this stage what their appearance would be. It would depend on what comes forward in a technical design stage. But as far as the Highway Authority are concerned, what's come forward as an outline scheme is considered to be acceptable to meet those standards.
But it's clear. It's clear from all these drawings where the banking is going to be, isn't it?
It is, yes. But in terms of can we object to the level of banking, given that there's they've shown appropriate visibility sightlines, and we've accepted them, and it's been through a stage 1 safety audit with all issues that were raised by an auditor have been addressed. I think it was the visibility the glare of headlights into 1819 driveway section where there's now shown a hedge and anti-glare fencing, and then there's signage for the minor road off of the roundabout to change the speed limit. All of those, all of the issues have been addressed, and they're not insurmountable in our opinion. So in terms of what's shown in the retaining walls, it's not a reason for a highway objection.
I think that the short points are just in case you wanted to be assisted on exactly how it would appear or look like. Just the confirmation that we're not able to do that at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's the short point.
Sir, can I just give you one reference then to that point on the embankments? It's addressed in paragraph 3.8F of the letter from Town Legal, and we make the point that I think Ms Cambo's just confirmed, which is that there is limited information on the earthworks required and the potential impact. And I hear what Ms Cambo says about it from a highway safety point of view. I will be coming back to those earthworks and their impact on the setting of the heritage asset.
Sorry, just remind me what document we're looking at.
The letter from Town Legal, CD 2.5, paragraph 3.8F on page 6. We make the same point about the significant earthworks required to deliver the proposed junction design with embankments shown, but no detailed information on the required earthworks is provided, except that they have become more extensive under revision J and increased in prominence. So we take the point that Ms Cambo's made about the highway safety issue. She wasn't able to object to them on a highways basis, but just to put a marker down, sir, that we will be coming back on the impact on the setting of the heritage asset as a result of these access arrangements. This is just one of them.
Yeah.
Sir, could I come back on that, if that's okay? I won't comment on the impact on the heritage assets. That's not really my discipline. But nevertheless, we had due cognizance to the comments in the Town Legal letter, and also in discussions with Cal, in our proof of evidence, paragraphs 3.26 to 3.30, which is on page 7 and 8. And you'll see there, sir, there's 2 figures as well, with an extract of our preliminary design levels. I just wanted to highlight that to you, sir. The point that Cal was making is that embankments, gradients of those embankments, whatever retaining structures are required within the public highway, etc., will be a matter of detailed design through the Section 278 process. But these are our preliminary design levels, just to give you an idea of the height of those banks, and within text, I give you the likely height of any retaining wall. We have two sections of retaining wall proposed, sir. One is immediately south of the internal mini roundabout, and there is a very small section of retaining wall that we are proposing to the west of the access into the bird and eye farm. That's, so if you look at figure 3.2 on page 8 of my proof, sir, on the lower diagram there, that is the short, it's just above the cut line where you go into bird and eye farm. So that section of retaining wall is 15 metres in length, and it will have a maximum height of 0.47 metres, sir. On the panel above that is the proposed retaining wall to the south of the mini roundabout. That will extend for a distance of 49 metres and a maximum height of 1.08 metres. But I think, sir, we discussed at length when we were out on site yesterday, clearly there's going to be a considerable element of cut in order to deliver this roundabout as you come into the site. So those embankments will be then rising up to the existing level.
Talking about this is because of the impact on the heritage, as I understand it. That's why you want to talk about it, isn't it?
I'll come back to that.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So we're not going to talk about that now, obviously. Okay.
So, are we going to talk about 2C then, the state on those so, I presume that's in there.
It is, sir.
Explain to me, you know, why that was done and the result and what happens afterwards. How you use that to change the result. That's what you're taking as well.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, under the guidance GG 119, which again is Department for Transport guidance, we were required to produce a stage 1 road safety audit. That was done by an independent road safety auditor who assessed the revised scheme. Within his assessment, he made a number of recommendations, some of which are, he made a number of recommendations. Then under that very same guidance, we're, as designers, required to prepare a designer's response. And that safety audit, our designer's response, which on the questions that were raised, we have either dealt with by way of further revision to the plan or are stated that they're matters to be dealt with at reserved matters and detailed design. That designer's response then went back to the auditor, and the full safety audit, designer's response, the auditor's comments, etc., went to the Highway Authority, and then that was signed off by the Highway Authority. So just to refer you to the core documents list. CD 5.9 is the safety audit, sir, that was done by Gateway RSE. And CD 5.10 is our designer's response and the highways plans. And if you just bear with me a second. In CD 5.10, under the GG 119 guidance, we're required to effectively get the sign-off of the overseeing organisation, which in this case is obviously East Sussex County Council, and within the safety audit designer's response, where you'll see all of our response to the points raised by the safety auditor. You'll see on page 7 of that document that has been signed by Ms Camber, East Sussex. Of the CD 510 designer's response.
I think we need to dwell on this, do we, really?
No.
I mean, you haven't got any. No. So, going on to 2D, the accessibility credentials of the appeal site, which you do want to talk about, and including, obviously, in relation to the flooding issue, which you've mentioned, which is, I think, is your point, isn't it?
It's not just that point.
Not just that point. Okay. So
it might be useful, sir, if you don't mind, to have open our or Town Legal's letter of the 23rd of March, which is CD 2.5.
Yeah, yeah.
And the accessibility issues are in section 4 of that letter, the sustainable location.
23rd of May, 25.
Yes, 23rd of May 25,
Yeah.
sorry, did I get, and it's page 7, section 4, sustainable location and accessibility.
Yeah, yeah.
And it might be helpful to have that open next to that, because I think you have it in hard copy, so you can do this. The
so next
MS,
to what?
Appendix MS7.
Yes,
Open, because
yes.
that's their responses to these paragraphs of the letter.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's useful to see what we say and then what MS
Yeah.
Milestone's response is in their
Yeah.
appendix. So the first point on sustainable location, which is paragraphs 4.1 to 4.3 of our letter, responded to in the first row of the milestone document, is the fact that the basis for the planning statement of common ground conclusion that the appeal site is in a sustainable location within walking and cycling distance from the sound centre is based, it relies effectively, well, it only relies on the previous inspector's decision to reach that conclusion. I can show you the planning statement of common ground, but paragraph 5.1.7 makes that statement and refers as authority effectively for that statement to the previous decision of the planning inspector. And we make 2 points where we say, and I've already highlighted this point earlier, that you, sir, should not and cannot rely on the previous inspector's decision to basically do your work for you on that point. One, because the policy has changed fundamentally since she made her decision. The NPPF has changed, the NPPF has changed, and particularly the guidance on cycling and walking pedestrian access.
Tell me how it's changed.
Right, well, if you look at, I don't know if we've got these frameworks in the core document, the NPPF.
I think there is the current version is in the core.
Yes, well, the December 2024 NPPF, paragraphs 115 A and B and 117 A and B. They use the language of prioritising sustainable transport, giving priority to pedestrian and cycle movements within the scheme and with neighbouring areas. So it's about prioritising these forms of active travel effectively. And if you, obviously, the December 2024 framework was not in force or applicable to the previous inspector's decision, which she handed down in September 2023. And the NPPF that she applied was the 2021 version, which I'm not sure we've got, but it's paragraph 104 of the NPPF 2021. I think she refers to it in her decision. And that just uses the language of promoting walking and cycling. So there's been a move from promoting to prioritising. And of course we say prioritisation is much stronger than promoting. So the point we take from that, sir, simply is it would be unsafe for you just to rely on her decision. You cannot say that were she applying the different test, the test of prioritisation that now is applicable under the December 2024 document, that she would have reached the same conclusion about the sustainability of the site had she been determining the appeal today. So that's the point about the policy context.
So your point about the application being unsustainable is...
Yes, it's about the flooding, it's about the off-site, it's about leads to for access for pedestrians and cyclists. Yes. 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 She, the second point, so that's about the first point why you shouldn't just simply say it's okay, she's done the work, I don't need to look at this again. The second point is that the development within the site has also changed, which also has a bearing on the sustainability and accessibility of the development. And the point we make there is about the removal of, this is the point we make about the remoteness of the footpath, which we make if you look in our letters, paragraphs 4.4 and 4.5 of the letter. In summary, the point is that unlike the previous proposal that was subject to appeal in 2023, the footpath cycle link that provides the link between the housing and access to Uckfield no longer passes through a residential area. Instead, it now goes over open green space, and we say that there's a worrying lack of natural surveillance now because there is no residential or other properties along that footpath. It's very isolated, and there's no natural surveillance. The answer to that is contained, or the answer that Milestone seek to give to that is contained in the second row of their table. You'll see their response to paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6 of our letter. And first of all, they ignore the flooding issue because, of course, that footpath takes you right to the edge of the flood zone and the area that has flooded. They ignore that. That's not addressed here. They address the lighting, and you'll see on the right-hand side they say the initial section of the shared footway cycleway will be covered by street lighting, and then the remaining section will be provided by low-level lighting. Now, my point about low-level lighting, and this is, I'm afraid, a relatively technical point, but it is important, is that the provision of low-level lighting is not consistent with the criterion 4 of the Active Travel England guidance, which they say the development meets the requirements of, and that's actually on page later in this table. Criterion 4 of the Active Travel England toolkit, I think they call it. Criterion 4 is that a site has to have cycle accessibility, but there are two particular features as regards cycle accessibility which are not addressed when by Milestone, and they are there has to be good natural surveillance and street lighting. Low-level lighting is not street lighting. So we say the low-level lighting fails criterion 4 of the Active Travel England toolkit as regards cycle accessibility along this cycle path. So that's the first point that Milestone make. The second point is about natural surveillance. And Milestone's answer to that is a couple of paragraphs along. You'll see the paragraph that starts, the initial few metres of the shared footway cycleway will have limited surveillance as it passes through the wooded boundaries. That's fine. For the substantial remaining length of the shared footway cycleway, any significant earthwork, they say active travel users will be able to see and be seen from the retained commercial uses within Birdie Eye Farm and the proposed residential properties fronting out to the open space. And what they seem to be saying there, and I'll show you the diagrams and the visibility displays, is that you can see people on the cycle route from the second floor of the commercial unit, apparently. So that's fine to make those people using the cycle route feel safe, which appears surprising to say the least. And if you're standing in the front porch of one of the houses, they can also be seen. Again, that's meant to make the cycle users feel safe. But I'll show you the document. It's on the highways proof of evidence. Sorry, I was reading from the Milestone Appendix MS7. And you'll see when they're responding to the point, they're under the heading remoteness of footpath. Right at the bottom of the page, sorry, the pages are not numbered. And then they say for the substantial, they're talking about, for the substantial, last paragraph, bottom right-hand corner of that, active travel users will be able to see and be seen from both the retained commercial uses within Birdie Eye Farm and the proposed residential properties fronting out to the open space. And what that appears to be a reference to, although the cross-reference isn't given there, is a document that they've given, I think, showing what I think are called visibility displays. And if I could show you that, it's the Highways Proof of Evidence, page 50.
So it's actually our drawing 23138/018, which is in that pack of A3 drawings
Sorry,
I've
could you
sent
give me
you.
the reference again? It's better on an A3.
23138/018, revision A.
Lovely. Oh, brilliant, thank you. Yeah, that's right. So surveillance isochrones, that's what they're called. So we have some surveillance isochrones which suggest, if you see number 4, that the whole of this footpath is surveyed. There's a total surveillance area. They say you don't need to worry if you're cycling up and down this, even though there are no roads and no houses, and it's a massive open space in the dark with some low-level lighting. You'll feel safe because you can be seen from document 1, or surveillance isochrone 1, the northwestern facing windows of plot 168. And you'll see that's actually just the side windows of one house. So in the, I would suggest, unlikely event that someone is looking out their sitting room window from plot 168, that's meant to make the cyclists feel safe. And that.
Yeah. So you're saying the appellant's definition of surveillance is.
Yeah, well, even more so if you look at surveillance isochrone document, diagram 3, that's in the unlikely event that someone is standing and looking out of the window of the second story of a commercial unit, presumably within business hours only. The cyclists are meant to feel safe by the fact there might be someone standing up in that commercial unit looking out on them. So we say that does not make up for the fact that this is now a footpath through a very isolated area with no real surveillance. And that is and that is also a very important issue from the point of view of Active Travel England's criterion 4 on cycle access.
Okay, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I was just noting down the 3 key areas of what Ms Smith shared there in terms of what I need to come back on. One is the policy. Second one being the lighting and the third one the surveillance. So just on the policy point, and I note I haven't immediately got the previous inspector's decision to hand, but helpfully within the town legal letter of the 23rd of May, it does refer to the previous inspector referencing paragraph 105 of the previous MPPF.
Yeah, just take you to that bit.
I don't think we've got the previous MPPF as a...
No, take you to the bit of the town legal letter.
Certainly. Should we get some paper now? Yes, it's 4.1, so yeah. Now that is a different paragraph to the two paragraphs that Ms Smith is now relying on in terms of the priority given to cyclists. So what was paragraph 105 of the previous MPPF is now, and if we go to the current MPPF, it's exactly the same wording, and it's now 110 of the new MPPF. I might get you to flick between the new and the old version of the MPPF. Yeah, sure. The two paragraphs in the current MPPF that Ms Smith did mention were paragraphs 115 Part A and B and 117 Part A and B. And she's quite right in saying that in 115 Part A it talks about sustainable transport modes being prioritised, taking account of the vision for the site. And in particular on 117A it says, well, it starts with give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements. If we go back to the previous MPPF, the exact same wording, in particular for 117 Part A, is exactly the same as what was 112 Part A. So 112 Part A of the 21 MPPF says give priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements. The point I'm trying to make is the policy hasn't changed. 112, sir, Part A. Now 110 Part A does have a very slight semantics change of wording, where it talks in the old MPPF it talks about appropriate opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes, whereas the new MPPF at 115 Part A says sustainable transport modes are prioritised. That is the only change in the wording. But sustainable transport modes incorporates public transport as well as active travel, foot and cycle.
So can I, before Mr Stevens goes on and addresses surveillance and lighting, can I just add on the policy side that in fact Town Legal are wrong, and it wasn't the 2021 MPPF which was applicable last time around. It was the September 2023 version which came out a few days before the inquiry. But the relevant paragraphs of that, 110A and 112A, are not different from what Mr Stevens described about the 2021 version. And in particular 112A uses the same phraseology as we now have in the current MPPF about giving priority first to pedestrian and cycle movements, and so on. The rest of it's word for word as we still have and have had for some long while now. If you want that version put in, of course we'll be happy to do that. Thank you. Right, I'll give the floor back to Mr. Stevens to deal with surveillance and lighting.
Thank you. So the point was raised about low-level lighting not being street lighting and therefore not really giving the appropriate safety to cyclists using this route. If I can take you, sir, I'm sorry to take you back to core document 9.8, which is LTN 120, my old friend. And I want to take you to 9.8, sir, core document 9.8. And I want to take you to PDF page 83, which will hopefully have paragraph 8.7.2. Yeah, I mean, 8.7.1 is quite useful context, but 8.7.2 is the point I just want to make here is that low-level lighting on bollards or solar LED studs are forms of lighting design that are regularly used on off-carriageway cycle routes. And the final point I just wanted to make on lighting, sir, is that the lighting design for the cycle route would form part of our Section 38, Section 278 detailed design and then subsequent technical approvals from East Sussex County Council. And there is a specific response from East Sussex County Council, and I can't think of the immediate place where that is in the documentation where they endorse the use of low-level lighting on the cycle route. Carol, have you got that to hand?
But Dan's got something to add with regard to your
Sure.
Your reference to making a Section 278 or Section 38 agreement for detailed design for that cycleway.
Yeah, low-level lighting is not something that we adopt as a county council. It would have to remain privately maintained. Whether we would adopt the cycle route or not would be subject to further discussions with the developer.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not. That's not the point about surveillance, so is it?
No, sir, I was going to come on to surveillance in a minute.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
So, Ms Smith referred to our drawing 23138.018, which is in the pack that I gave you today, and is also Appendix MS5 of my proof, just so you know where that is. So this plan was not intended to be prescriptive, it was intended to show that this, notwithstanding the fact that appropriate lighting will be provided for the safety of the users, that this cycle route will also be visible from surrounding properties. So where we've taken in the second panel, say, surveillance isochrones from the front door of plot 181, that's not to say that the adjoining plot cannot see it as well. It's just an example. And the same, I would say, in terms of panel 3, where we've shown the surveillance isochrones from the second story of a commercial unit. I think it's fair to say so, and I might even, if I may, almost link this back to the heritage side of things as well, is that a lot has been made at this, and will be made at this inquiry, about how visible the Oast House is. In the same manner, you could reverse it round the other way. You will see a lot of this cycle route, and the users of this cycle route, in my view, would benefit from the view of that Oast House across the open space. The other thing is that this whole area, which will be open space, is considered, I would think, appropriate for that type of use because it is overlooked.
So you're saying it's overlooked by all the houses on the edge of the development there?
Yes, sir, and that's obviously assuming that that is what the final scheme looks like, because what we're obviously looking at is illustrative master plan material, isn't it? But I'm certain that the final reserve matters scheme will have properties overlooking that open space.
Just briefly, if I may, one point which is on the lighting and surveillance of the cycle and pedestrian route. You'll recall I referred to criterion 4 of the Active Travel England guidance standing advice, and I don't think that's in the documents, but it is referred to in Milestones Appendix WS MS 7. So if I can ask you, if you turn on from the page we had open, which addresses remoteness of the footpath, the document you had open, I think, in hard copy, Milestones Transport Assessment, their appendix, which responds to the town legal letter, MS 7. It's a table that look with the blue. It's the milestone proof of evidence, and we were looking at Appendix MS 7, which is the milestone responses to town legal's points. And as regards the remoteness of the footpath, we were looking at their responses to town legal's letter, paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6. And you'll recall I showed you what they said about the visibility and surveillance on the bottom right. The point I made when I talked to you about that was that this was not consistent with criterion 4 in the Active Travel England toolkit. And the highways expert responded by saying, well, we applied, I think, LTN 120, which was the 2020 guidance, but he actually refers to the Active Travel England guidance in this appendix. If you turn on 2 pages, you'll see the heading Active Travel England, if you have that, sir. And he says Active Travel England guidance has been followed in regard to the development of the pedestrian and cycle infrastructure to support the appeal site proposals. And Active Travel England published a standing advice note June 2024, which obviously postdates the LTN. And if you'll see the 10 criterion there set out, and I referred to criterion 4, which is cycling accessibility, which is said to be completed. But I haven't got this document, this standing advice note, I don't think is in the bundle, but we can get hold of it I can get hold of it if necessary. What I said is that the cycling accessibility criterion 4 had 2 aspects to it. To fulfill the criterion 4, there are 2 features that have to be fulfilled. There has to be good natural surveillance and street lighting, not low-level lighting, but street lighting. And you'll see that's effectively accepted in the milestone appendix. If you look down below their list of the 10 criteria, they've got a little table with number of green ticks next to the points. And on the right-hand side of that table, they say good natural surveillance tick, and you've had my points about that there isn't good natural surveillance. Clear lines of sight tick, again, you have my point that those are inadequate. And then street lighting tick. But actually, we know the cycle path doesn't have street lighting across the majority of the cycle path. It has a little bit when you get onto it from the B2102, but from then on it's low-level lighting. It is not street lighting. So it fails to comply with criterion 4 of the ATE guidance.
Do you have any comments?
Thank you, sir. Without wishing to repeat myself, it's a matter of semantics. Low-level light, or bollard lighting as we call it, or solar LED studs, whatever the final design solution is a form of street lighting. The second point, sir, is that obviously you haven't got the benefit of the active travelling and standing advice as part of your core document list. We could make that available. I do have a copy here. And toolkit, I could read out effectively what toolkit criterion 4 says on cycling accessibility if necessary, or you can read that once we submit it to the inquiry. But what I would say is that there is no reference to lighting under toolkit criterion 4 of the active travelling and standard advice. It references street lighting in the context of pedestrian access under criterion 3. But nevertheless, my submission to you, sir, is that bollard lighting or solar LED studs or whatever solution we come up with as part of the detailed design process or the reserve matters, however it's going to be determined, is a form of street lighting. And it would be designed specifically so that cyclists would be comfortable to cycle along that route.
Yeah, no, I don't want a copy of it. I don't want copies of any more documents. I think we've got enough. But I appreciate the arguments. Is there anything the council or the county council want to say about this? You don't have to say anything. I'd rather you didn't. But if you want to, please do. Okay.
It was only to reiterate the point that low-level lighting is not adoptable street lighting.
Yeah.
I can just add one more point if that's okay. Just looking at the whole layout of the site, so regardless of the route that is potentially argued to be not surveyed, there is the alternative if you are not confident about cycling that in that way. You could go through the development and then alongside the 10 units along the north side, should you want to, as an alternative route, if you weren't confident about cycling, say, in darkness. And obviously there's much more overlooking on the other alternative route.
Okay, yeah. Can we move on to E now, 2E? Yeah. So, I don't think the impact of the appeal site and trip generation on the wider highway network, is this an issue that Town Legal are raising?
It's not something I've raised. It might be something the Town Council are concerned about, but it's not something
I've
raised, no.
I've heard what the Town Council and I think a couple of the other speakers said about the unacceptability of the rat-running roads, the country roads, Pump Lane, etc. So I've heard that, but just in terms of the trip generation on the wider highway networks, I'm not sure there's a specific issue about that from anyone.
I've not made submissions on that point, no.
No.
Not made representations on that point.
Okay, so I'll just make a note of that.
Sir, if it helps, and I did listen intently to Miss Newton's submissions this morning on this matter, and it was a matter that we did respond to in paragraphs 3124 to 3131 in our proof of evidence, page 20 of that.
Yeah, I thought I'd read it somewhere.
So you'll have that in front of you, sir, when you're responding to Miss Newton's submission. That's our position on that matter.
So 3124 to 3131.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
There was another point that under point E, sir, that I think helps in response to the earlier submissions, and it was Ms. Love from the Town Council was concerned about the loss of on-street parking within the town centre.
I think one of the issues that occurred to me when I was reading it is in relation to the amount of parking on the sites in terms of removing the car park next to the Oast House, and because I think
that's something slightly different, I think.
That's a slightly different issue, but okay. Sorry, talk to me about what you were going to say.
That's 2F.
Yeah, that's part of 2F, sir.
Yeah, that's 2F, really.
Miss Love's point was about, and she specifically asked for clarification of the wording that we had in paragraph 3.135 of our proof. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to deal with this quite quickly.
Oh, yes.
And it might also be that Ms. Cambo can help us with this as well, sir. Essentially, that is the wording from the Highway Statement of Common Ground, and effectively the wording that's going into the Section 106 agreement in relation to our contribution towards improvements to signal optimisation within the town centre.
Yeah.
So that's the wording that East Sussex had in that for that element. So there are no plans by the appellant to do anything to the on-street parking within the town centre, but as part of signal optimisation, that might be looked at by the county council that we will be contributing towards.
I can elaborate on that. So the signal optimisation scheme requires a number of crossing points and junctions that's currently signalised between Framfield Road and Newtown up to Church Road in Uckfield, which is near the cinema. So all of those crossing points have all signals would need to be part of this mover scheme. And in some places there would need to be enhancement of the crossing point, which would potentially mean that there might be TROs required that would require so that there's no parking within the vicinity of the crossing point. And these are areas that aren't potentially going to remove existing designated spaces, but areas that people are parking on as unauthorised parking. So it's just reinforcing safety of the pedestrianised crossings. So it's not a scheme that's formally drawn up as yet, but it's having spoken to our signals team for the last appeal and obviously this time as well, it just means that we have to ratify all of those crossing points to make sure that they're fit for purpose and whether TROs are required to secure cars from parking in proximity to them.
But it's not going to remove parking spaces?
Absolutely not.
Authorised parking spaces?
Exactly,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So shall we move on to 2F then? So
I'd love to, sir, but I think Ms Love would like to say something.
Sorry, yes.
So can I just clarify, so the current on-street parking stays as is, but due to the visibility and what's needed for the new crossings, it's to stop those that park on the pavement that we have issues with, so that will be controlled within the TROs and the work that will change the traffic light system.
You're very close, yes. It's pretty much, so we're not new crossing points, it's just providing enhancements to the existing crossing points to prevent, so around the Bell Lane crossing, that 3 signalised crossing, the T-junction, sometimes you get vehicles that park in front of the shops right near the junction, so it's preventing, so it's just enforcement markings just to stop people from parking there.
Okay.
Just to keep the junction clear so that people can cross the road.
Okay. Thank you very much for asking the question. Thank you.
So, thank you. So 2F, so the accommodation of access and parking for the existing business estate and the SANG. So, yeah, the point that I just made, I think there's been some of the objections have raised the point, well, if you're removing all the existing car parking, where's everyone going to park for those businesses that occupy the converted barns as well as the commercial units as well? Do you want to talk to me about that?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that was in that, actually in the town legal letter, I think, as well, in
yes,
11.4, which is at the back page of that appendix MS7. Essentially, the representation was that with that loss of parking, there's the potential for overspill onto surrounding roads from the existing commercial estate. So there will be an element of car park loss due to us seeking to create a better environment around the listed Oast House. That would involve the removal of 18 parking spaces. In fact, it's where we parked yesterday for the site visit. So within my proof at paragraphs, well, I talk about this between 366 all the way down to 377. So I don't wish to take up any more of your time, but crucially, appendix MS4 of my proof shows how we propose to deal with the displacement of those parking spaces from outside the Oast, and indeed provide some additional capacity for parking without impacting on the access routes for HGVs within the estate.
Oh right, yeah.
So it's our submission, sir, that there wouldn't be an impact on surrounding roads from overspill from the existing commercial uses on the farm.
So, Ms Smith, you've seen this, I presume?
I have, yes.
Yeah,
I was going to address this, not in the point of whether from the point of view of the highways expert, these can be accommodated elsewhere on Bird and Eye Farm. It's clear that from the document, the diagram, that they can be accommodated elsewhere on the farm. I was going to make submissions about the impact that has on the heritage issues, about how feasible it is to do that when, and I was going to take that basically with Mr. Miller, because he relies upon the re-landscaping of the land around the Oast as one of the very reasons why he says there's no impact. But I'll ask him about that, or bring that up when we're talking about that with him, if that's okay.
I understand,
So may the council say a few matters on that point?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. So you'll have seen from Ms Tucker's proof of evidence that she's highlighted that there is currently a planning permission covering the OST, which is at her Appendix E, which requires the laying out of the spaces that we're talking about and then being made available at all times. And so she's raised in her proof that it hasn't yet been explained how that will be dealt with, because actually removing the parking is in breach of a planning permission. And we know we haven't yet had a response on that point from the appellant. So there's a deliverability issue which hasn't yet been responded to. And then the second point, I don't believe that the Highway Authority has been consulted on this point yet by the appellant. It's not something dealt with in the Highway Statement of Common Ground. So if I could just ask for them to give their sort of brief comments as to whether they accept that this is deliverable or not.
So yes, so you mentioned Ms. Tucker's point about a planning commission that's referenced in where.
So the permission is in her Appendix E, and it's dealt with at her paragraph. Apologies, sir. Just find it. 6.3. Is that right? No, I don't think that's right. Apologies, I don't think it is 6.3. I just had it. Anyway, I'll come back to the actual paragraph, but the permission is at Appendix E, sir. So yes, so the query's just really been raised about deliverability. Sorry, 6.33. Yes, 6.33 and 6.34 of the proof.
So just, Ms. Tucker, talk me through that.
So I can. So there's so the planning permission, which granted consent for change of use of traditional farm buildings to craft workshops, 1986 planning permission.
Oh, this is the 86 permission.
Yeah. And that is at Ms. Tucker's Appendix E.
Yeah.
But condition 2 of the permission is before the change of use hereby permitted occurs, car parking spaces indicated on the approved plan should be laid out and made available at all times to satisfaction of the District Planning Authority. So the first point is just waiting an explanation of how this would be delivered as a matter of law, because there would have to be, because that would be in breach of that planning permission. So how is that to be resolved? And then the second point, just in terms of the practicality, if I could ask the Highways Authority to just comment on what information they would need to be satisfied that this is practical. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Just looking, so today is the first time I've seen this plan properly, and I can see it's dated June, which is obviously past the Wheatcroft deadline. I'm just a little bit concerned that changing or removing car parking and relocating within the site that isn't an area that's not included within the application site is obviously, I don't think that can be included in this consideration. And the other thing is, if we're re-evaluating parking, then potentially we would need to look at how the site operates. Does it operate? Is it under capacity? Is it over capacity? Do we need to review the current parking standards? And if we do, then would we need to then consider the need for EV charging on the site, some cycle parking and some blue badge parking, and ensuring that the HGVs and vehicles within the employment area has safe turning areas that don't conflict with pedestrians and cyclists who wish to access it. So I am a little bit concerned that we haven't been consulted on this one, or this hasn't even been brought to our attention. It's not in the TA, it wasn't in, this has just appeared in proof of evidence, which I mean, this isn't in the description of the development at all. So, so those are my points really. It's just, can we accommodate that parking? Is it transferable from what is an authorised designation into the existing area? That's really my point. Thank you.
Okay. You want to comment? I'm going to defer to Mr. Tabachnik first.
Well, I'll just start off on the deliverability, and then I'll let Mr. Stevens address the specifics. I have to say, I had thought that this was being discussed or had been discussed between planning witnesses in the run-up to the inquiry, and if that didn't happen, I apologise. I thought there were regular calls, but perhaps this slipped through the net. At any rate, this was raised pre-proofs, and that's why we addressed it. I thought that, as I say, that there'd been conversations around that time, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. What the scheme at MS4 shows is the possibility of effectively losing 18 spaces and replacing that with more than 18 spaces, so that a current situation of 33 spaces would become 49 spaces. So that's the sort of the numbers issue of it. Oh, I can't look at this at the moment, Steve, so if there's something else, we'll come back to it. Okay, in terms of deliverability, what we would propose, and I thought we had proposed, but if we haven't, we haven't, is a Grampian condition that would effectively require an alternative parking scheme to be approved. Obviously the alternative parking would be on the farm and therefore outside the red line. That's all perfectly legitimate to be covered, so long as the condition is appropriately drafted as Grampian form, no occupation or whatever it is until ... As part and parcel of any scheme, obviously there could be the specifics of where these 18 spaces move to. When you're back at site tomorrow, sir, you'll probably be able to have a look at these areas to be able to identify what Ms Smith has confirmed, namely that there's no issue about moving the spaces to those locations. Part of the scheme could, if the council really insisted on it, involve an application to vary the 1986 condition as well on the basis of the alternative parking scheme. I frankly don't think that that would be necessary, because it will be clear from the condition that effectively that the new permission that we hope you will issue will overcome and overtake that. But if the council wanted I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, there could be a variation on that basis. So that's how we'd envisage in deliverability terms dealing with matters. In terms of any more specifics, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Stevens.
Sorry, you just mentioned that I'm going back to site tomorrow. Just run that by me again.
Oh, I thought that was, well, I suppose I reserved it in relation to heritage.
Oh, because there's something you want me to look at again. Yeah, yes.
And so if we do that, there'd be the opportunity to look at these areas of the farm.
So before or after we discuss, we have the table, the round table discussion. After that. Okay. Right. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Go on, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, sir. The operational requirements at Bird and Eye Farm and the impact of the trips related to Bird and Eye Farm and the parking it generates, we've always been open on that in respect of our assessment of, through the TA, etc. We have movement and activity surveys undertaken at the farm which showed the movement of vehicles in and out of the site, etc. The reason for producing this plan as part of our proof was in direct response to the submissions from Ms Ms Smith and Town Legal at the end of May and felt it needed addressing for the purposes of this appeal. Equally, the proposal to restore the land around the Oast House, I believe, has been there from the submission of the planning application as well. So there would always, at some stage, as a matter of detail, been a requirement to provide an alternative location for those parking spaces. All of the submission within our proof of evidence, where we've done even more recent up-to-date movement and activity surveys as well, just to be absolutely rock tight on this matter, demonstrates that, if in effect, at the moment the farm has no impact of overspill parking on the surrounding road network, and in the future it won't, with just some minor modifications that will be agreed with the landowner outside of the appeal process. We're not seeking planning permission for that. That's almost a private matter.
Yeah, I understand this is actually what you said about we're going to be condition in relation to it. Yes.
We will do some draft.
Yes. Yes. Is there? I don't think there's something else more to say about that issue, is there? I think we've covered that. Yeah. I think we have. So 2G, the appeal scheme, highway safety and accessibility benefits, the benefits of the highway scheme. Yeah, do you just want to outline that, please, Mr. Stevens?
Thank you, sir. I will just outline it for you. Section 4 of my proof is just a brief summary of what we see as the appellants are the benefits of this scheme in terms of, and I'll just give you the headlines. You can read the paragraphs and the text within. Yeah. We believe that there will be slower speed of traffic on the B210 corridor as a result of our proposed access arrangements and the formal reduction of the speed limit from 60 to 40 miles an hour, recognising that most people travel at 40 miles an hour at the moment, but I've given you within there some data, even from the County Council themselves, historic data on the impact of introducing lower speed limits, both in terms of speeds and collision rates. Secondly, we believe, sir, that there will be a significant operational and highway safety upgrade to the existing Bird and Eye Farm commercial access, and we've rehearsed that this afternoon in respect of our opinion of what the current access is and how it operates, and the potential safety issues related to that, and what the proposed access arrangements deliver. Third, sir, we believe that the scheme provides enhanced active travel provision along the B2102 corridor, and we've talked around the active travel link through to Framfield Road and then the associated off-site improvements as you go in towards the town centre. They're all laid out there. Fourth, an element we haven't really talked around this afternoon, sir, but sustained public transport provision. East Sussex County Council have been very clear in their response to us through our dialogue in this process that it's extremely important that this site financially contributes towards the bus service that currently operates along Framfield Road, and there's a real risk without that level of financial contribution that service could be withdrawn. It's reliant on 106 monies effectively for it to run. And then the final point is about addressing existing congestion on the Uckfield Town Centre network, and again we've talked around that, and that will be secured by way of a financial contribution through the 106 towards the signal optimisation which we just discussed earlier.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, all these benefits will be in the 106, and the council's soil compliance statement deals with that and we'll be running through that when we talk about the 106, you know, about the precise way it's delivered, when it's delivered, at what stage of the build it's delivered, etc. So, yeah. Ms. Smith, is there anything you want to say about this, the benefits, or any comments about that?
No, I don't have anything to say about that. I think that's really a matter for the council. I would, however, say Mr. Tabachnik said I had no issue with the relocation of the 18 parking spaces. You recall, I didn't quite say that. I said I'd like to address it in the Heritage Roundtable tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Does the Highway Authority have any specific comments about G, about the highway safety and accessibility benefits?
So yeah, if I could just ask Ms. Cambo to respond to some of that.
So I've been asked to respond to whether there's benefits to the access arrangement compared to what we have now. The current access is an access that was constructed when the farm units were converted, I think back in 1986, as part of the change of use to employment. It was right next to 18 and 19, which was significantly substandard because you could barely see out looking left at all. So the current access has a white bell mouth, and it has operated relatively safely in the last, I think I've looked back 10 years in the crash database that we have from the police. So we know that it's operated safely for the traffic it currently generates from the farm and the employment. In terms of adding 190 dwellings, you can't intensify a substandard access and for it to be guaranteed to operate safely, because there's all sorts of, you'd have a wide range of vehicles that need to use it, plus you'd have the active travel users as well, which you can't really accommodate at that particular point. So you couldn't use that access. So in terms of accommodating a development, you would need to have a two-standard access, which the roundabout can deliver, but only on a road that can be suitably have a speed limit to which would be appropriate for its setting and the speeds that vehicles currently travel, and accord with speed limit policy, which is where we are with the roundabout. The question about the benefit, I mean, vehicles we know are travelling at about 40 anyway, and there will be some slowing at the roundabout, but those will be benefits mainly to the 190 dwellings. And obviously there's active travel benefits that will be provided. 18 and 19 would potentially benefit as well, because you'd have more confidence as a driver using a roundabout junction than you would a priority junction. So in terms of benefit, with or without the development, I don't think there would be any change in the safety operation. It'd be relatively neutral, I think.
And the accessibility benefits as well.
The accessibility benefits, obviously having an offline provision for pedestrians and cyclists, it's been difficult, a challenging site to try and achieve this, and there is a route that could be achieved. It's not exactly perfect, but there is obviously a gradient which we have found to be acceptable. So yes, there will be benefit for accessibility, but what we don't see is accessibility for those dwellings that are on Birdeneye Hill, that front Birdeneye Hill just north of the 10 dwellings along on the north side, whether they would be able to access that pedestrian cycle route that runs along, just below the 10 dwellings.
Yeah.
There would be much more benefit if they could access that, so that then they would have a potential way to join the pedestrian route, because at the moment they have to jump on the carriageway and walk along.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's no.
So yeah, so if
Yes.
you considering those dwellings that are 18, so 18 and 19 and Lycroft could potentially use the internal network to get to the proposed footway cycleway, but the other dwellings on the west side of those, I think there's 4 in total, 5 maybe, have to directly access the B2102 rather than being able to access the footway cycleway, which would be south of them.
So if I might just quickly just say that one of those properties was Miss Strickland's, and Miss Strickland said this morning in her submission that she was quite happy with walking up and down the verges on the B2102, and that she wouldn't use the cycle route, but that's on that point. So thanks, Cal, for the summary. I just want to make it clear, sir, that we strongly disagree with that sort of analysis of the existing access, just because there hasn't been a recorded accident there for the last 10 years. It's our submission, sir, that, and it's within my proof, so the visibility spray from that access, even based on vehicle speeds and not the posted speed limit, is still significantly below where it should be. I would also contend, and even in the time I've been involved in this appeal site, there's been an increase in the number of large HGVs accessing that site. We saw yesterday on site the large 16.5 metre Arctic for the pallet site, and their activity has increased even since I've been involved in this project. If you get more than one Arctic, or if you get an increase in those numbers of articulated vehicles, and there's no restriction on the existing commercial users to restrict the number of HGV movements, you could easily have a situation where an HGV would be waiting on a bend where there's limited forward visibility, where there's no signage, where there's no anti-skid surfacing, no lighting, and someone could go up the back of them. I do genuinely, I've got 35 years experience in highways and transport planning, and I think that existing access is an accident waiting to happen.
Well, I think we've covered everything we need to cover on highways. As far as I'm concerned, I think I've heard all I need to hear about it. Is there anything that the appellant thinks I've missed or wants to add? No. Ms. Smith, is there anything you want to add? The Highway Authority or the LPA? Okay. Right. So nearly 6:30. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. So tomorrow, are we going to start at 10 o'clock?
Entirely up to you, sir.
I don't think we need to start earlier than that, do we? Because I think there's enough time.
We're not in a time rush, because I think the only order of business tomorrow is the Heritage Roundtable,
yeah,
and the probable quick return to site. Certainly Ms Hutton and I had discussed earlier that we didn't think it sensible to start Mr Redmond's evidence tomorrow, which we might not finish it before the weekend.
No, I don't.
And better to have planning witnesses together on Tuesday.
Well, since heritage is the main thing, if it lasts longer than lunch, it doesn't really matter, because if I have to go back to site, the site's only up the road, and it's not going to take more than half an hour to probably see it. So I don't think it's a big deal. So even if it goes on till 4 o'clock, I don't think it's a big deal as far as I'm concerned. So yeah.
Yes, happy to start at 10.
So let's start at 10 then. Okay. Thank you very much. So we can leave everything here, I understand. Not valuables, obviously, but all the docs. Yeah. Thank you. See you tomorrow.